right, let's get our other Facebook groups in here before it's officially time to go. All right, we got the spinning wheels going. 1 and 2. Welcome in, welcome in. It is day 2 of the NFL draft, and that means it's time for an episode of Dub Valley, Broncos for Breakfast, Divers, Mile High Huddle Roundtable, whatever you want to call it. Day 2, Broncos going to get some new players today. I am Nick Kendell, and joined by tonight for this Friday night, my favorite night of the draft, Erick Trickel. Eric, how's it going up there? Have your days starting to get like crazy long out there in Alaska? When does the sun set today?
I don't know what time it sets, but let me tell you what, when you have a 5-year-old, almost 6-year-old, who she's gotten used to going to bed when it starts to get dark, and it no longer starts to get dark, it's kind of a pain. We'll sit here and we'll tell her, Bug, it's time to go to bed. But it's not dark outside. We can't go by what it looks like outside, Bug, but like it's like arguing with the wall kind of when they're that age. But doing good. I'm tired. I'm excited for tonight. The Broncos hopefully will actually make a pick. Maybe shock everyone and just trade out of the third round completely. But I'm excited. And this is also my favorite day of the draft, as it is yours.
Yeah, and I know I got a special outfit. I know you're talking about collared shirts today, so I brought my polo Iowa Hawkeye shirt here, representing. Maybe we'll see Sam Laporta to Iowa today or something, or to Iowa, to Denver today, but who knows? Any thoughts today? So, you had another comment here?
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're both representing two bad offenses in a way. God. I've got the orange and blue. You got Iowa,
It's been miserable for me the last 5 years, unfortunately, but hey, it's going to get better, hopefully, with Sean Payton in town, and hopefully it's going to get a little better tonight with Broncos adding in some offensive players. But first, let's say hello to some people in the chat before we really start to dive in here. We got Diamond Rattler coming in saying, boom, it's about that time. Amen, it is about that time. We got our guy DVA, Dylan Varnarks, coming in saying, sup, Broncos country. Make sure you guys hit that like button on the way in, share on all your platforms, and subscribe if you're a fool and you haven't already. We'd appreciate that. We got our guy David Yunkin coming in here. Yunkin saying about 8:30 we might be on the clock. Maybe. It might be earlier. You never know. It sounds like the Broncos, at least making some calls, seeing what's available. Maybe we'll see a player dealt. It wouldn't be that much of a shock. Jason O'Neill, good evening all. Can't tell what his picture is there. It looks like a deformed Yoda. I don't know what's going on. Android, Ren and Stimpy. I don't know. Dominique Martin, hey Broncos family, day 2 of the draft should be interesting. Absolutely. Like I said, my favorite day. And day 2, Eric, let's just kick it off to you right now. What are you thinking for the first pick here? We got the Steelers on the clock. Who are some of the options? Who are some of the top players left on your board?
Well, I mean, there's obviously the guy that we talked about last night for them when they were on the clock, and Joey Porter Jr. There's been a lot of talk going around ever since last night, the first round ended, about that pairing. There's been a lot of teams trying to trade up. And I think it was Peter Schrager who tweeted out that one of the things that he heard is that there's a lot of teams wanting to move up, but teams at the top aren't wanting to move down. So I think that maybe that something happens there. But, I mean, Joey Porter Jr., we linked him last night again, and I think he's just a good fit with what they do. And obviously there's that whole family connection with the Steelers, of course.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, it'll be really fun to see. Maybe Brian Branch is a dark horse there, another defensive player, maybe a defensive lineman to go opposite of them, trading up for the likes of Broderick Jones yesterday, offensive tackle, hopping 2 offensive tackle needy teams before them. So interesting to see what the Steelers do here. And this is the Steelers trade from the Chase Claypool move in the offseason where the Bears acquired him. So this is the Bears pick over the Steelers for Chase Claypool. We also got our guy Kevin Gray in the house saying, evening, guys. Last night's trade were very interesting, but the Raiders got a hell of an edge. They sure got a physical height, weight, speed specimen. Maybe fell a little bit. I heard there was some concern about the Linz Frank injury. I think I'm saying that correctly. I was a bio pre-med. I should know some of these things. Whatever injury zapped Ryan Clady of his career. There's some concern about that for Tyree Wilson. Have you heard anything on that as well? There was some talk about him sliding, even being off Houston's board because of that injury.
Yeah, from what I understood was that there was a conversation there between Wilson or Anderson for the Texans. Obviously, they went quarterback first, and from what I gathered, there was some other influence. They wanted to trade up no matter what, but they kind of came to as like, we'll secure the quarterback and then try to get up. But anyways, Wilson, there was always this conversation of, is it Wilson or Anderson for them? From what I've gathered, they had Wilson ranked higher than Anderson, but they were very concerned about the injury. I don't know if he was off their board as a result, but it was enough of a concern that they went with the guy who they had thought on the field anyways was the second best player between the two.
Will be interesting to see how that all plays up. They traded a bleep ton to go up and get a non-quarterback from 12-3 after selecting CJ Stroud at 2. But heck, man, Will Anderson, culture builder, got 2 premium positions, the 2 most important positions in my mind in football with those 2nd and 3rd pick, maybe the best 2 players in the draft. Some might argue that, but we're going to argue with Kenneth now. Let's go, baby. Absolutely no argument here, actually. Kenneth, let's go indeed. We're going to see what the Broncos do today. We got our guy Scipio Armias coming in here. Scipio? I don't know. Maybe it's Italian. Saying prediction, Broncos trade pick 68 and move up into the 2nd round to draft Joey Porter Jr. Well, the Steelers are on the clock. Eric's tipping picks a little bit today, or beating me to the punch with them. So maybe it is Joey Porter here. Once he knows he's going to kind of do the give me the finger, not the middle one, guys. Where's your mind in the gutter? But kind of let me know that the pick has been made. So I don't think, what do you think about the Broncos trading up for Joey Porter Jr.? A, is he a scheme fit? B, is that realistic at all?
I mean, Vance Joseph, he loves to press his corners. You can just to buy a little bit extra time for his guys up front. And Joey Porter, he's probably the best press man corner in this draft. I do have concerns about it because, Vance Joseph likes a little bit more cover 3, a little bit more of that zone coverage coming out of press. Joey Porter's just so limited. But despite that, everything I've heard, I don't expect the Broncos to get, up above 55. That's about the max I think they'll be able to get to, unless it's including Jerry Jeudy, which I don't expect. And I think that Joey Porter Jr., I think he's gone in at least the very first 10 picks.
Yeah, I'd be pretty shocked as well. Doesn't turn very well. Not great click and close, the change of direction. I mean, there's a reason I don't think he did the agility drills out there. I mean, if he doesn't press you and then ride you out of bounds, he can be a little bit exposed out there. But physical player, good tackler. Want to see what he can do. This would be a good pick for the Steelers if it does go that way. Probably one of the most interesting stories from day one, the fall of Will Levis out of the first round. First, have you heard anything more about the fall of Will Levis? Does it have to do with an injury? Was there some character concerns? I saw a tweet about the NFL is actually evaluating him where he should go, and the media was wrong. Or what are you thinking here?
I think it's a combination of things. I do think that from everything I've gathered, the NFL was much lower on him than he was made out to be publicly, and even with the the late resurgence that he had. And also, there is that issue with the toe that also played into where the NFL is evaluating him, where it's like he's more of a early mid 2nd round pick rather than a early mid 1st round guy.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see. I think you mentioned in our group chat, Raiders are a team to watch out for here. Maybe Tennessee, Detroit is still there as well. Early 2nd round, it's that Drew Lock range, right, for Will Levis there. That kind of quarterback, early 2nd, still has tools. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say the Colts too, if you trust Jim Irsay's tweet.
Don't trust it. He's about the content, which I believe in. Troy Boer about the content as well. $50 coming in with the adorable golden retriever puppy. I recognize those kind of eyes looking at you. Innocent. He's not doing anything wrong. Of course not. Says, thank you guys for doing this. Much more interesting than draft coverage itself. Please trade a wide receiver to Green Bay or New England to get into the 2nd. So you're probably talking about, unless you're packaging picks as well, Jerry Jeudy. Now, if you're packaging like 67 and Cortland Sutton, maybe you can get up to Green Bay or New England for that kind of move. I mean, early 3rd plus Cortland Sutton, maybe that's the type of value they look to move up there. But certainly possible. Troy wants somebody new here. He wants a new rookie cost control player, and wants to trade up with New England or Green Bay. Certainly possible for a wide receiver for one of those 2 teams.
And it is Joey Porter Jr. Here for the Steelers.
Okay, you're supposed to give me both fingers here, but no, that's okay. There we go, out of frame. But thank you so much for that. And Michael Ronquillo says, my voice is different today. I don't know about that. Maybe it's because I talked so much yesterday. Maybe it's the new camera messing with the mic here or something. But this is still on. It's still the same mic. But I did go out and get a new camera yesterday because I was getting tired of all the issues with the fading in and out. I couldn't even have a single drink without completely blacking out the screen. And never mind. There's no blackout jokes. They're too easy. David Vasquez coming in over on Facebook saying, how much longer? Are we there yet? Right? Are we there? You're talking about the 6-year-old earlier. Have you reached that stage yet? Where are we there yet? Are we there yet?
No, it's why.
Oh,
why?
Love that. I never loved that one. The kids who never stop asking why go on and work in science. I think that's my theory at least. We got Rodney Garcia saying, good afternoon, Nick and Eric and Broncos country. It's crazy that Will Levis is still available. All the hype. Getting back into it, is it the toe injury? Is it because the league just didn't like him as much? I mean, there was just so much hype. Typically, when you see something like that, there's something else going on. But I mean, last year, I think Malik Willis's Vegas odds were 10th overall, and he ends up falling to the 3rd round. I mean, a lot of Drew Lock talk when the Broncos ended up taking that draft. Hey, they could take him at 10, end up taking him at 42. Is it just, the normalization of what his grade actually is?
I think like I kind of touched on, I think it's just a combination of things. I mean, there's always that media hype that they give out a little bit. Some of it's warranted. Some of it does, end up coming true. I mean, the Kalijah Cansey hype, I mean, he was getting talked about more as a 2nd round guy and then started getting 1st round, and we saw him go last night. But there's always those guys that get 1st round hype. And talking about it, and another quarterback too, Drew Lock, he was a guy that was getting 1st round hype. There was speculation he'd be the 1st round pick of the Broncos that year and fell to the 2nd round. I think with quarterbacks especially, it's easy to hype them up for the media because of the position they play.
Yeah.
And the NFL, while they do give that bump, it's kind of like, I think it's being a little bit more regulated over recent years of where they are matching the hype for the value of the position and what they're seeing on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Jasmine complimenting me here. Nice hair, Nick. I typically wear the hat. You guys, I'm typically doing these shows at 6 a.m. and I don't have the buzz cut Eric has there. So my hair is an absolute mess in the morning. So I'm being lazy and putting the hat on. Also, then I typically walk the dog about 3-4 miles after the show. So hair's clean after that. We got our guy Michael Ronquillo's in the house. God, maybe the biggest superstar in the draft for me, in the streaming community for me. Michael always coming in saying good evening to all Mile High Huddle podcast hosts. Go Broncos and buck 'em. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Our lady Amy coming in here. Good evening, Broncos country. Good to see you, Amy. Hope you're doing well. We also got Ernie Mays in the house. Oh, there we go. Ernie Mays saying hello, Broncos country draft. Ernie, we are going to talk about the other team's picks. I want to give you a fair warning. Don't get too mad at us. We got Sting Guy coming in. Good draft night, everybody. Our guy Bama X, man, you had me kind of scared about taking Jahmyr Gibbs. I was mocking that, hey, if Jahmyr Gibbs falls to like 50 or something, the Broncos maybe should trade up. Bama X was against it. Like, hey, if he's a Bama fan, maybe he knows something I don't. But you have Jahmyr Gibbs going 12 overall, so maybe that would have been an okay pick, but definitely not within the realm of reality for the Broncos there. Vin Q in the house. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you, Vin Q. Hope you're doing well. I got a lot of people. I'm trying to get to everybody I possibly can. Adam Sears in the house. Good to see you. Got our gal Linda coming in. Got Jedi Joshua. Love you, Jedi Joshua coming in. I'd rather just draft a corner or edge. We'll see what happens. Our guy Bob Morris in the house. Evening, gentlemen. Will be interesting to see what the Broncos do tonight. Wouldn't surprise me if the Broncos trade down from one of their 3rd round spots. I've been saying it all along. Trade up from 67, trade down from 68. Use some picks to go up from 67, see somebody that you're targeting with a round 2 grade that's slipping, that's on your board specifically. And then guess what? You recoup what you just gave up, 68 moving back.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, if the right guy falls again, as I mentioned earlier, I think 55 is that max range they can, unless Jerry Jeudy is part of it. I think that if they do move up, I think they want to limit the amount of picks they give up so you can see a player. Maybe that is what they do with Courtland Sutton. Just package him in to move up, about 60 or so. And then moving down and accumulate more picks and then using a couple other players they have on the roster from the old regimes that, Sean Payton may not want to not necessarily waste his time on, but just doesn't view as being worthwhile, I guess, and using them to accumulate more picks. I do think by the end of it, the Broncos are making more than 5 picks. That's one of my bold predictions.
Well, does that involve a player being traded as well?
I do think a player gets traded, at least one at some point during the draft.
Well, we're not going to trade Harold coming in. So I thought Nick was bald the whole time. Again, I just wear the hat. The hat hair is not for me. And we got another pick coming in here to the Cardinals. No, you have something else to trade?
The Cardinals are trading back. They trade pick 33 and 81 to the Titans for pick 41 and 72. Gotta partially think that this is Will Levis.
Makes a lot of sense here. I've been mocking Will Levis to the Titans for a bit. I think Scott and I's full 1st round mock. We had Will Levis going to the Titans at pick 11, but they can pair Peter Skoronski with Will Levis. I think that makes a lot of sense. Keeping him in that Kentucky, Tennessee region of the country, and also Pennsylvania. That whatever region of the country right there, Rust Belt a little bit. And we'll see if it is Will Levis here. Is there any dark horses for the potential trade up here? They could go with potentially a wide receiver, maybe one of those tight ends. I mean, that's a pretty anemic offense last season.
Brian Branch is a possibility as well. If they view him as a safety, there's been a lot of talk about them moving on from Kevin Byard, that they're talented safety because of finances. So I think that's a dark name to watch. Maybe they want to add another receiver because the receiver room is a little bad. Josh Downs is one of the guys. Jalen Hyatt, who was really hyped up as a first-round guy to add some explosive ability to that offense. So there's a few ways they can go, but I'm with you. I think Will Levis here, and that is who they take. They do end up selecting Will Levis.
Well, good. I'm glad that they can. He's not in the green room today, I believe. You were telling me that, but I am hoping that him and his family and I guess his girlfriend, TikTok social influencer girlfriend who was popular there yesterday, can all rest easy now that he's going to be in Tennessee. An interesting pick here. So let's talk about these last two selections here. Tell me about Joey Porter Jr. We kind of talked about it a little bit, but why does a guy who is being considered top 20 pick pretty consistently fall all the way to pick 32? What is the general media? What were they lacking here between what the NFL at large saw?
Just the lack of versatility. I talk about it a lot on offense, on the offensive line especially. The more you can do, the better it is. It's the same thing with for guys in the secondary. The more coverage schemes you can play in, the better it is, because you never know. I mean, maybe they end up making a change on the defensive side of the ball and they completely change the coverage schemes, their base of that what they do. And so Joey Porter is a fit for what they do now, but maybe not next year if they make that change. So that is an issue. He also has a bad habit of being really grabby, something that you talked about a little bit last night. And so penalties, teams are being a little bit more okay with that, but he kind of pushes the limit a little bit with what's acceptable and what isn't. And then Will Levis, I mean, we talked about him at length here. Just the combination of he wasn't quite viewed as a first round guy. And one thing is that I was seeing today, it was a couple former general managers, they were talking about it. The 5th-year option is valuable for the team, but it also at times it can bite them in the butt a little bit, just because of, when you are with how it guarantees and everything like that, and when you have to select it. So doesn't just, unless you have really a lot of confidence and they're clean medically, teams aren't so willing to move up into the late first round to get that 5th-year option for a quarterback, which kind of seems to be also what happened with Will Levis to, secure his fall into the second round.
And the value of the 5th-year option did dip a bit once they changed the guarantees for that. I think 2 years ago. Now they're 100% guaranteed. Before you could rescind them. So just a little bit more concerns. So we got our guy Patrick coming in here. Patrick, I broke into the frosty vanilla, I think the flavor was, and very good there on the coffee front. I'm a big fan of it. Appreciate you very much supplying us, keeping the morning shows going, because I swear to God, man, I would not be here without coffee. And that's brought to you by Patrick. Phil McLaughlin coming in here saying hello, Nick and Eric. Great camera, Nick. I just dabbed on him. Yep, that's nobody clip that one. Thank you so much. Never seen you looking so good. It's the Iowa shirt too, I'm sure. Let's just make Eric cringe off the camera screen here. We got our guy Smith Jerome. Go Broncos. Good to see you. Gatorade Gaming. Gatorade, I missed the llama picture. What's going on here? But says hello, fellas. Buck you all. Buck you too. Hope you're doing well. We got our guy Bronco fan or gal 2334 saying Denver always drafts same positions every year. If the Broncos draft the same positions every year, what are we thinking here? Edge and cornerback round 3. I mean, I wouldn't be against it, but it feels like that's kind of what they've been doing.
Well, what was the thing 2 drafts ago that we talked about, George Payton's first one, how much he comes from a team, the Vikings, who valued cornerbacks. Mm-hmm. I mean, there is that value and they need it. So I could definitely see corner edge. They need, it's a huge need now, in my opinion. And it's a huge need down the road. They've been linked with tight ends. So we're talking about a lot of the same positions, defensive line, what were the first few picks the Broncos did last year? Edge, tight end, corner, defensive line, and a lot of the talk about the same positions this year.
Yeah, and there's seeing guy totally roasting me here, saying I'm rivaling Scott for MHH's biggest forehead.
5 head.
Oh man, no, I can take it. That's a good one. Yeah, I mean, heck, if it's good enough for Peyton Manning, it's good enough for me. That's all I can say about that. I definitely had some of my fraternity brothers roasted me during the Peyton Manning years, like, hey, your long lost ugly brother there. I'm like, which one's the ugly one? Don't tell me. But we have the Lions on the clock now. We have the Titans jumping the Lions before the pick of Will Levis. There was some Will Levis connection there to the Lions. Obviously, the Lions have Jared Goff. He's somebody who might not be long for the Lions. He looked good there last year, but we'll see what happens here. I'm going to call my shot here. It says the pick is in. Don't tell me I'm going to call my shot. I'm going to say Osiris Torrance. I think they did a lot of work on Osiris Torrance. I think they're going to continue to lean into the offense. I think he's a perfect fit for what they want to do. I'm calling my shot here. I'm saying Osiris Torrance to the Lions.
I haven't seen it yet, and that's exactly who my thought was. Once they lost out on Will Levis, O'Cyrus Torrance, I think, was their backup guy. I think that's why they were a little bit comfortable not moving up once you got to those last few picks in the first round as well. I mean, you have to worry about another team trading up, but the Jaguars, the Bengals, maybe the Saints were about the only team that may have taken Will Levis, even though they just got Derek Carr. I think they were comfortable with it because O'Cyrus Torrance was there as well. He's the guy that was being mocked to them in the first round. But no, it's they go to Iowa again. Sam Laporta. They go with the tight end.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, man, they are getting some kneecap biters. It's kind of crazy to see them trade away TJ Hawkinson, a guy who's much more of a move tight end out there. He can play that, that lead blocker still as a Y somewhat, but more of a pass catching tight end. And then they get a guy who's even more of a pass catching, move piece than even TJ Hawkinson was in Sam Laporta. One thing I will say about Sam Laporta is I think he might end up being the best H-back in this entire class as well. He is so good out of the backfield. And speaking of Kentucky, the pick right before this, there is a play. If you guys want to go see just a heart play out there, Sam Laporta coming off of an ankle injury, should have probably, but did not sit out of the bowl game. And it is the third or fourth quarter. And there's a play, they might be showing it right now, where he breaks like 6 tackles against Kentucky in a meaningless bowl game. I mean, he's a yak monster. He runs super hard. He's super nuanced. You get him the ball and he can do some things after the catch, and he is tenacious. I know from some people in the Iowa program, I've made some connections there over the years. And while TJ Hawkinson and Noah Fant were better athletes, the culture, the impact, the desire of Sam Laporta is much more in line with what you think of for an Iowa tight end. They like the way he's wired a little bit more than those last Iowa tight ends. I will say I am absolutely shocked to see him come off the board before Michael Mayer. Who's tight end you, baby? I know Notre Dame has a little bit of claim to that, but I don't know, man. We have Sam Laporta coming off the board here very early. I'm super happy for him. He's a great kid.
And the Colts are dropped down. The Raiders are now on the clock. But with Sam Laporta, one thing, and maybe you can touch on this here in a little bit after I'm done. One thing I heard consistently was, we talked about the praise of Jack Campbell on the defensive side of the ball and how he is. I heard a lot of people coming out and just praising Sam Laporta for, a lot of the same things, like the work ethic, how smart he is, how good of a football IQ, just the character in general. And a couple guys that I talked to also said that when it comes to NFL careers, they think that he has more to work with and bring as a receiver than the last few Iowa tight ends we've seen. Noah Fant and TJ Hawkinson, not so much George Kittle, but those two specifically, they think that there's so much more he brings. And he's a great fit for Jared Goff too, with his ability after the catch. I mean, it brings good reliability. Just keep him off the field whenever you're running the ball.
Yeah, really interesting player. Really happy to see these Iowa guys come off the board here. You probably won't see another Iowa guy until day 3 now. I don't think there's anybody else out there that makes a lot of sense, but cool to see them happen. And all 3 considered incredible players, and an Iowa offensive player picked. I mean, pretty funny there. Got to represent we got Brandon P coming in here. Cardinals are looking for a center. I'd say John Michael Schmitz is gone, then don't go corner. What are you hearing about the Cardinals here? When you have the Raiders pick in as well, you can give me a finger when it's time.
Michael Mayer. They trade up and they get Michael Mayer. Sorry,
Mayer. So back-to-back tight ends here. This is a good pick for the Raiders. Kind of obviously we know that Josh McDaniels with the Patriots has liked to utilize the tight end, and we said it yesterday, man. Tight ends are stacking up on the board. Well, just like that, bingo, bango. 2 of the best ones off the board here, back-to-back. We'll see if the Broncos, I think it was Mike Kliss, just before, like an hour before the draft today, was on the radio saying the Broncos are look hard at tight end and center. Those are the two positions that he mentioned here. And you have 2 tight ends come off the board here pretty quickly. Makes the options a little bit less for the Broncos. I think there's still 3 that make sense for pick 67, 68, but we'll see.
Yeah, and it's not a good start. I mean, I mentioned this in the group chat and everything, but I was talking to a guy and he was telling me about what he expects to see with defensive backs and tight ends, about almost half the picks in round 2 just falling from those 2 positions. Made a bet with him, and it's not a good start for me right now, where I might have to give up a little bit money with me losing that bet. But yeah, I mean, tight ends are flying, and I kind of thought this might happen. I still think that there's 3 guys here that I could easily see going here in the next 15 picks or so. because I mean, we see it every year, even if in positions of strengths, teams still like to go out and get their guy early and make sure they get him. And that, I mean, Sam Laporta, Michael Mayer, this may kick off, a run on tight ends over the next few picks.
Certainly makes a lot of sense. Troy, I know this isn't a super chat, but you got us with a $50 earlier, so we want to get to you here with the double dipping. We'll consider them split two $25 ones. Who for the Broncos could be traded? You got Jerry Jeudy, you got Cortland Sutton, Mike Purcell, Jacob Martin, Lloyd Cushenberry, Alberto Cuebanam. Anybody else here? So we know about Sutton and Jeudy. Do any of those other names make sense as a potential trade, in your opinion?
I think Jacob Martin does. Lloyd Cushenberry, if a center falls. I think they can just, if they get one of those centers, if John Michael Schmitz or Joe Tippmann are there, maybe then Alberto Cuebanam is a name to keep an eye on as well in this. Mike Purcell, I think he's pretty well secured. If they didn't cut him by now, I think that they have a vision for him on the defensive front.
I'm thinking the last four listed here are much more likely to compete in camp and make it there or be traded after the draft for future draft capital. I can't imagine those guys doing anything. The names that stand out to me that might have a little bit more value in those type of trades, you have Jonathan Cooper, you have Nick Benito potentially, the last regime out there, maybe not as much of a fit or a want on this one. Maybe even a Greg Dulcich, given the comments about the tight ends from the Broncos as well. Those are, and I'm not saying they're going to be traded, but just some dark horse candidates to add to some of these names on here. And you know who's not a dark horse? Carl Dumler coming in. Hey, Carl, how you doing? Looking good. The beard's good. The collar shirt game is good. And how about those Iowa Hawkeye tight ends, man?
Yeah, obviously somebody decided to go by the helmet there. But no, he's a great player. I'm not sure he would have been my next tight end taken. Raiders got themselves quite the player for tight end, giving them an all-around guy. That's probably who I would have taken. But, Lions keep going against the norm here, taking running back, linebacker, tight end. They're going none of the premium positions at all.
Yeah,
so kind of an interesting path that they're taking this draft.
And we have a pick announcement that we all can cry collectively over. Go ahead, Eric.
The Rams take Steve Avila, the offensive lineman out of TCU. I absolutely love this dude. He was one of my guys. Like early in the process, I started to like him a little bit more than Osiris Torrance. I liked his versatility. Like I absolutely loved him. I didn't think he would fall to the third round, but I didn't think he'd go before Osiris Torrance. So that is a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, I was listening to Brandon Thorne talk, I think it was like a 2-hour podcast for him with Dane Brugler leading up to the draft for The Athletic. And he mentioned that a lot of teams liked Avila more than they liked Osiris Torrance. They liked the control and the pass protection. They liked the versatility. They liked the intelligence. They liked the upside. A lot of teams think Osiris Torrance just kind of is who he is. So the Avila comes off the board here to the Rams. This is a very good pick for them. He was the guy that I was trying to manifest to the Broncos, but going pick 36, never had a chance going this high. If you fell to 50, then I'd be starting to say, let's make a move. Let's go get the guy. But 36 to the Rams, one of the good players in this draft class. Carl, you were a big fan as well. Steve Avila, what do you think?
Yeah, like I said, that versatility, guard, center, obviously showed well at both. Went down there to the Senior Bowl, showed well at both. It makes a whole lot of sense for the Rams, who have quite a few holes and need a lot of great players that can kind of play all over the place. So hate it for the Broncos, obviously. And I'm afraid we're going to see a lot of that here in this second round, where these inside offensive line, that seems like second, third round. That's right where all those guys like to go most years. And I hope one of them can make it to the Broncos. I have my doubts against it just because there is such a need in the NFL. There's so many bad offensive lines, and there's some actual guys that can plug and play day one for NFL teams. Avila's one of those guys. And so Rams got themselves quite the player. And it was the dream scenario. It was just a dream that was never meant to happen for the Broncos.
Well, let's hope this the dream scenario dying doesn't turn into a nightmare for the Broncos. I mean, picking 67, 68. You already had George Paton in the pre-draft press conference kind of tempering expectations, saying, we might not get an impact guy down here in this draft. But we will see what happens with Steve Avila. I like him. I wouldn't say a mauler per se, but he's got so much mass and technically refined that he can play any scheme. Going to be interesting to see where he goes going forward. And if this starts, like Carl mentioned here, if this starts the run on interior offensive line. So you got Seattle coming up next. They've been linked, talking about the run on interior offensive line, they've been linked heavily to John Michael Schmitz. But with that being said, we thought that the Lions were linked heavily to Osiris Torrance, and they ended up going Sam Laporta as well. So what are you thinking here? Obviously, they have yet to officially announce Steve Avila. Sometimes the draft, especially day 3, gets a little bit in the pomp and circumstance of all the picks and whatnot. You see like 6 announced at once. But what are you thinking here, Eric? Is this the run on interior offensive line? Are we going to start needing to hold back tiers?
I think that this will be an offensive lineman here for Seattle. And the next few teams are teams to watch. Indianapolis is a team that's looking for offensive line help. And then I can't remember who picks after Seattle, but they've been Carolina. They're looking
Indy.
at offensive line.
It's Indy.
I meant after Indy. Sorry, Seattle. The next 3 picks: Seattle, Indianapolis, Carolina. They've all been linked with interior offensive linemen. Most of them need centers, if not a guard. John Michael Schmitz. There's some questions if he has versatility on the inside. A lot of teams just have him as just a pure guard. But Joe Tippmann, they view, has a little bit of that versatility. It'll be dependent on how his medical check out with his shoulder injuries that he's had. He's had a couple surgeries already on them. And then Osiris Torrance, as you said. And Cody Mauch, that's another name that this is the range where we could possibly hear his name as well.
Yeah, so we got Troy coming in here. Jedi Joshua coming. I can't believe we're in this position. Peyton should be gone. Well, if he's gone, then it's a question here. But we got the Seattle. Is it a defensive lineman here? I mean, the defensive line is horrible too.
Yeah, they got Hercules. They got Derek Hall. Dude is just built.
We love Derek Hall.
The edge defender out of Auburn. I absolutely loved him. I think he had tremendous upside as a pass rusher, but he was probably, for me, off the edge, he was probably the best pure run defender of this edge class. And it's just such a good pick. Better than
Will Anderson?
I think so. Yeah, I didn't really care for Will Anderson's effort consistently against the run. I thought that was a big concern for me. At times, he just seemed to kind of a little lackadaisical.
He reminded me of Khalil Mack in the run game.
I didn't see it
as in the profile. Interesting. Well, it froze up on me for a second, but going Derek Hall here, going to position of value. Their run defense last year was god awful. Before announcing that pick, I was going to say, hey, maybe this is a Keanu Benton spot here, going for the interior defensive line. A lot of people were mocking them Jalen Carter for that reason. But Derek Hall, I think, Carl, for our mock draft for the Broncos, our first one that we did together, I kind of convinced you, like, hey man, Derek Hall, pick 67. Let's do it. Let's make the pick here. So maybe some good value there. I mean, he's almost a full draft later, full as much picks as it's already happened there. So Derek Hall, really good player. Auburn's been pretty trash the last few seasons. We'll see if they change out there with was it Hugh Freeze going there? We'll see how that goes. But Derek Hall, good player. I thought he stood out pretty well at the Senior Bowl. His good length and just a power player. I mean, for the body type that he has, he's a power player, power rusher, and also a leader. A guy who was considered, they're talking about it right now, born 4 months premature, was a preemie, very small, spent first 5 months of his life in a hospital, and somebody who just brought a lot of tenacity to a team that was not very competitive this last season. So leader, I was a big fan of him coming out, and Broncos get one of the better options for them in the edge spot, in my opinion, off the board here. So what do you think there, Carl? Derek Hall?
Yeah, I like the player. I don't think I had him quite this high on my board by any means. I kind of worried a little bit of just college. I didn't see quite the path of growth that I like to see with a lot of edge players. He's just been good. I guess I shouldn't hold that against him for being good each year. But at the same time, like I said, I like to see him take a little bit of steps each year. And this last season, I'm not sure he did that. But again, great player. He looks good coming off the bus as well. This is a guy that's jacked up for anything out there and has speed, has power. You got to like that for Seattle. Gives them a lot of versatility that they can use him. And like I said, does well on the edge of holding the run game, something that they were struggling big time with last season. So it makes a lot of sense. And Seattle, they have their system. They have their guys that fit their system. And I think Derek Hall is one of those guys that actually works well for them.
And we have some news here. The chat's letting us know. So is Eric. The Falcons have traded up with Indy Is this going to be another interior offensive lineman here? This is a team that they don't have a left guard right now. Could maybe use another tight end. They're a team that was linked heavily with cornerbacks at the 8th overall pick. I think anything and everything is on the table for them, but I would lean cornerback and interior offensive line here.
I'm looking at Osiris Torrance here a little bit. I mean, going and continuing to build up that power aspect game that Arthur Smith is kind of known for, especially after taking Bijan Robinson.
It is an offensive lineman.
I say,
but not
Matthew
one
Bergeron.
listed.
Is it Matthew Bergeron?
Yep.
This morning I banged the table for Matthew Bergeron on Scott's show, saying this is an incredible fit for them. Is it seriously Matthew Bergeron?
Yep.
Oh, Scott is going to be so happy with me. He was about to take Steve Avila here yesterday. I'm like, listen, Steve Avila, we've done a lot. We have not talked about Bergeron. He is a perfect fit for them. We talked about a lot at 8 overall for the Falcons, going with Peter Skoronski there because they had a question at left guard. They love to do inside-outside zone with Arthur Smith, and they love to work the screen game, quick pass game with those offensive linemen being incredible in space. Well, guess what? A round later, similar profile, guy who probably plays early on at guard, could eventually play tackle. You got Matthew Bergeron, I think is an awesome fit for them. They're continuing to build that offensive line. This is going to be a team that there's no excuse for Desmond Ridder this year. And somebody that I think is going to be an excellent fit for this scheme. I love the way he moves. I love the way he competes. He struggled against Miles Murphy this year, but this is an excellent pick. I am over the moon because I literally almost stood on the table this morning when we ran the simulator saying, you take Bergeron here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely great. Again, he's a guy that you can come in and play at guard right away, something that they need. They need that left guard. I have heard concerns, even though he started off on the right side earlier in his career. A few people I've talked to, they're not sure he has that ability to flip the field or flip sides in the NFL, that he might be a left side only guy who can play inside or outside, but that still fits with what they're looking at with, Chris Matthews or Jake Matthews.
Jake
and his contract status and everything and how he's getting up there in years. But that void at left guard, he's a day one starter for them right there. I really like this pick.
This is maybe one of my favorite picks of the draft so far, but it's just because it was such a deep take that I called here, and it makes a total sense. This is a Falcons team that loves their offensive line. Arthur Smith is a former offensive lineman as well, and they're not going to be the best offensive line in football, but damn, they're going to challenge for any of the best units on the field every single week. Jake Matthews is probably a top 10 left tackle, which isn't great, but he's a steady Eddie. I think Matthew Bergeron's an awesome fit at left guard. I thought he looked really good there at the Senior Bowl. Center's just mediocre, Drew Dahlman. But then you have right guard Chris Lindstrom, who, and for my money, I mean, I know that Zach Martin gets a lot of praise, but last season I think Chris Lindstrom might have been the best offensive lineman in football. Not the most valuable, but the best singular offensive lineman in football. And then somebody they helped scheme-wise, but Caleb McGarry, who they didn't pay big money to, but brought him back. So this is a great pick for them. Trading up, I think that very well linked to the Colts with Matthew Bergeron, and they trade off the spot there, and Atlanta goes up and get him. So I'm going to – good job, Nick. Yeah, that's I'm going to make a living off of this one for a while. And I get none of the picks right, but I'll be like, hey, remember that time I called Matthew Bergeron? So what are you thinking there, Carl? Any thoughts? You recovered from last night. The beard's looking good still. You're in a different location, though. I don't know if I've ever seen you film here.
No, I've never filmed here. So we got a thing going on here at my workplace that a lot of people talking. So I moved rooms to try to keep the sound off. Tried to put up some soundproof things. We'll see how it all works. But no, I love this pick for them for sure. It's one of those things that he's not one of those flashy players for offensive line. I think it was a couple of the big offensive linemen. I think Zerline was talking about this of the 4 stages or the 4 phases of blocking. He's not the 4th stage guy where he's like finishing people off, but he's just steady. Like every single play, just bringing very consistent play to the field. He did have a lot of holding penalties early in his career, but he's shown that he's improved on that. That's what you love to see. And so, yeah, I think this is a great pick for them. They can move him around, maybe be the future left tackle moving forward. It fits with what they want to do. So love the pick. When you were talking about that, I was thinking of this being the pick you made earlier today. I did that last year with Damari Mathis for the Broncos. That was my pat on the back, and I'll hold on to that one for years.
Keep doing it.
So,
you want to have a sore spot or something, or bruising, arthritis in the shoulder.
Now, we do have the pick in for Carolina. They add a weapon for their new quarterback. They drafted Jonathan Mingo out of Ole Miss.
Carl, Go ahead.
Carl,
Sorry.
we'll get your thoughts on this real quick, and I also want to hear before we let you go for a little bit. All right, with how things are going, what do you want the Broncos to do? Do you really want them to move up?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends who's still there. You know, if John Michael Schmitz keeps sliding closer to the end of the second round here, I would get pretty antsy to go up and get that guy. Just such a great player and a great fit for what the Broncos need. So again, that would be one that would be tough for me not to make a trade up. Joe Tippmann's another one that I would struggle not to want to. I know he's got I know you said yesterday he had a little shoulder issue that could be dropping him down some boards. So maybe he's not worth trading up for to take that kind of chance. But those would be two guys. Got some cornerbacks, obviously. Julius Brents, that maybe if he's sliding down, that you make a little trade up to go get him. But there's so many cornerbacks that I still like left in this draft. Now, there might be a big run on them here pretty soon, and you're kind of going, we got to go get our guy. But those would probably be some of the positions. There's edge players. Keon White's one that's still out there. I'm trying to think of some others. I don't have my list right here in front of me off the top of my head. But yeah, there's still some really nice players. Tight end, Luke Musgrave. I don't know if I'm trading up for him, but I really like him there in the third round for the Broncos. And Darnell Washington, another one that I think is a really good fit with what the Broncos want for this offense. If he starts falling down there, maybe take a chance there. Now, what was your other question here with, the wide receiver, Jonathan Mingo. Great player. Great player. Big. He's got a nice size body, 6'1", 220, and he plays like he wants to take somebody's head off, you know, and he actually has some decent athleticism for a guy that big. So I really do. I like him. I think his best days are ahead of him for the NFL. He just didn't have quite the best situation there with Ole Miss, but yeah, I think he's a great fit for them. I have no problems with that being the next wide receiver off the board.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. They replaced DJ Moore, who they traded to go up and get Bryce Young, somebody who can escape the pocket and then dump the ball off to Mingo, who projects as a yak monster. A lot of fun. So, Carl, we're going to let you get out of here for a little bit. Hopefully we'll see you again here soon. If you come back, maybe you should come back and just shave a little bit off every time throughout the course of the stream. But it'll be thank you for coming on for a bit, and we'll let you go, gargle some salt water, hang out for a bit.
Yeah, no, I did think about that each day, taking another piece off, leaving the mustache, but I knew my wife would be really mad about that. She hates the mustache.
Can't do it on her birthday. You're right.
No, couldn't do it. So anyway, I'll see you guys later.
All right. See you, Carl. Gotta love Carl. Hope everything's doing well. Always love to have Carl join us. One of the good guys out there. We got another good guy, Pearl Heater, saying Broncos can get some good pieces. Yes, they can today. Absolutely. Hopefully they do get some good pieces. Also, we got, speaking of other good guys, David Mickelrath. Good evening, Broncos country. Carl, Nick, Eric, Dylan, Deacon Scott, Buckham 3 times. Buckham. Good to see you, David. Hope you're doing well. Hope things are great down there. I think you're down there in Texas. And Andy Schrant coming in. Is Scott happy? I think Scott's happy because he had me standing up on the table this morning on his show saying, you got to take Bergeron here. It makes all the sense in the world. And now he can just cut it up and say, hey, this is we made the case this morning. Here's the pick. No inside info. I just thought the scheme fit was pretty good there. So we'll see. But I think he is pretty happy. He's out there watching his, I believe, son play baseball. So couldn't join us today. He's not in the background. So you guys be on your best behavior. We're trying to do our best here to keep on top of it. But yeah, I think Scott is happy. We got Greg Smith coming in, Denver Broncos for life. Malcolm Brown coming in here. Hello from Homer, Alaska. Hope you're doing up there. We got Pearl saying, love you all. Well, we love you too. Let's practice, kindness out there and a little bit of love. Let's spread the love. Maybe some team will spread the love and give the Broncos a discount on a potential trade up. Michael Crabtree talking about a potential trade up. Edge rusher would be great for competition. What are your edge rush? What does your edge rusher board look like right now? And is there one that would be maybe talented enough to potentially trade up for? What's the type that you're looking for? Who are the best guys?
Well, my top edge rusher available is a guy that I wouldn't be looking at, BJ Ojulari out of LSU. Lance is a lot higher on him than I am.
And
To
when you say
me,
top, when you say top, do you mean, sorry to interrupt, but when you say top, you mean overall, like for the entire NFL versus Broncos specific? Why would he be your top if you're not looking at him?
yes,
Okay.
I don't when I do my big board, I don't break it down specifically for the Broncos. I do it just in general. If I was doing it specifically for the Broncos, 90% of the players wouldn't even be on the board.
Yeah.
So I just
Makes sense.
kind of just a little bit everybody. So he's the top guy, but he's not for me. He's not a fit for the Broncos. Just very of that same mold they have, and this early, I'm not trading up for yet another one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who does stand out to me is Keon White, the guy out of Georgia Tech. I think that his versatility would be a huge boost with it, especially with ways that Vance Joseph has used some of his edge guys over the past few years. I don't think he would do what he did with Zaven Collins and move him to an off ball, but he definitely likes those versatile defenders, and White is a very versatile guy, able to line up anywhere on the defensive front, basically.
I wonder if this is one of those situations where the guy you just breathed becomes picked. We had the Saints pick.
Oh.
It says it's in. Oh, it sounds like it's a shocking one, though.
It's Isaiah Foskey.
Wow. Edge rusher from Notre Dame. Really productive at Notre Dame. Somebody that you and I were not overly impressed with the tape. I didn't think the traits matched the output. A little bit stiff as a player, and also somebody who did not really stand out as a player at the Senior Bowl with a more level playing field. But I think a lot of teams believe that pressures and ball production as a pass rusher do translate a lot of times to the NFL. And the Saints go up and get an edge rush. We're talking edge. He wasn't even in our conversation here. I'm surprised. I thought this would be an Adi spot. I thought this would be a Keon White kind of spot as well. But they go with the production guy in Isaiah Foskey. So, Eric, tell me about Isaiah Foskey. What about him?
So the funniest thing to me was when I was watching the scouting combine and the edge rushers going through the drill, the tightness of Isaiah Foskey's hips. I had to go back and watch it because he made me laugh. They have to, one of them was they have to do a spin move, and you still want to stay tight in the spin move, and he's sitting there like kind of making an L shape with his legs as part of his spin move. He's not fluid, he's not bendy. He got completely shut down consistently at the Senior Bowl. He was a guy that was getting a lot of first round hype back in January before the Senior Bowl. And then he seemed to fall off a cliff. And all the conversations that I was hearing was late third, early day 3 kind of guy. So this seems a little bit earlier, even amongst the guys that I've talked with. A lot earlier for me. I had him as a mid fourth round guy. But it's just there's a lot of edges that I think are better that fit that same kind of mold. And to see him go before Keon White and even BJ Ojulari is really shocking to me.
Yeah, that is pretty surprising. I mean, Adi kind of played a defensive end spot too, right? For Northwestern, he's kind of more of a 7 technique that can reduce down maybe 4-eye, got crazy length. So that is super surprising for me. Derek Hall goes off the board. I'm also maybe even a little bit surprised that Yaya Diaby, maybe we start talking about him some here. Zach Harrison. Edge rushers are very valuable, and they are flying off the board. A lot of them went off earlier than we thought, right? Will McDonald came off the board. They got Derek Hall, top of the second here now, Isaiah Foskey. Edges are valuable. If you can't get after the quarterback, then your defense is sunk. I think the Broncos have a lot of bodies at edge this season, and if they're healthy, the top 2 I think are adequate starters. I think Randy Gregory actually has the ability to be a number 1, but I don't know if you can depend on him. Don't know if you can depend on Baron Browning. And after that, it's a big question mark. So edge is definitely something you consider for the Broncos, but they're flying off the board right now. Zach Powers coming in here. Good to see a ZP saying sit back. If the cornerbacks fall, take 2 back to back. He says DJ Turner, Julius Brents, Darius Rush, etc. And that's pretty interesting. Maybe we got the Cardinals pick coming in. And if you have it, then you can announce it. Okay.
DJ Ojulari. They take the edge rusher out of LSU.
Interesting. Little finesse player, very young. I think he's pretty good on loop arounds. Doesn't do very much against the run right now, but extremely bendy kind of player. I think he's like a C+ level Brian Burns. Very, very, super elastic hips and ankles, can really cut some of those angles down. But if you run at him, if you have somebody who could pack a punch on him, not very good right now. I got to be honest, though, when you're watching LSU this year, maybe it's because, God, who's that true freshman they had this year? I hate doing this to you because you're not into the scouting as much. Their true freshman was unbelievable. The linebacker for them. Somebody in the chat can probably help me out here. He's going to be a top 3 pick in 2025. That level of talent.
I'm sure I noticed him, but I mean, not draft eligible. I don't take notes of them. So
it just popped in my head. Harold Perkins, unbelievable talent at LSU. You will know that name in 2 drafts from now. You'll know it next year. But yeah, it didn't really stand out for me. But B.J. Ojulari, edge rushers are flying off the board now. What is that, 3 in a row now? Maybe this is helping the Broncos. 3 of the last 4, maybe as well. So this is helping the Broncos. You have
3 of the last 5.
3 of the last 5. Hall, Foskey, and now you have B.J. Ojulari. Jets already took one. Green Bay took one, so we won't see them in the next 2 picks here. Maybe Green Bay ends up going with the tight end here. Luke Musgrave, wide receiver, still on the board for them. Maybe they just continue to do their thing where they take offensive line, cornerback, defensive line, and they call it good. But what do you think here about this run on edge rushers, and also Zach's comment here about taking 2 cornerbacks, 67 and 68?
Taking 2 corners, 67, 68. I mean, if one of those guys you view as an excellent nickel option, then definitely, because they need somebody to help upgrade that spot too. Quan Williams is in the final year of his deal, and after that is kind of booty cheeks a little bit. But as for, sorry, what was your other question?
I don't even remember. I was reading the chat when you were going on there. Doesn't matter.
The run on edge rushers.
Yes. Yep.
I think that we're gonna here pretty soon. We'll start to see edge rusher calm down a little bit, simply because we're starting to hit a point where, even though it is such a valued position, the value of what's available, I think that we just doesn't match with the value of where you're at. I think that there's maybe 3 or 4 more guys somewhere in the second round that really carry a good value, but that's my opinion. May not be the NFL's. Again, Isaiah Foskey just got drafted, and he was a guy in the mid 4th round, so maybe they don't agree with me.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We got Troy Trickel. Do you know this name? Coming in, he says they're talking about the sunsets. It sunsets at 9:58 p.m. That's unbelievable. Thanks, Troy. I hope you're doing well. You have a good kid out here. That's glad to know. I'm glad we're hanging out here, and thank you for coming in and commenting. Frank coming in saying, "Well, I'm a Notre Dame fan, and one of the players went to the damn Raiders. Excuse my French. I'm very upset about this." Yeah, I feel you. It always hurts when a player that you really like goes to a rival. It also hurts when a draft crush that you have goes to a rival that you hate. So I get it. You can still pull for Michael Mayer and then hope that he is out.
Luke Musgrave is to the Packers. This was a guy that I mentioned him to in the group chat, that Packers are in on tight ends. Luke Musgrave, he was one of the few, but there goes Luke Musgrave.
And now 3 of the 4 players identified as ones that I would be interested in trading up for are gone. How much longer will Keanu Benton be on the board? Probably not too much longer, but we'll see. Broncos right now, the guys that were identifying as wants are unfortunately flying off the board, at least in my opinion, but we'll see. I know a lot of people like John Michael Schmitz, a lot of people like Joe Tippmann. What are your thoughts on those 2 guys? Now that we have some picks coming in here, I feel like you and I can talk candidly. A lot of people, banging the table for those 2. Personally, I don't think either of them are these no doubt second round kind of players. And I would honestly rather sit there in the 3rd round where we sit right now and see if one falls to you, rather than go up and make a big move to go up for one of those guys. I don't see it with them enough to trade multiple picks to go get them.
For the 2 centers, right?
Yes. Yep. For Joe Tippmann and John Michael Schmitz.
Yeah, I think they both have plenty of questions that can keep them, continue to the fall. I mean, 2 shoulder injuries for Joe Tippmann. For an offensive lineman, shoulder injuries are a serious concern. And I definitely could see him falling, but I'm with you. I mean, maybe a slight trade up. Maybe if they fall to like 60, like
63,
I think 60 is where I would start to look, start making calls a little bit. But I'd rather sit. I mean, Cody Malk is still available. There's a lot of talk that he's going to be a center. Emil Ekiyor, he's another guy that a lot of teams prefer at center. So you have, even though the pure center class is a little thin, there's a lot of guys that are going to be moving inside as well. And I don't see great value in trading up for a position. As much of it Denver needs it, it's still not a super value position.
And a few other guys that you can mention there. I know Nick Saldiveri has cross-trained in all 5 spots on the offensive line there. Been more offensive tackle, but Old Dominion player. A lot of people think he's a early to late 3rd round grade, somewhere in there. Maybe the Broncos love him enough to take him there. He's kind of a versatile player, good size. And then you also have the guy that we talked about that we took in the 5th round of our combined mock draft in Ricky Stromberg out of Arkansas. So Broncos do need a center. It'd be great if they could bring one in here. I just don't think that unless you're giving a little tiny bit of value, going up for them. I don't think I would do that personally based on my evaluation of both those players, having watched them. I just don't think they are that much of a difference makers that I want to give up multiple picks to get that guy. So that's just my take on it. Some people might disagree with it. That's totally fine. We got $5 coming in from Dave Bristol over on YouTube saying, thanks for the work, guys. This is such a unique draft situation that is very interesting to me. Go Broncos, too old to do all this stuff. Well, Dave, you can just sit back, smoke a stogie, have a beer, hang out, whatever you want to do, and kick back and listen and hang out with us. We're just chilling. We're having a good time. And we really do appreciate the $5 coming in here. Saw our guy Phil McLaughlin come in earlier. I because it's just us running it here, I don't have the ability to check on the Facebook side of things as well with the stars, but Phil always comes in with stars. So I'm just going to assume that Phil came in with stars, and I appreciate you so much, Phil. Also, Michael Ronquillo is always a big star giver as well. So hopefully we'll have Scott again tomorrow working the back end. The secret here, because of my camera stuff, my mouse is not working, so I'm having a pretty hard time working all of them together. But if there are any stars, just, hey, stars, maybe we'll get to you. Or maybe Lance or somebody in the background can help with that at some point too. But we have the Jets coming up here now. Is this a spot where offensive line, this is a team that desperately needs center as well? You have a chance for wide receiver help. Where are you thinking here for the New York Jets, having picked Will McDonald at pick 15?
I'll be curious with if they look at DeJuan Jones. There's a lot of falling out there between Mekhi Becton and the coaching staff, and they do like their big tackles there in New York, providing some extra protection. And tackle is a position that they've been really linked to and looking hard into. I'm not sure that's where they go. I could see another tight end going here. Darnell Washington, perhaps, to provide, some extra blocking for the running back they have. But and I've seen the pick now. They do go offensive line. Talking about those centers, there goes Joe Tippmann.
Joe Tippmann to the Jets. So, yep, the centers, the Jets desperately needed a center. They did just re-sign Connor McGovern. What the hell? You send Connor McGovern back to Denver if you're going to draft Joe Tippmann here. But the centers are coming off the board here. Bummed to see a lot of players, but we expected this to happen, right? The Broncos picking 67, 68. There's about 10, 15 guys we like. Well, guess what? Odds are the 10, 15 are probably gone by the time the Broncos are on the clock, but we'll see. There's still a lot of talent left. There's still a lot of talent at cornerback available. I think we talked earlier that we expected defensive backs to come off the board early and often in the second round. Have we seen a single defensive back not named Joey Porter taken yet? I mean, Brian Branch is still out there. You have Julius Brent still out there. Cornerbacks are still definitely available.
They are, and I think we'll see a run here soon happen on it. This clearing out. This isn't a strong class on the interior offensive line, so teams are wanting to get their guys, and corner is a little stronger. And corner lately has been year in, year out, has been consistently bringing good quality talent, not necessarily great draft classes, but good quality talent to the NFL. So I think teams are, in terms of the draft, are just kind of sitting back a little bit. And here soon we will have Thomas Hall joining us. He'll be bring a little bit of a relief to our voices for a little bit, and hope you guys enjoy that. But let's see who's on the clock right now.
We have Indianapolis coming up next. They've also been linked heavily to offensive line. They could use some help at cornerback. Indy is a pretty dreadful team. If I was them, I'd be looking to add infrastructure around Anthony Richardson. The clock starts this year with him. I know he's considered a project, but guess what? They don't give you an extra year because a guy's a project. We see it right now with Trey Lance. You already only have 2 years of control left with Trey Lance, and you don't know diddly about him. So go out there, maximize that. Also, same thing with Justin Fields. Oh, it's a terrible team around him. Well, sorry, we don't care. You only have 2 years of control left in that cost control, and those years matter a lot if you are trying to compete in the NFL with a rookie quarterback. So I think they got to go offense here. The weapons are dreadful as well. Maybe this is the Darnell Washington spot. Maybe the tight ends get zapped up. They did let Mo Alley Cox, I believe, walk. He was kind of their massive wide tight end.
Yeah, and as you're saying, I mean, when you're talking about these quarterbacks, one thing that we always talk about with quarterbacks in general in the NFL, how much do they raise the talent level of those around them? Yes, you still need talent, but you still got to be able to go out there and perform no matter what you have and show that you are a guy. Trevor Lawrence did it, even though the Jaguars his rookie season weren't great, and he didn't have the best rookie season, but he still went out there and showed that he can be the guy. Joe Burrow, I mean, all these guys, they went out there and did it. I mean, Trey Lance, we're already talking about how he's possibly on the trade market. So the clock does start now for Anthony Richardson. I'm with you. Either get somebody to help on the offensive line so they can sit there and really lean into that running game. Darnell Washington, he's an excellent blocker. If you want to lean into the running game, or go get him a weapon.
Yeah, weapon would be interesting here. I don't think running back makes sense here for them. They paid Jonathan Taylor a lot, although he's been hurt. The offensive line there was terrible last year. Maybe this is a DeJuan Jones pick. You take the best arguable athlete in the class and you pair him with a big right tackle. I know they've had some issues out there. Who was their right tackle? Braden Smith has been up and down as of late. Their left tackle was horrible last year. And guy that we liked okay here. And you're kind of, is it John Michael Schmitz? What's going on?
Julius Brents, the Kansas State corner, freakishly long, freakishly athletic. Ball skills aren't great. I don't want to say they're terrible either. It's just kind of like middle of the pack and not quite, that level that NFL teams really, really desire. But he is just such an interesting prospect to sit there and bring in and develop. And he fits what they do in their coverage extremely well.
I love Julius Brents, former Iowa Hawkeye, transferred out because Riley Moss beat him out. And that's kind of crazy to say. But a good kid, left on good terms and had incredible. It's not just the size, right, Eric? He tested unbelievable with the movement skills, the agilities. Hopefully I didn't freeze out there for a sec. But the agilities were like 90th, 99th percentile range. So really a unique player. The jumps were incredible. I don't think he's got incredible long speed, but with how big and long he is, a very unique player. I was really honestly sickly hoping that maybe Seattle would take him early to pair him with Tariq Woolen just to have some pterodactyls on the boundary. But interesting to see Julius Brents come off the board here to the Colts. I think Colts are doing pretty darn good in this draft. I do like they were terrible last year, but doing pretty well with the picks they have. We got a question coming in here from Sonny Staley saying any value in reports that Philip Lindsay is coming back to Denver. Eric, you heard anything there? What's going on?
So it all comes from the, interview that he had, how he would like to come in and kind of finish his career in Denver. He thinks that'd be a good ending to it. We talked about this a little bit last night to start the show, or at least I did with Chad and Zach. And I don't see any interest in bringing Lindsay back. He's not even the guy for the Seattle Sea Dragons. He's been bouncing around the NFL ever since he left. And it's clear when I went back and read his comments, it's clear he knows he's nearing the end of his football career. I don't know what he brings to it outside of maybe, hey, we'll bring you in, we'll stash you on the practice squad. If multiple injuries occur, then we might look at your way for a game, like just as an emergency kind of guy. Outside of that, I just don't think the value. It's a great story. Don't get me wrong. I love the story about how he ended up choosing Denver over Baltimore. But just at this point, the ship has sailed.
And even if it hadn't sailed, I don't know if he's a great fit for the Broncos want to do. They do want to get more explosive, I believe, on offense. But if a running back is that small, they need to be able to flex out and play wide receiver kind of slot positions. And Philip Lindsay he struggled historically as a receiver, just not super great in the routes, not great hands. So it's probably not going to happen. And I wish him nothing but the best. Seems like a great dude and had a great run with Denver. But this is kind of the reality of running backs as well, right? Like, what is he, 6 years since drafted? He also had an unbelievable ton of carries coming out of Colorado. So you only have so long. That's one reason I want rookie running backs maybe to get 2-year contracts. And then maybe get paid again or something, which would hurt them getting drafted. But the sooner you get to the market, the better. So we have a pick coming in a trade. What's going on?
Trade, actually. And it's one of those rare interdivision trades. The Green Bay Packers are moving down with the Detroit Lions moving up.
Curious. Okay, O'Cyrus Torrence. I'm calling it again. They're coming up for O'Cyrus Torrence this time.
They love their big bullies on the offensive line.
They do. Yep. Do you have any thoughts here? And we got Thomas also about to come in as well. But Phil coming in. Phil, if I missed you earlier with the Stars, I apologize. I'm doing everything I can over here, spinning so many plates on these sticks. But didn't Luke Musgrave, Oregon State, miss all of last season? He did suffer an injury. He got, I think, halfway through week 2, and then ended up missing most of the season, and then came back and looked incredible in the Senior Bowl, and then tweaked something and missed some time at the Combine as well. So we got a pick coming in. What is it, Eric?
Brian Branch. They go defensive back. I mean, they love their big bullies, but I like this pick for them as well. I like Brian Branch. I thought he would have been gone by now. I do know that there were concerns about him being more of a tweener in the NFL. Some guys aren't sure if he's actually a safety, if he's just a nickel. I think he didn't test well. I think he is he's a good football player, but it's just a matter of got to find somewhere to play him. And these other guys that have come out of Alabama, kind of in that similar mold, playing that same kind of role in the secondary, they at least either tested well or had somewhere where they could stand out and excel in the NFL. Branch just doesn't quite have that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's Lance, our guy, saying that's a hell of a pick. We know you loved Branch there, and good pick for them. I think safeties, nickelbacks, linebackers, you have to have the enough factor in terms of the size and the athleticism. After that, it's an intelligence position, in my opinion, a neck up, as they like to say. And I think Brian Branch he has a crazy amount of like tackles for loss for a safety, run stops. He's going to be a good pick for them. Really brings a lot of toughness to them. Him and Jack Campbell playing on that second level of the defense, a little closer to the center, pretty damn awesome. But you know who else is awesome coming in here? Man, this is the facial hair game is strong today. Thomas Hall, how you doing, Thomas?
Good. How about you guys?
Having a lot of fun. Killing it. Going on day 2. What's new? Thank you for joining us today. How you feeling?
Feeling good, man. I'm, it's been kind of a weird draft, not having the Broncos pick for a while. So just kind of, a little nervous for some reason, waiting for that to tick down until the Broncos draft, hoping they get somebody I would like, I guess. But one of them's already gone. Or 2 of them actually. So we'll see.
And one of them that I liked a lot is already gone as well. Unfortunately, with this pick for the Broncos, unfortunately, Eric, the New England's pick is coming in here. Who is it?
Keon White, the talented, versatile defensive lineman that we talked a little bit ago out of Georgia Tech. I mean, you could just do so much with him on the defensive front. And I think one thing that teams absolutely loved about him, but we're also cautious about, he's so new to the position. He was a tight end that's converted over, and he's only been a defensive end for 2 seasons now, I believe. And so it was just trying to find that balance of where is he at now? How much work do you have to put into it? I like this pick for them. And we always talk about archetypes for teams. He's one of those archetypes that Bill Belichick has taken to. He's going to plug him in as his 4-3, 7-tech defensive end and just try to thrive with him.
Yeah, I like him a lot. A little bit older for the position. I think he's going to be 25, but a little bit raw still. He's somebody who does not play to his size. Like, dude, you're 270, 280 pounds, like playing like you're 240, but a lot of talent there. And let's get back to Thomas here. Thomas, you mentioned that a couple of your players that you were really hoping for the Broncos have come off the board. Who are you shaking your fist at right now that you had hoped to be available?
Joe Tippmann. I was kind of hoping that Joe Tippmann would fall to 67. The Broncos need a center. They really do. I mean, Cushenberry has not performed well, and even if he does next year, he's still going to be an undrafted or unrestricted free agent the following year. They have a 1-year contract with Kyle Fuller. They really need to get a center, at least for the future. And I was kind of hoping Tippmann would be there, but not so far. We'll see. We'll see if any of them are even there.
For sure. And you mentioned maybe another player as well. Who was the other one? I mean, Tippmann, center.
Avila. I liked him too. Not necessarily he could be a center or guard, but I liked him. He kind of fits Peyton's offensive line. The way they retooled that, big maulers. So I was kind of hoping some miracle would happen, but I wasn't holding out too much hope.
Yeah, we both were there with you, hoping for a miracle of Steve Avila. He was one of both of Nick and I. He was one of our guys this year.
Yeah.
Loves it.
Yeah,
I think
the problem is the Broncos can't really trade up. They don't have a lot of ammunition unless they're going to trade a player, which I don't think, after the way the first round fell with wide receivers, it wasn't looking good for, someone calling desperate for a wide receiver. So it looks like they're kind of sticking at 67 and unless they really, someone falls to within striking range, so to speak.
And Eric, before the show, mentioned that about pick 50 is when you should start paying attention to the Broncos for a potential trade up. So we're getting into that range. Nobody hold their breath. We might be 55. Okay. I thought you said 50. So 55. Hope that's a deep cut if you recall that one, but interesting. So Eric, let's do a check here. Big board check. Who are the top players left on your board? They just announced Brian Branch on my TV. We have Keon White after that as well, to South defenders there. But who are the best players left on your board now that we have had Branch and Keon White come off?
Well, there's Osiris Torrance, who I've been started reaching out, sending a couple messages to, trying to figure out why is he falling. He's a guy that a lot of teams kept talking about Detroit, that second first round pick that they had from the Rams. That's where a lot of people were putting Osiris Torrance as his high spot. So he's still continuing to fall. He's a guy I'm reaching out on. Drew Sanders and Trenton Simpson are my next 2 guys. They were viewed as 1-2 at linebacker, but Jack Campbell went earlier. I can understand a little bit why they're falling. They both have that tweener aspect to them about where do you fully play them at in the NFL. And then after them, John Michael Schmitz, Cam Smith, the cornerback out of South Carolina, and Zach Charbonnet round out, my top 6 that's left.
Interesting. Well, I'm keeping an eye on John Michael Schmitz. Like I said, I don't know if I'd really trade up for him, but at pick 67, that's worth a shot for me. I'm still looking at some of these cornerbacks here. I do like Tyreek Stevenson. Corey Trice, I think, might go higher that. But the guy I'm really hoping for right now, holding the bated breath, he might even be the next pick for Washington for all I know. But Keanu Benton, somebody I've been mocking to the Broncos for a bit. Mocked him to Denver with one of their first, my first mock of the year to Denver here. We took him in the round table. Broncos need to get bigger. We know that in Mickey Loomis and Sean Payton's time in the Saints, it wasn't just getting bigger and faster and stronger and longer on the offensive line. It was on the defensive line too. And Broncos right now, after DJ Jones, a lot of question marks on their defensive line. So we'll see what happens.
Well, you're good. It's not Keanu Benton, but they take another guy that I think you were pretty high on. Started getting some first round talk there. Quan Martin, the defensive back out of Illinois.
Damn. That's I love Quan Martin. Safety, he's a little bit small, but he had unbelievable explosive drills. His broad and his vertical, I believe, one of them was like the 98th percentile. One of them was like the 92nd. He also had a 10-yard split. That was the 90th percentile. Super versatile. Free safety, slot safety, played box. Some people think he can play boundary. He reminded me a lot of last year's first round pick, Dax Hill, who ended up going, I believe, 31 overall to the Cincinnati Bengals. So a player that the Broncos need a safety. I mocked him to Denver in my final official mock draft. First player that come off the board here for in that mock. So I guess this is about range, but a good pick for Washington. They get him and Emmanuel Forbes. Pretty fun to see what's going on there in Washington with that secondary. So Thomas, any thoughts on Jatavius Martin? How much Illinois did you catch this year?
Yeah, I didn't unfortunately didn't get to watch a lot of college ball this year, man. I was so busy doing some other things. I didn't get a chance to watch. So I didn't get to watch any Illinois. So I'm really kind of, I would say not schooled in that, some of these picks coming out right now. I do have my favorites, of course. I did a lot of more work for later, because I wasn't really paying attention to first rounds. I didn't think the Broncos would try and trade up too far, so I kind of stayed away from those. But I paid attention a lot to the ones that could possibly fall the third round, people I wanted. So I'd like Schmidt. That's a good. If he falls, I'd take him. And Cody Mauch is one that I've kind of paid a little bit of attention to just because he got a lot of buzz coming out. Being a smaller school guy, but he'd be fun, I think, if he could fall. But yeah. I spent a lot of times doing the analytics. There's a lot of you guys out here that are doing a lot of the draft stuff, watching a lot of film. So I try and focus more attention to that type of stuff. So I don't have an opinion on him. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's totally fine. Well, I can set this up too. Analytics. What does the analytics say about the Broncos at pick 67? We talked about center a lot, obviously, but is there any other spots that just based on the numbers, maybe the Broncos should look that way? Something maybe even a little bit under the radar.
Yeah, it's funny because I've been looking at the offensive line. Their third round is not a great round. If you're looking for an impact player, and when I describe an impact player as somebody who, has the resume, someone that's getting an all-pro award, someone that's getting, multiple Pro Bowls, those are the type of players that I kind of consider are more impact players. When you're in the third round, it's a pretty low probability of getting that type of player. I mean, it takes a lot of a little bit of luck, I would say. But, for an offensive lineman, you're sitting at about 0.086 probability of getting an impact player. But when you're thinking about a starter, an interior offensive lineman, you got a pretty good chance of getting a solid starter. But, you can also say Cushionberry is one of those. He's a starter, right? He has been a starter, hasn't been very effective starter. Yeah. But O-line is one of those that rank pretty high. But you could also think about, running back in that area, that type of player can, you can hit on an impact player there. It's still a small chance, but one of the higher chances really, and the Broncos need a running back. They really do. I think that they're pretty thin. I think they need a complement to Perrine, but that's another one you could go for. But, it's such a, when you're thinking about impact players, you're going to go for that player. Some of the others that don't really pan out a lot in that time, like edge rusher doesn't seem to really pop for an impact player in the third, fourth round. So, I think I'm really hoping that the Broncos really stick to the, building the depth. And like you were talking about earlier, the defensive line, that's an area that they need I think they need more experience depth. I don't know if they really need to draft somebody for the future. I think they've got a couple players that they like. second-year players, but they need some more depth. And I would like it to be experienced, but if they go into the draft and they go in the third round and there's a defensive lineman there, you could get it's an okay chance. It's about a 35% chance of getting someone who could become a starter down the road, primary starter. So there's a few options, but I'm still fingers crossed for that center. The numbers show that the interior linemen can pan out in the third round, and if one of them falls, I'm hoping they grab him.
Well, you mentioned center here. You mentioned this guy's name a bit ago, Eric. We have a trade with Green Bay Buccaneers coming up for somebody, and it's a center. What's the news?
Yeah, they moved up and they got Cody Mauch. I'll be curious to see where they play him. And one thing with Tampa Bay that we've seen over years, they have gone repeatedly to the smaller school offensive linemen. They got Ali Marpet a few years ago. There was a guy, last year, I think, or the year before, from a smaller school that they picked in. They love those small school offensive linemen. He's good fit for what they want to do. They're going to continue to build up that offensive line because you got to keep Kyle Trask, the pocket clean because he can't move around out of the pocket or anything. So it's a good fit with what they want to do. I'm a little, sad though, because I was hoping he'd fall a little bit. I liked what he showed at the Senior Bowl, snapping the ball a little bit. And he's one of those guys that maybe not a day one starter, but he's a guy that you can develop and train up and take over next year and let Lloyd Cushenberry walk.
Yeah, without a doubt. We have Corey Johnson coming in, making us laugh. I have prejudice against a mustache. Come on, mustaches are great. When the math comes, I'll listen. See, most people would be like, I'm okay with the mustache, but when the math comes, I'm out.
That's right.
It'd be interesting. And we got Eric shaking his fist here. Is it Keanu Benton to the Steelers?
Keanu Benton to the Steelers.
That one made a lot of sense. We mentioned the interior defensive line earlier, made a lot of sense for them. This is a team that they've done a lot of work on defensive linemen as well, and he's a great fit for them up front. So the Steelers have taken now an offensive tackle, a defensive tackle, and Joey Porter Jr. They're playing the draft value game pretty darn well, and that's a great pick for the Steelers. A little bit of a bummer that Keanu Benton comes off the board here, but hey, what can you do? You can't control it. But I guess you can manifest though. Let's manifest something else here. Ade still on the board maybe for the Broncos. Let's see about that one coming down the clock here. So tell me a little bit more about these positions of athleticism or positions of third round. What about a position like safety? The Broncos obviously have Caden Stearns they're looking for, and another one that I think is interesting because it typically takes a lot of time to hit in the NFL, but there's not a lot of first rounds that are great. Tight end as well. Safety and tight end, 2 spots.
Yeah, I think the Broncos have to get a safety. They either have to bring in an experienced safety or they only got 4 on the roster. So they need at least a body there at the very least. I actually think that they need to prepare for when Justin Simmons departs, which could happen sooner rather than later. I like him. He's a great player. But, he's been around since 2016 and, he's got a few years on him. So they need to prepare for that as well. So, going into the third round to get a safety, it's like I said before, it's not a huge probability of grabbing that impact player, but there's a 50-50 shot at getting a starter on the third round. When you look at the past, I've been looking at since 2009, you look at those drafts and it's about 50-50. So, they could go out and grab a safety with that second, that number 68 and prep him for the future, get a free safety type that they can maybe replace Justin Simmons in a couple of years. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm hoping for a better depth coming out of this draft, people that can stick around and hopefully be for the future, but I don't have any hopes that they're going to grab a bunch of impact players because it is pretty tough, but yeah, get a safety. That's one of the, when you look at the primary starters, like the analytics show that's a pretty high probability of finding one in the third round for a safety. So it's worth a shot if there's a player there. Don't reach, but if there's a player that fits the bill, then do it.
You're speaking my language. I love the analytics here about the positions that make sense later in the draft based on the hitting. The real question we'll have to have a conversation sometimes is we know what the data says. Why does the data say it this way? Why is it the edge rushers? We have some draft philosophy on that. We can get into it at some point. But just announcing the picks that have happened here as of late. Cody Mauch from North Dakota State. God, what a great smile. Missing those 2 front teeth. It's unbelievable with that long red hair. He's just a fun dude. Who doesn't love that? He's going to be great out there in Tampa Bay playing along with Tristan Wirfs. Is Ryan Jensen still out there too? Do they still have Ryan Jensen in
I think
they
so.
did.
Yeah, I think he. I don't know if he was going to retire or not, but let me look it up.
Some talk of it. Yeah, the missing he's talking right now, just the big, long red hair guy who played a lot of hockey as well, obviously has that hockey smile. So a fun player. Good to see. Oh, he's out there rocking the violin now on the field. Now he's a friend. Now I'm definitely higher on him than I was. But yeah, gotta love Cody Mauch there to the Buccaneers. Kind of glad about that. And then the Steelers going Keanu Bench, a little bit of a bummer. And Eric's giving me the finger here. What's going on?
Of course, after the trade away Aaron Rodgers, they finally go and get some weapons. Green Bay's going to Michigan State for the wide receiver Jaden Reed, a guy who got absolutely nothing but praise all week at the Senior Bowl.
I loved Jaden Reed at the Senior Bowl. He was, I believe, the Big Ten Special Teams Player of the Year 2 years ago. He was really good for that Michigan State defense when they were actually somewhat functional. When they had Kenneth Walker out there, they were horrible last season, but a really good player, can make some plays down the field, actually has pretty good the ability to go up and make plays on the football as well. Somebody who I believe had the prototype, actually, despite how small he is, decent size for this class, the smallest wide receiver class in NFL history in this draft class. So interesting to see Reed come off here, somebody who brings special teams value as well as a returner. Good player, really stood out at the Senior Bowl. So pretty interesting. Any thoughts here on the wide receivers coming off the board? Are we looking at wide receiver here? Is that a value spot in the third round?
Yeah, actually, second and third round are good for wide receivers. I've always said, why bother drafting a wide receiver in the first round if you can get, history has shown you can get a pretty good one in the second and third round. I mean, you got Michael Thomas, you got Cortland Sutton came out of the second round. Those were solid picks. Third round's not too bad. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I don't think the Broncos need to grab a wide receiver here in the third round. I don't, they've got some injury history. Obviously, if they were going to trade one of them, which I don't think they're going to at this point, then yes. But I don't think they need to go grab a wide receiver at this point. Maybe wait, see what happens this year, and then go to the draft next year if they think they need to get a wide receiver. But it's a pretty solid position to grab in the third round. I think you got you're one of those positions where it's you can luck out and get an impact player that happens to fall into your lap more often than you think.
Yeah, especially if you're looking for a wide receiver 2, wide receivers 3, which the Broncos seem to be looking for. Eric, where are we at on the big board check here? What's going on with who's available? What are you hearing? Any other moves in the background? Maybe this is the area where you start to hear the Broncos maybe trade a player here. A wide receiver just came off the board. Maybe that's something to follow here. Any thoughts, any news?
Well, I think with what Thomas was talking about with trading wide receiver, it doesn't bode well. I think that they were interested in trying to move Cortland Sutton maybe sometime today or tomorrow, but the teams that were interested in him are teams that have already taken wide receivers. We saw, the Baltimore Ravens, they were a team, they almost got a deal done. Then Odell Beckham Jr., there's a possibility they revisited that. Then they drafted Zay Flowers. The New England Patriots, the Green Bay Packers, there's still teams that could. I don't think it happens. I think Denver could look at wide receiver still in the third round. They're looking for somebody more explosive to bring more playmaking ability. And there's a lot of receivers left. I mean, I didn't like the top of this class, but I thought rounds 2 and 3 for this year for the wide receiver group was pretty strong. After that, it kind of falls off a cliff. So there's still plenty of explosive options if that is the way they want to go.
Just off the top of my head, a few explosive options in this class would be maybe Tyler Scott out of Cincinnati. I know that he played Wildcat quarterback and running back in high school, did not catch a lot of balls, and then translated that to Cincinnati. Had a pretty good time out there for the Bearcats. You still have Marvin Mims out there, the number 1 all-time receiving yards leader, I believe, in high school, Texas high school football history. There's a lot of good high school football being played in Texas. Marvin Mims looked awesome when he had Caleb Williams tossing in the ball out there. And then a few other guys, Cedric Tillman's still out there, more of a classic X. But some options at wide receiver still, no doubt. We'll see what happens. Now we got Miami coming up. Miami feels like an interior offensive line spot. Is this finally Osiris Torrance? Is this John Michael Schmitz? This is a team that they need to protect Tua. They need to run the ball better. It screams offensive line to me. Maybe DeJuan Jones, although Tua's not the tallest quarterback. Any thoughts, Eric?
I think that a sneaky position that they've done a lot of work on is they've done a lot of work on the tight ends. It has kind of, uncluttered a little bit, but Darnell Washington's still there. And I think this can make sense for them to help take the pressure off of Tua, with the concussions he had last year, helping them run the ball a little bit better, giving him a decent weapon they can sit there and work on developing. Offensive line, that's where I think they would probably want to go the most. Again, keeping Tua clean, keeping him off the ground is going to be such a factor for them. So there's definitely there's plenty of options left. I don't think if they go offensive line, I don't think it'd be DeJuan Jones, but they have been heavily linked to Jalen Duncan, the offensive tackle out of Maryland.
Well, I have a drink bet on Jalen Duncan getting drafted before Blake Freeland, so let's hope that comes to fruition here. It's a pop bet, everyone. Come on, I'm healthy.
They ended up going. They ended up going cornerback Cam Smith.
Cam Smith, interesting. Okay, well, Vic Fangio goes out there and gets a guy for Miami, somebody who is a chirper, not the all-time chirper in this class. That'd be Devon Witherspoon. But what do you think about this question here, Peter? Which round would have Greg Dulcich, Broncos tight end, taken 85th overall last season, I want to say? Where would he have been drafted in this year's class? This is a very good tight end class. Any thoughts on that, Thomas?
Yes, I mean,
yes.
I think you'd probably be taken around the third round, maybe a smidge later, but he's pretty good talent. I think he's going to be taken around at the same time. I mean, I think there's a few really good tight ends at the top, second round type tight ends, and then you're kind of getting pushed farther down into the fourth round. So I think he was probably about right, third rounder.
Yeah, I think probably it's a weaker draft class this year, so that just inevitably pushes him up. But it's also a worse, it's a better tight end class. So probably instead of mid third, you're probably talking late third in that kind of situation. But Eric maybe has an announcement here with Seattle. Is this the John Michael Schmitz pick? What's going on?
Zach Charbonnet,
Seattle
go running back
with Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker had some
that's
kind
of my that was kind of what the face was for, doubling up on running back there. Interesting move.
Yeah, it's starting to get interesting now. The Schmitz and a few other people are starting to get pushed down now. I mean, what pick are we at now? 50, 48, 49,
53.
53. Oh man, I don't have the screen up, so I'm just going with what I can remember as going. But yeah, it's getting interesting. I mean, this is at the striking distance, right? I mean, if you wanted to trade one of your later round picks to package it up with one of your number 68 or number 67, you might get in range to get one of those guys. But at this point too, it's kind of they keep falling closer and closer. Do you just hang tight and see what happens? I don't know. It's a tough one.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Dennis Woods coming in. Eric, if John Michael Schmitz falls, no hyphens in that name, John Michael Schmitz, do you move up and get him? We talked about this a little bit earlier, but we're starting to get into the range where I think you mentioned if he's there, pick 60, pick 62, you are potentially moving up.
I think I would consider it if he gets to 60. There's a couple of guys that I'd be willing to get up to 20 to about that 55 range for, few picks earlier. Darnell Washington is one of them. I think that, adding a developmental guy like he is, who brings just such a tremendous blocking ability with all the reports and comments that they want to go more 12 personnel this next season. I think Darnell Washington, that's probably the guy we're getting to where I'd probably be more willing to trade up a little bit higher for him than John Michael Schmitz. But John Michael Schmitz is still falling. His age is a concern there. He's 25 years old, a little bit older, but he plays a position that lasts for a little bit longer than, those skill positions.
Yeah, without a doubt, it'll be really interesting here. Chicago's coming up here pretty soon. Will they go back to the offensive line? Will they add another weapon? It's got to be probably a offensive-oriented pick here, but let's kick it back to Eric real quick. First, saying hi to Mike S. What are your top big board? What's going on? I just want to keep going. We need to have like a live graphic going every time the pick is made. You delete it and you kind of have a real one going. What's going on the big board?
Well, Osiris Thorns, Drew Sanders, Trenton Simpson, John Michael Schmitz. Those are guys that we've talked about a lot. DeJuan Jones. He was the guy that his size got such a huge boost from fans and media, but guys his size don't have a large history of success in the NFL. He always felt to be a little bit lower in NFL eyes from people I've talked to. Darnell Washington, again, I just got done talking to him. You want to talk about a little bit of an explosive guy, Josh Downs, a guy that I like a little bit more just because of all the tools and traits he has to work with, Javon Dexter. But as Thomas said on the defensive line, I think you got to find somebody who can be a starter, and that isn't Dexter. He's just a depth guy that you got to do a lot of work to develop. DJ Turner, he's another corner. He's got a little bit shorter arms. So there's still a couple tight ends left. I mean, besides Darnell Washington, Tucker Kraft, he's a guy that we talked about during the roundtable mock. He was a guy that you're a fan of. I like him as well too. So a lot of different ways to go. And the Broncos have been heavily linked with tight ends. So that's something that I am trying to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand the Zach Charbonnet pick. Zach Charbonnet, a bigger bodied guy. I think he profiles similarly to Javonte Williams with less explosive ability. I think Javonte Williams in the short area and just breaking tackles is a little bit better, where Charbonnet is a little bit stiffer. But a big back, and he's fine out of the backfield. Was played as a rookie freshman season at Michigan and then transferred out. And he looked like a Big Ten elite program playing Pac-12, flag football out there. Sorry to you Buff fans in here. Maybe it'll be better for you guys this upcoming season, but not the most physical conference. But Zach Charbonnet carried the rock a lot. Brings another guy. I mean, Pete Carroll loves to run the damn football, and this is a emphasis in running the football. Curious to see the running backs come off the board. But Eric, you mentioned Zach Charbonnet as somebody who had a little bit of hype as a potential late first rounder. So to see him come off the board here late second, okay value. Now we're on running back watch for the Broncos, I think a little bit here. Devon Achane, somebody you haven't mentioned yet. He's kind of a little bit of a tweener, but I mean, God, we know Sean Payton has been okay with some tweeners at the running back position. So will be interesting. Go ahead.
Gervon Dexter just got drafted by the Chicago Bears. And before we let you go, Thomas, just got to ask you, with how things have fallen since you've been with us, what are some names left that you're looking at for the Broncos? Are any of them guys that you'd be wanting to move up for?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking for that interior guy who can be a center, right? If Schmitz falls or whatever. It's kind of one of those things for me where the interior linemen are all kind of out of reach unless one of them falls. So, you're hoping that they make it, or you got to wait to kind of the fourth round to pick one up. You don't want to reach for like a Whippler or whatever. So I've been saying for a while that center is for me is their biggest need. So I'm hoping that they can go grab one. If not, I think a good complementary running back might be in order, or, try and, fill out that safety room a little bit. Those are kind of where I'm sitting, right? Like those are the needs. I mean, I know that you want to take the best player available when they're there, but you're not, you've got to also think about where you need to fill in that depth. And I think the Broncos, the other piece that really kind of makes me nervous is the health of their edge rushers. So, there's something to be said about grabbing another edge guy, but I'm not, for me, I want to grab, if it were me, I'd be trying to get an impact edge rusher. You don't really get those very often later. So hopefully like Christopher Allen can get healthy and become a better player, grow a little bit. So they have a little bit more depth there, but the starters worry me on the edge, but I don't know who you're going to get to replace them. So still fingers crossed that the interior offensive linemen fall and the Broncos can, pick up a good center that can last for the next 10 years.
Thomas, what I hear from this, join me. Edge rusher round 1, 2024. It's going to happen. Let's do it. Let's combine our powers. We can make this happen.
I think they have to. I mean, I wasn't really happy with the Gregory signing because he's never on the field, and he hasn't been for the Broncos. So if he's not on the field next year, they're going to have to get somebody else to replace him. And that's Browning is a good player, but he also had some health issues. So they need to get an impact edge rusher and then keep getting rid of him. They keep sending him away in trades. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, thanks for letting me jump in here, and appreciate it. And good luck with the rest of the night, guys.
Yeah, and if you want to jump back in later, just feel free to send us a message, and we'll try to get you back in here. Okay. Thank you for the insight. And good. Just real quick, I'm with you on the edge rusher. I've been saying that for months about the edge rusher room and how banged up it is.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, take care, guys.
All right. Well, that was Thomas Hall. You guys can check him out. He was live this morning. He's doubling up today as well. You can check him out in the Legends of Mile High podcast on Friday morning. We'll hear from him again. I would say probably, I don't know about the best facial hair in the game here for Mile High Huddle, because I don't want to insult my guy Lance or my guy Carl here. But we also have Lance coming in here. Our guy Lance killed it with us last night, and Lance, I do not envy him. I've been pretty crazy at work as well, but he's pulling familial family duties there while also having to do this stuff. So let's get Lance in here. Want to hear what he has to say. He's also, you didn't tell me about the tie. I knew about the collared shirts. I'm wearing my Iowa stuff, but you guys are rocking the ties. How you doing, Lance?
Hanging in there, man. Just enjoying some time with the family, and made some banging chicken wings tonight, and just kind of enjoying the night for the most part. Excited to join you guys and have some fun, chop it up. What's going on?
Yeah, just chilling. Doing pretty well. Hope you're doing well as well. The chicken wings sound good. I'm expecting out in Wyoming. They'll probably be cold by the time you get them to me, but that's okay. I won't fault you for it. No, yeah, it's great. How are you feeling right now? Obviously, you've been following the draft. You've seen you in the chat as well. We got guys coming in here hanging out. Hope you're doing well. We got to put the lineman, quit trolling us, put the lineman there. But where are we at? We got a pick coming in, Eric. What's going on?
There is a trade. The Chiefs are on the clock. So, Chiefs.
I'm so tired of them.
if this is Darnell Washington, the Chargers did draft Tuli Tupioloto. I think that's his name, the USC edge defensive lineman, depending on what size he ends up playing at.
Edge is flying off the board here, round 2.
Mm-hmm.
Still a lot of cornerbacks available, and so Lance, having you on here for the first time today, good to see you. How have you felt this has fallen so far? Any ones that shot to the heart for you for the Broncos? I mean, a lot of the guys that we talked about in our hopeful trade up guys have been gone, but who stands out for you so far, round 2, that you would have loved for the Broncos, or picks that you just like in general?
Well, I really wish that Brian Branch would have kept falling there for a minute. Julius Brents as well, going right before Brian Branch, and then Keanu Benton going right at the top there. I'm kind of behind here a little bit, so I've got to kind of scramble a little bit while I'm on the clock here. But Zach Harrison, the edge from Ohio State, is a name that I'm really targeting here for the Broncos at 67. If he continues to fall, with Felix Anudiko-Uzomah, BJ Ojolari going earlier a little bit, the edge is definitely a big need. You guys were just talking about that, so don't want to just keep repeating that. Obviously, John Michael Schmitz is a player that I'm very interested in the Broncos moving forward. And then a guy I talked about last night, Marvin Mims, the wide receiver from Oklahoma, getting some speed to this offense is another big need for me. So those are the players I'm really looking at right now, and we'll just kind of see how this board continues to fall. Not falling in the Broncos' favor, in my opinion, though.
Yeah, it's there's still talent available, but a lot of the guys that we liked, Keanu Benton, Lucas Musgrave, Joe Tippmann, Steve Avila coming off the board, Julius Brents as well, but we'll see what happens. Also, Jartavius Quan Martin, the guy that I really liked in this process. Shout out to Zan21 if you know him on Broncos Twitter. He's kind of the anonymous guy who's got a lot of good Broncos insight, so shout out to Zan. But we got Nigel Watts coming in here saying, hi from Perth, West Australia. God, what time is it in Perth? Thank you so much for joining us, Nigel, out over there on Facebook. He says, according to Andrew Mason, he has it on very good authority. The Broncos are going to trade up and also trade back. Well, I hope Andrew Mason is right, because I've been saying that I would do that for, I think, a month now, and it seemed pretty obvious. Go up and get a guy from 67, move back from 68 to recoup some picks. But Eric has an announcement for us first.
Well, just want to clarify here. Jeremy comes in. Did they trade with the Chargers? They did not. The Chargers made the pick, and then they traded up with the Lions. So Chargers picked Tuli, and then Chiefs are on the clock, and I haven't seen who their pick has been just yet.
So Lance, we should talk. Oh, here it is. Let's go.
Rashee Rice, the SMU receiver.
Interesting. So somebody who really good career at SMU overall. Obviously, I had a chance to watch him last year because Danny Gray was somebody I was interested in for the Broncos, ends up going to the 49ers, but didn't have an incredible time out there at the Senior Bowl. But somebody who blocks like a maniac out of the slot, one of the more physical receivers in this class, still pretty young as well, and pretty good production. So, yeah, really should be pretty interesting there. And Lance, have you ever got to hop out because of the family stuff? That's totally cool. Just hop back in. It's all good. Yeah, thank you, man. But we got Tuli for the pick here for the Chargers. Tell me about Tuli. I got to be honest. When I watched him at first, I'm okay, 290, really unique player, a lot of production. And then I watch him, and I'm like, not a lot of ankle flexion, not a lot of pop, not a lot of bend. Is he going to translate inside? Doesn't do the drills at the combine. I don't know, man. He's fine, but I don't know if he's a no doubt pick here for the Chargers. They obviously going edge is fine, but I'm not a huge fan.
I like the pick, but something that you'll hear me say this a lot in this, he's a tweener to me. He's an interior defensive lineman in an edge's body, especially after he dropped weight. I think you want him to bulk back up and kind of try to make him live as a kind of a 5 technique kind of guy. Limit the more inside stuff. I mean, you don't really want him in 4-4-I 3. So there's a little bit of limitation there with him. I like the pick. It's a little early for me, especially with some of the other edges that were available. And then as for Rashee Rice, I absolutely loved him. Like going into the Senior Bowl, he was my number 1 receiver. I loved how physical he was, and blocking for me is such a huge boost. But he struggled at the Senior Bowl, and one of the biggest things that I noted was the physicality wasn't there at the Senior Bowl. So that dropped him a little bit. And then some of the stuff at the combine continued to drop him a little bit. I like this pick for them, and it's definitely kind of showing a little bit of a shift of strategy that the Chiefs have had ever since moving on from Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, it's Tuli is an interesting pick here for them. And you're talking about the Rashee Rice. So they're talking about Tuli right now, but Rashee Rice, I mean, this is a you mentioned it, the scheme philosophy change here. They're getting more physical and they're using bigger blockers. This is Juju Smith-Schuster reincarnate as far as the role goes. They lost him. Now he can be a guy who can play slot there and dig some guys out. So gonna be fun. It's gonna be fine there for the Chiefs. He's not a very explosive player by any means, but a physical player and somebody who could be pretty good here. Maybe not the type the Broncos are looking for, but didn't the Broncos bring him in for a visit? They seem pretty interested in him as well. And one thing I love, Eric, one of the things that just absolutely gets me swooning, wide receivers who block. If you're a wide receiver and you are softer than, baby shit, and when you go out there to take on somebody, I'm not a fan. I'm not about that life. You better get out there and block your ass off if you're asked to. And there's a lot of wide receivers who think they're better than that out there. That's not their game. Rashee Rice goes out there and does the dirty work. So big fan of that aspect for his game.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And then the Chicago Bears move up. They traded up with the Jaguars. They're on the clock. Haven't seen who they are, where they're going just yet. I can't remember what else they've done, but offensive line still continues to be a need for them. Maybe, I hate to say it, but maybe the center we're hoping for, maybe this is where he ends up going.
Very possible. Cody Whitehair, I believe, is the center there, but only has 1 year left of cost control. They have Tevon Jenkins at left guard, who's actually found a pretty good home there at left guard. Him and Darnell Wright together, man, that's some tenacity and some anger on that offensive line. You should have some gaping holes there for whoever is running the football there for that team. I thought that their Cole Kmet kind of started to stand out last year, and they got some good wide receivers as well. So, I mean, maybe I know that we've been talking about keeping building around the offense for the Justin Fields and that Bears offense, but their defense is freaking horrible, man. They are terrible. They paid 2 linebackers, but edge, interior defensive line, cornerback, safety, they all got to be on the board as well. They were freaking dreadful.
They were. I mean, the Bears, they wanted more picks because of how many holes they had. That's part of the reason why they traded down from 1. They just needed so much. I do know with possibility of it being John Michael Schmitz, they're not super thrilled with Cody Whitehair, and it could be a situation of where they're looking at making that switch, finding somebody else to step in as after, a couple of years of Justin Fields and Cody Whitehair. Well, here you go. Here's our center going forward now. And, just continuing to build out the offensive line, getting those bullies on it. Something that they lacked last year. One thing that a lot of people love to see in the NFL, you got to have the right attitude and demeanor on the offensive line. That can carry you a long way, even if you may not be the most athletic or the most technical guy. If you are mean and nasty and like to finish guys, like you can just manage to have not necessarily be like a all-pro player, but you can find success.
Yeah, you're definitely right. You have a role, no doubt. We got CPO coming in, Skipio, whatever it is, coming in saying Tyreek Stevenson, Corey Trice, Darius Rush are the best cornerbacks on the board. You still have DJ Turner as well, unless a cornerback just came off the board.
Tyreek Stevenson.
All right. Well, I really like Tyreek Stevenson.
I did.
Okay, I liked him in man coverage. I thought he was pretty good here, and this was the range I expected him to go. Late second, goes off to the board to the Jags. Interesting player here. We also got the unicorn, Riley Moss. I think Riley Moss is more of a late 3rd pick, but we'll see what happens there. We got our guy Phil coming in here.
To Chicago, not the Jags.
Chicago, excuse me. They were behind there on the ticker, but okay. They need defense. So Phil McLaughlin coming in. I'd love to be in the draft room right now. Phil, I wish you were here having a beer with me right now. It's way more fun, right? Way more fun than the draft room. Although maybe Sean is partaking in some other things like the video that was released yesterday. But we'll see. But we got our guy Lance coming back in here. Let's get him on the stream. I want to have Lance in here when the Broncos do officially make the pick. I want to have the live reaction for when they trade up. And who knows? Maybe it'll be a player involved. Maybe something away. We're getting to go time.
Just got to ask a question. Will the Broncos make a pick this year that makes one of us react like I reacted last year with their 2nd, 4th round pick?
I forgot all about that until you just mentioned it. That Ayomo Wazarike pick. It was like, oh yes. Like Eric was so excited, guys. You have to go back and check that out. It was so much fun, man. Honestly, the more I'm looking at this board, and the more that I'm looking at the players that are available, if the Broncos are looking cornerback, Keely Ringo makes a lot of sense. You're looking for a hyper athlete, super lengthy guy. Like it makes a lot of sense for the Broncos to go in that particular direction. he's got to develop a lot. He's got to really understand how to play the game more as a football player than he is as an athlete. But if you're looking for a guy to develop, to push Damari Mathis on the boundary, Kelee Ringo makes a lot of sense for me here.
Kelee Ringo would be extremely interesting, physical player, should translate to special teams too as a gunner. I mean, day one, if you want to talk about getting day one impact on the for a team, this Broncos has a lot of avenues for special teams, without a doubt. Anybody else, Eric? That's a good shout out there, Lance. Somebody that, press man, maybe he could play safety as well. Maybe he could play up the alley, physical player. I thought he did okay against Marvin Harrison Jr. as well. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. still freaking gets his, without a doubt. But very fun player, maybe not the overall fluidity that you're looking for, but good, no doubt. And honestly, the guy that stands out for me for a cornerback right now would probably be DJ Turner, the fastest player that was measured at the combine, really tenacious. I mean, there's some hit stick plays from him, a little smaller, but you can't teach that speed, and one of those kind of unique guys. So cornerback stacking up pretty well. What do you think, Eric?
I mean, I don't want Kelee Ringo whatsoever. I have an issue with athletes at corner that don't know how to play football. And that's what he is to me. There's just so much that needs to be done with his technical aspect of it. And he's a guy that I'm going to disagree with Lance here. I don't think he comes in. I don't think he's competition for Damari Mathis right away. I mean, I think he's a guy that you're going to use him on special teams, step in if you need to because of injury, and, try to develop him over the next couple of years. And that's it because of just that. And John Michael Schmitz ended up being the pick here for the New York Giants at number 57.
Well, sometimes it's like that, and the Broncos still have picks. There's still plenty of talent left. A little bit of a bummer, but hey, they were not going to be able to fix every hole on this team with only 5 picks and picking as late as they were. So we'll see what happens. Maybe there'll be a surprise pick here, but sorry, Broncos country. I know a lot of you folks wanted Joe Tippmann or John Michael Schmitz, but he is off the board now. A little bit too bad, but will be interesting to see what happens with that team. We got John coming in saying same with Turner. With all that speed, he still gets torched. They play a lot of man coverage out there for Michigan out there, and they can leave him on an island. I think he's more of maybe even a slot at the next level. But yeah, definitely sometimes he makes guesses out there, and it doesn't always work out. There's a reason that he's still on the board here, despite the athletic tools that he possesses. So it will be interesting. Now that John Michael Schmitz is gone, we can just cross that off the list. Sorry, guys in the chat. I know a lot of people were really hoping for him here. But what's going on, Eric? What are you thinking? We talked about a little about corners. Actually, I'm going to step in here real quick. The guy that I'm really, you were asking for the Eric kind of reaction here, like, the hooting and hollering. Adi for me, the Northwestern inside-outside pass rusher, a 35-inch arm length, 280 pounds, ran unbelievably fast. Plays with great leverage. I thought he was unbelievable, especially as the Senior Bowl went on. And if you give him one lane, like a single gap kind of situation to pin his ears back, really good pass rusher on the interior. Very strong leader as well. I would love Adi. I'm surprised that he is still on the board. I know he's a little bit of a weird body type, but if you're talking single gap, pinning your ears back, blitzing, I think he'd be a great fit. Any thoughts there, Eric?
Yeah, one guy, I absolutely love him. I didn't have him higher than Kalijah Kancey, but I liked him more. I think the value here is much better than Kalijah Kancey in the first round, especially 19th overall. Just the versatility, again, something that we've talked about ad nauseum with Vance Joseph, is how much he likes versatility up front, and he brings it. And real quick, another tight end off the board with the Cowboys taking the Michigan tight end whose last name I won't even try to pronounce.
Schoonmaker. That's surprising. We took him in the 4th round of our mock. So that's good value there. I'm surprised to see him go off the board before Darnell Washington and Tucker Kraft. Now, both those guys had some injuries, but so did Luke Schoonmaker. So that's a little bit surprising for me to see him come off the board here. One of the options I'm sure the Broncos might have considered there at 67 and 68. But that is really surprising. I'm glad we got him there at the 4th round, showing a little bit of value there that, although maybe ended up not being a good pick, maybe they overvalued him. But Schoonmaker coming off the board here. Another tight end. Broncos looking running back, tight end, center. Well, another one gone. So interesting. What do you think about Adi there as a potential pick here for the Broncos, Lance?
I like Adiada as a prospect, especially because of the freak athleticism. Obviously, we talked about him running a 4.4940 at the combine, and just athletically tested off the charts. Good size, good length. He plays to the length pretty well. There was something that I didn't necessarily like with him is overly patient at the point of attack. Like I want to see a more attacking player. And where Northwestern played him, they played him a lot at the the 7 technique. I think he's going to slide inside, play more of that interior defensive lineman at the next level, but that athleticism pops off the tape. And if you can get him to unlock that and just be a little bit more aggressive moving forward and being more of a gap penetrator, he makes a lot of sense for this Broncos defense, especially with not having another 3 technique alongside DJ Jones. They need that guy to really penetrate the interior of this defensive line. I like that pick. All right. I have some reservations there.
Go ahead, Eric.
So real quick, since we've been talking about center, O'Cyrus Torrence is still falling.
Mm-hmm.
Could we possibly see a situation where we're revisiting Quinn Miners at center?
100%.
I was actually about to ask you that question. Like literally, I was just looking through my list and going through my big board. O'Cyrus Torrence is the obvious faller right now. And he fits with what Sean Payton wants to do up front, like that gritty, nasty power run blocking scheme. Quality pass protector, moves fairly decent for a guy that size, although he's not a super athletic in the lower half. But moving Quinn Miners to the center position, we've had that conversation multiple times. It's definitely something worth looking at.
It is a lot to put on a player from a mental standpoint. Not that Quinn Miners is not smart, but the fact that he's not played it before is a question mark. But we're talking early 3rd round, and you just got to let the board come to you and trust the talent that falls. So I'm not against it by any means. And if that means that Quinn Miners, who is a very talented, good upside player, doesn't have an exact avenue to the field, sometimes it be like that. So especially in 3rd round, go out there and try to improve. Every single person on this team, nobody should be comfortable. Would be pretty shocking to see them take somebody that knocks Quinn Miners out of the starting rotation if he can't take that center spot. But iron sharpens iron. You know what else? Injuries happen. So I'd be not against it if you continue to invest in the offensive line, add another log to the fire, so to speak. And we got RD coming in with a Canadian $10 saying linebacker Trenton Simpson from Clemson to stop the run on all those tight ends and running backs in the past that killed us. I think you saw Trenton Simpson differently than I did. RD, I think Trenton Simpson is kind of a sweeper, somewhat of a player. I liked him better when they let him, just play sideline to sideline, almost more as like a blitzer from that level, what Isaiah Simmons did. And then they tried to transition Isaiah Simmons to more of a actual linebacker spot. Didn't work very well for him. I don't know if I see Simpson as a classic linebacker. I actually liked him better as a blitzer and in pursuit than in coverage. I just didn't see the instincts or the processing in space to be a good coverage player, which is more important than the athleticism for a linebacker, in my opinion.
Yeah, and O'Cyrus Torrence is here. Is the pick for Buffalo, a guy that we were talking about for them earlier.
Yep. So, well, we can. It's always fun to talk about those hypotheticals, but they're gone. So, Cyrus Torrence is a good pick here for Bills. They invested in Dalton Kincaid earlier. Now they get O'Cyrus Torrence. Man, how do you beat the Kansas City? The first one to 50 wins. And I think the Bills are embracing that sentiment with these picks. Lance, any thoughts with that? Obviously, we missed you for the beginning of the 2nd round. Any of these picks that really stand out for you that you love? You mentioned Brian Branch earlier. Anyone else that really stands out for you that you're like, damn, I absolutely adore that pick. This is a great fit. I wish, even though not realistic for Broncos, this is one that I think can be amazing.
I know you guys were kind of a little bit down on Sam Laporta going to the Lions, but I kind of like that fit. That vertical seam stretching tight end, coming out of Iowa. Nick, I got to give a shout out to your Hawkeyes. A little bit rich for me for the Lions, but at the same time, yeah, flex on him, kid. But I like the fit there with Ben Johnson. And I was kind of mentioning this the other day, and I think it was actually specifically last night. But with Ben Johnson, with the verticality of that offense and the play action passing game, Sam Laporta fits a lot with what they want to do there. They also added Jahmyr Gibbs to add another dynamic passing threat to the offense to give Jared Goff a little bit more help. I'm curious to see if they're going to add a quarterback here in the next round. Maybe they get Hendon Hooker to fall to them. So that would make a lot of sense to me. Jonathan Mingo, the wide receiver to Carolina Panthers out of Ole Miss. I like that fit a lot. They got rid of DJ Moore in the trade for them to move up to number 1 to go and select Bryce Young. They get a high quality receiving threat on the outside. Big body guy, height, weight, speed guy, reliable hands, very good catch radius. Like, I really like him to the Carolina Panthers. And then the biggest question I have is Isaiah Foskey to the Saints there. Like that's very, very high to me. I was not a fan of him, especially coming with his athletic testing. And like Eric said at the combine, the spin move drill was just laughable. It was so much fun to go back and rewatch that tape. But very limited, very raw as a pass rusher. Not a lot of moves. Really relies on speed to power, but he doesn't have the size to actually be there consistently and do that. So those are just some quick thoughts for you guys.
I swear I just heard the ice cream truck drive by. It must be summer out here in Seattle, finally. Jeff C. Maybe I'm hungry. I'm hallucinating. Jeff C. 199 coming in saying, safe to say Judy and Sutton don't get traded by now. And thanks for the rundown, Lance. That was really good. Love the Mingo shout out too. What do you think here, Eric, about Judy and Sutton? And also, I think you have another pick to announce for us.
Yeah, DJ Turner ends up going to the Bengals. I mean, like, talk about pipelines, the Jets love Wisconsin. The Eagles like Georgia, Ravens in Alabama. Well, the Bengals in Michigan, they've gone back to it repeatedly. They've been really trying to fix their secondary a little bit. And in the AFC, I mean, if you want to you said first to 50, well, the Bengals are trying to keep that, adding more to keep the other team from reaching 50. I think it's a really good pick. And I think it's safe to say Judy's not getting picked or getting traded. I think that was a pretty safe bet entering the day. Cortland Sutton is still up in the air. I think there's a possibility, but the odds of it has definitely plummeted quite a bit for me.
Yeah, I think Broncos, if there was somebody willing to offer what they're looking for, then they would trade them without hesitation. But the value wasn't there. So maybe we'll be revisiting the trade a year from now. Maybe we'll be revisiting at the trade deadline. I mean, this is the third time Judy's name has come up in the trade possibilities with different coaching regimes too. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he kills it and he stays there. A lot of possibilities out there. And we got not many more picks before the Broncos are on the clock. So things are getting exciting here. Pretty shocking to see the Broncos still sitting there without having traded up, given all the hoopla the Broncos might trade up. Heck, maybe they'll make a pick at 67 and trade down. Maybe George Paton's philosophy at the end of the day wins out. But Osiris Torrance being announced now to the Bills on my TV. Then you got Cincinnati going there right afterwards. Jacksonville is actually on the clock now. But thank you so much for the super chat, Jeff C. I also wanted to kick this one back. If you're going to have a $10 super, even if it's Canadian money, I think that's not Monopoly money out here. RD is talking about Trenton Simpson. We love Canada. I'm not going to, you guys are keeping me and Eric separated here. So God bless you for that. But Trenton Simpson, what do you think about Trenton Simpson to Denver here? He's a possibility. Eric.
I mean, Vance Joseph and versatility, Isaiah Simmons a few years ago. I don't think they're the same player, but the usage can be kind of a little bit similar. So that is an option, somebody to try to help in pass protection or pass coverage. I mean, against tight ends and running backs. So it makes sense. One name that I've been hearing a lot. There goes another tight end, Brenton Strange to the Jaguars. That makes
Tucker.
Wow. That makes and Darnell Washington. That makes 11 tight ends and defensive backs taken in the second round so far. I have a $20 bet on this, and the thing is set at 13. Got to get to the end of the second round. I know we're almost done, but no more tight ends or defensive backs. I don't want to pay $20. I want $20.
Wait, so hold on. I was gonna say, who is this bet with? That's what I want to know. Is this with
it's a guy.
Somebody we know?
It's a guy.
Huh?
It's a guy.
Well, that narrows it down. But
it definitely does.
We'll
Cuts
see.
The population down a little bit. It does cut down the options.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's actually George Paton. But he's going to trade up to get that bet in there. He's like, now I have to do it. Pick 63. But not a lot left. Broncos will be up pretty soon. We got Osiris Torrance coming off the board there, DJ Turner, and my screen just went really fuzzy. I can't even tell who's coming up next. But it will be interesting to see Ty saying, not a girl, no, not a girl. On the maybe it's a girl. I mean, don't assume it, right? Even though he said a guy who knows. But we have not many picks left coming up. I wanted to say hello to some people in here. Mark Knapp coming in. Mark Knapp. I think he's a Kansas fan. Hope you're doing well, Mark. Zach Powers a little bit bummed. Dan Bangles, my Michigan guy, pairing with Dax Hill. I mean, also, how about Dallas going Michigan? You got Mozzie Smith and Luke Schoonmaker there. So Jim Harbaugh's done a pretty good job making a line there for Dallas. Michigan's really turned around underneath Jim Harbaugh these last few seasons. So good for them. So we're almost there. Not many picks left. We have the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock now. Could we see Jags go back to the line of scrimmage here? I mean, gosh.
That's where Brenton Strange goes.
Oh, excuse me, Brenton. Okay, you're right. I am shocked about that one. Talk to me about Lance. You were equally shocked with me. Brenton Strange, kind of a little bit more of an H-back type. I wasn't really that big of a fan. I thought he was more of like a round 4, round 5 kind of guy. But
yeah,
what do you think there?
I agree with you on that. Like more H-back, versatile, athletic tight end, not really a guy you want to put in line and serve as a blocker for you. I mean, he can get after it a little bit, but it's definitely not as big as the strongest skill set that he has. I was a lot lower on him than the second round, so that's a very surprising pick to me here for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Darnell Washington made a whole lot of sense. Like honestly, I saw a lot of mocks coming into the draft. Mostly a few months ago, but there was a lot of talk about Darnell Washington or Michael Mayer being the guy for the Jacksonville Jaguars there, and they go with an athletic move tight end to give another weapon for Trevor Lawrence there. More surprising than I guess Brian Branch falling, honestly. Like Brian Branch falling down and then Brenton Strange going as high as he did. Brenton Strange is way more of a surprising pick than Brian Branch falling down. So interesting. I'm kind of surprised, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, especially what's going on with Darnell Washington here? Somebody that obviously really unique player. Some people thought maybe he'd be better moving to offensive tackle. Even, I mean, Darnell Washington, pretty shocking to see him this far down given the hype that he had, Eric. Any news there? Is it really the injury front there?
I'm not sure what it is with Darnell Washington. Real quick, we do have a trade. The Texans are moving up. They are sitting at 62, moving up with the Philadelphia Eagles. But as for Brenton Strange, I liked him. This is early for me, though. I think that there is a lot of upside. Everybody I talked to, they always mention, you hear this quite a bit, a few times every year, going to be a better pro than a college player. And that's what's consistently mentioned about him. The work ethic's there. They don't think that he was the best fit with what Penn State did. He's got good athleticism on tape. He's got good versatility. A lot of people are high on his blocking upside that he has. I get it with how tight ends have been flying off the board a little bit, going and getting your guy, but it is still a little bit early for me. But again, with it, the Jaguars too, another element of this is Trevor Lawrence is still growing. You're giving him a young tight end who's a versatile tight end to continue to grow with. And so I like the move, but again, still a little early for me. As for Darnell Washington, I'll ask around and see what I can get.
For sure. And we got Michaela Israel first coming in, $2 super saying, loving the draft coverage. You guys are awesome. Good to see you, Michaela. Shout out to Cooper. I've seen you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. We got the best friends coming in here saying, Nick, what's up? Well, what's up to you as well? Hope you're doing well. I'm not sure who this is other than the best friends, but appreciate you coming in. And Eric, you had looks like you had an interesting comment here.
Houston Texans. This is a guy that I knew was going to go higher than I had him. I had him in as like a 6th round pick. Juice Scruggs was the guy that the Texans traded up for. Yeah, Penn State. I mean, he's a powerful dude, and like I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of him, so it's a huge reach for me. But at this point, centers are drying up. Like going up and getting your guy with how the centers have gone makes sense. But yeah, I mean, it's just just a bit of a reach. There's quite a few centers I liked more.
Pretty shocking to see him go before Luke Weipler. In my opinion, I wasn't even that big on Weipler either, but to have him go before there, I thought Scruggs could go in the 4th as an option there, but end of the 2nd round, a little bit shocking. And who moved up for him? Was it Houston Texans?
Yeah, Houston.
So man, what about this arms race in the AFC? Jacksonville Jaguars going offensive players here. You have Houston going up for another offensive lineman. I mean, you better damn well score points if you want to have a freaking chance in the AFC. That's what I'm coming away here thinking here. So we'll see. I mean, maybe the Broncos, I know they've spent most of their money this offseason on offense.
Oh, Broncos are on the clock.
Whoa, here we go. Let's go.
Who is it? Eric, who'd they your shot right now? Who'd they move up for?
Darnell Washington. That's my guess. They've done so much work on the tight end class.
Darnell Washington. I'm going to go Adi because I absolutely adore him. So we'll see what happens here. And who did they traded with Detroit?
Whoever was at pick 63.
Detroit has made more trades in this draft than freaking anybody ever. I mean, they're like freaking got to make a deal in Wolf of Wall Street. Lance, what are your thoughts here? Call your shot.
Ade makes a lot of sense. Antonio Johnson or Sidney Brown makes a lot of sense here, adding to that safety room. They need a guy that can play in the slot. They need a guy that can play back in the backside. Caden Stearns has a lot of questions with his health here. Those are the top players on my board available right now, but it really wouldn't surprise me to see them take, a Darnell Washington or maybe even Tucker Kraft. Tucker Kraft here. Nick, you were talking about him the other day. That tight end from South Dakota State, a versatile blocker, good receiver, can move him around the formation. Like, those are the top names that I am thinking here for sure.
And we got the trade details. They get 63 and 183 for 68 and 138.
Good deal to do that. Flip another picks. I mean, you still have the same number, so I'm totally fine with that. We'll see if the Broncos move back. I'm going to go around another call out here. Let's chat. Let us know who you're thinking here. A lot of calls for Darnell Washington, Ade. Real dark horse here for me. And maybe Kathy just announced it as well. We'll see. But another dark horse for me, Devon Achane, maybe would be an interesting pick for the Broncos here. They've been looking for a playmaking out of the running back room. Would be curious about that. Any thoughts, Eric? Yeah, let's leave Eric. He's frozen. He's thinking, what's happening here? Maybe it's a pick they didn't like.
I'm trying to
confirm.
Yeah.
Devon Achane, that's an interesting pick here. They need some lightning, some pass catching versatility out of the backfield right now. Obviously, with Javonte Williams, you don't know the entire situation with him. They brought in the other kid from the Jones dude from New Orleans a while ago. That's more of a depth piece. They got to have a guy that can come in and create an impact. Is this maybe Tyjae Spears from Tulane, a versatile pass catching running back from that? He's very slippery, very hard to bring down in open space. Like, that makes a lot of sense to me as well. So running backs definitely on the board here for sure.
Yeah.
Or is it Weipler? Is it Luke Weipler?
God, maybe the centers, maybe that caused them to moving up. Everybody thought the Broncos might move up. They didn't move up a lot. They didn't also get the value is probably about right for that trade. Michaela Parker saying, go Broncos, $4.99. Thank you so much. And Joe Lenardi saying, terrible move. They moved up 4, but lost 50. I mean, what was it? 5th round they traded there that late. I mean, it's an exponential decay, a logarithmic decay. So like the value is way up here and then it slides way off. So you're going to have a lot more. It's going to cost more like that. The player from wherever they were in that round is probably not going to be a lot different that far down. So moving up, hopefully to get a guy they really like. This will probably be their crown jewel of this class. Still waiting on news. I see a lot of names. Somebody saying, let's go get Zach Harrison. I see some people saying, let's go get Darnell Washington. Okay, Kathy saying, fingers crossed on that. She wants a linebacker. Drew Sanders would be fun as a blitzer. We'll see what happens with this one. And guys, stop crying. I'm not crying, expert ninja. You're crying. But any news yet? We're still waiting here. Broncos got us. Obviously, Sean Payton's calling it. And
Lance, celebrate Marvin Mims.
Hey, let's go. Yes, sir. Absolutely. This is a great pick for the Broncos. Wish they could have sat around and waited for him to fall. But if you identify your guy, go up and get him, man. This is the speed versatility that you want to have at the wide receiver position. Great route runner. Like I've said multiple times, if you ask him, he'll tell you he's the best route runner in this class. But exactly what I was looking for. A guy that can take the top off of the field vertically, shows reliability with his hands. Again, a great route runner and somebody that you can just rely and depend upon. And you can use him in some gadget situations too. Jet sweep, screenplay, stuff like that. This is a great pick for me for the Broncos. Absolutely love this pick. And I know Carl does too. We talked about it on the Mile High Huddle Roundtable a couple days ago. So very, very excited here. Yes, absolutely.
And just for the news of that Broncos trade, they still have pick 67. So they traded 68. So we are still one pick ahead coming up here still. So that's exciting. We'll have another selection coming up here pretty soon. But Marvin Mims, like you mentioned there, Lance pretty much gave the rundown. Mims is a very fun down the field player. I thought he looked really good at the combine running the gauntlet drill. I know that coming out of the combine, a lot of people are like, hey, keep it down about Marvin Mims. They're showing us highlights right now. The Caleb Williams just, going up there, the body control. And one thing I love about Marvin Mims, can you guess what I want to talk about with wide receivers? Everybody in the chat, drink. Blocking. He is for how small he is, he will play in the slot and he will jar safeties, linebackers. He is not afraid to get hit dirty in there. He is not a soft player by any means. Something that if you want to be a run-oriented team, even playing out of 11, playing out of 12, your wide receivers better damn well bring it and not be afraid to, square up against linebackers, against safeties, against cornerbacks. And he does that. Very good route runner. I am curious, maybe does this push us towards, is this a catalyst for a potential trade of one of the wide receivers the Broncos have now? Maybe even it's, you get a conditional pick for a KJ Hamler, something like that. But Marvin Mims, Eric looks like he's busy doing some research here on the pick. Eric, let me know when you're ready to give some information on this, but I'm going to kick it back to Lance now. Just general thoughts on what Mims's role is going to be with the Broncos year one.
It all depends on what Tim Patrick's role is, quite honestly, because you have Cortland Sutton coming back, obviously Jerry Jeudy and the step up that he took this last season. We all know that KJ Hamler is coming back off that torn pectoral muscle. So you have a dynamic receiving threat coming out of the slot. But what does Tim Patrick look like coming out off of that torn ACL? One of the more reliable and dependable receivers on this roster. So it makes it kind of an interesting dynamic into that play. But I think that Marvin Mims steps in day one, automatically provides that deep threat. The guy that can stretch the seam, he can go deep and go and get it. And like you said, Nick, that was one of the first things that stood out to me with Marvin Mims when you watch this tape, because obviously you don't get targeted on every single play. This dude blocks his ass off. Like, he goes out there, he's very physical for a guy his size. He's very nasty, very gritty, likes to really dig out safeties and players in the slot. He'll even go against a linebacker if you ask him to. Like, all around very good player, and also I'm going to take it back to one thing. I know I'm rambling here, but one thing that Eric and I have talked about with the Broncos in this identity of this football team, going back to Ben Powers, going back to Mike McGlinchey, going back to Chris Manhertz, they want to be physical. They want to bring that kick your ass mentality up front. And Marvin Mims brings that as a blocker. Very, very, very excited about this pick, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm excited about it too. Thomas is probably pretty happy. We talked a little bit about the options of wide receiver for the Broncos at this point in the draft. So, Eric, I got to kick it off to you now. But first, Bob Morris, they got a wide receiver. Wonder what this means for Sutton and Jeudy. Possibly they don't pick up Judy's fifth-year option. I think it'd be shocking if they didn't pick up Judy's fifth-year option, given how cheap it is. But that's just my opinion on that. What are your thoughts here on this, Eric? And are you hearing anything?
I think this increases. I mean, I talked a little bit ago about the decreasing the percentage decreasing of trading Cortland Sutton. This trade bounced it back up a little bit. I mean, the Broncos were trying to hold firm. They wanted a round 3 pick. Now they might be willing to take a little bit less because they went up. They got their guy and an explosive guy. They're going to be in more 12 personnel as well. So he's a guy who's going to step in and be that third wide receiver, maybe fourth if they do keep Sutton, and just give them a good rotation that they can sit there and use. I really like this pick. He brings exactly what they were looking for, exactly what they needed. But yeah, going back to it, I haven't heard anything concrete about a trade with Cortland Sutton happening, but there has definitely been a slight increase of chatter.
Well, not shocking. We got Michaela Israel announcing it here. Marvin Mims, $2. Thank you so much, Michaela / Cooper as well. Out there, we got Sonny Staley saying, bye, Hamler. Yep, well, Bama X coming in. I was hoping for defense. Well, guess what? You still got pick 67 coming up here. Don't go anywhere. If you got to pee, if you need to go get some water, maybe cross your legs for a bit, find a beer can next to you. Maybe you need 2 beer cans if you're like me. So holding your bladder there. Better be careful. Maybe TMI, Nick. Mims coming in here. We got Dominique saying Mims. That's great. William coming in. Maybe we still get Wiper. Definitely possible. And also we got Jeremy saying, can we nickname him the Martian right now? Maybe. I'm not against it. I like Mims the Martian. We got Mark Knapp saying, I love the pick. We got Alex saying silly. Dominique really wanted a lineman. And John coming in saying, do we still have picks 67 and 68? Eric, what are the details of this trade again? The Broncos
we traded 68 and 138 for 63 and 183. I can't remember what the other pick was we got back.
So that would be the Broncos' 5th round pick, because 108 was the 4th round pick. Yep. So maybe they flipped 5th for a later 5th, or maybe they got an early 6th out of that to move up from 68, not 67, but 68. They go up and get a wide receiver. Wasn't sure if Mims would still be there. Definitely a speedster. Eric, we kind of talked about in the draft where there's a point of demarcation, or like a point of diminishing return with speed. But the 10-yard split of 1.5, the 4.38 40, he's a guy who I think is not only fast, but he's quick. And he's really tough too. It's not just the blocking there, but he goes up and plays above the rim. Also somebody who is a pretty good punt return option, maybe. I think I see it here, average 11.8 yards per punt return. So Montrell Washington, Maybe, but it's you might be out of here too. For the Broncos reshaping that room, obviously the Broncos special teams was not a big fan of everything. The new special teams coach was not a big fan of what was going on in Denver last season. So gonna be interesting with Marvin Mims. That speed will play, the versatility will play, can play Z, can play slot. Will be a lot of fun. So good pick for the Broncos. Let's go around real quick while we're waiting for this one. Oh, there goes Zach Pickens to the Bears at 64. I really like Zach Pickens. That's a good pick there for the Bears. I'd have been really happy with him for Denver at 67 coming up. What is your thoughts? I know that you're a big fan, maybe not as big of a fan as Carl, Lance, but what would you give the initial grade on this pick?
Absolutely an A. Like Eric said, and like I've said multiple times before, he fits an absolute need for this team, not only in the speed and vertical aspect of this offense, but in the physicality sense, the blocking sense, being tougher up front in the running game. This goes again to show that the Broncos want to run the football. And while Mims brings that vertical aspect up front, he's a dog. Like this dude goes out there and he works his butt off, and he's just a grinder in the running game. So to me, it's an A pick all the way around. You also get a good locker room, and like you said, he's a punt returner as well. I was right. What did you say? 11.8, I believe it was, right around 12 yards per punt return average. So Montreal, Washington, see you later, dude. Like, you should have been picked this last season, and it was obviously, very well noticeable when he was on the field. So Mims, a pick for me. I wish they would have been able to wait around and get him at 67 or 68 and not have to give up the capital to go and get him. But at the same time, that's what drops it from an A plus to just to an A for me, is they had to move up to get him. But I'm over the moon with this pick, man. Over the moon.
Just to throw this out there is, if they wanted him, it was a situation where they had to go up and get him. He would not have been there at 67.
Who was going to take him?
Where Zach Pickens just went. There was a lot of things saying the Bears there.
Bears adding another one there. Well, that made a lot of sense. Again, the adjustments down the field. Sometimes you see wide receivers who are the speedy guys that just have no body control, or they get knocked off if the player stays with them in stride, the defensive player plays in stride. But he really does well playing above the rim. I just keep coming back to his highlights out there 2 years ago, 2021, playing with Caleb Williams. I'm kind of sad that we didn't get to see him play with Caleb Williams last season, but really fun player. Going to add some explosiveness to this offense. Somebody that, whether it be Russell Wilson or somebody else later down the line, is going to like to have him out there, and adds an option there. And for the late second round, I mean, this is the kind of player that you're looking at. I am a little bit surprised, I guess, the Broncos getting a wide receiver after you had Sean Payton pretty much, crap on the entire wide receiver class, talking about how horrible it was this year. But obviously they like Mims, and Mims is from Oklahoma, but played high school football in Texas, had a really productive career at high school out of Texas, 4-star recruit, not big, a little bit smaller on the frame, but plays tough. So fast player, plays tough, versatile inside, outside. Don't know how much. Maybe, Eric, you can talk to this a little bit too much. I don't really recognize or remember much short yardage game from him and then doing stuff after the catch. I don't remember much physicality in terms of the yak ability.
Lance is the one who did the scouting report on him, so it's not committed to my memory. But when I saw him, I had a similar issue, is that the physicality he shows as a run blocker doesn't always show up as a receiver, especially when working after the catch. That was one of the things that I noted.
Well, Lance, what do you think? Is there anything there? I mean, obviously he fell to 60, or not 67, 64 for the Broncos. And there's going to be some weaknesses. What are the weaknesses for his game? What causes him to, instead of be a first-round pick, fall to the end of the second?
Well, a lot of it is the physicality at the catch point. You see him get knocked off of his route at times at the route stem. Smaller body, smaller frame, a little bit smaller catch radius as well. He can go and get it if you ask him to, and he has the mentality to go and get it. But he struggles with physicality at the line of scrimmage. You get to see a lot of free releases from him at Oklahoma, so the release package from him is definitely questionable. But at the same time, he does have that explosive, quick twitch versatility in his lower half that you can really press against cornerbacks, put them on their heels, and then he snaps off high quality routes. So if you can get him free releases, that's really the big key here. Get him in open space, let him have the ball in his hands where he doesn't have to fight through contact and fight through tacklers in short contested catch areas. That's really the biggest weakness for him. So finding open space for him is the big thing that you need to do with him.
Yeah, and a very interesting player. Got to get those open spaces. I think I can come back to you asking you a little bit about press, although I don't know how much press he saw in the Big 12. But his RAS actually is a raw athletic score from MathBomb, Kent Lee Platt. Pretty high for a player that small. He's only 30th percentile in height and 25th percentile in weight. But because he was so athletic in the speed portion, 96th percentile in 40-yard dash, 97th percentile, 10-yard split, but also really explosive in the jumps. 94th percentile in vertical jump and 94th percentile also in the broad jump. So ends up with a raw athletic score of 9.41 despite being extremely small. So still an explosive player, fun player. Didn't do the shuttle. His 3-cone was only okay, but this is going to be a vertical option. Maybe this is your Brandon Cooks-esque role for Sean Payton. Should be a fun one for the Broncos, and the ability to go get that guy. I'm a little bit surprised to see Sean Payton lean into a wide receiver here, but it's a good one. And talking about wide receivers, Carl, you don't got a lot of time left to talk about this, but I do want to get Carl in here real quick because he's the one when we were talking. I think it was a draft a little bit ago. I was like, there's no good wide receivers here. I'm like, what about Marvin Mims? He's like, oh, I'm biting my tongue. I'm bleeding right now. That was one that bad Carl. I love Marvin Mims, so I'll kick it off to you. You were the biggest fan of anybody I know covering this team.
Yeah, I didn't view him as the best wide receiver, but I just viewed him as my favorite wide receiver. I love his type of game. I love his mentality that he plays with, that physicality. Obviously the speed, the quickness. He knows how to gear down on certain plays, and he's just one of those guys. I just think he's going to have a great NFL career because, again, that he just has that mentality to want to be great, to work hard. And I think he's going to fit well with Sean Payton, a guy that can get guys open in a hurry, get them in advantageous situations where they're one-on-one. Hey, you go beat your guy. Marvin Mims, great at that. And so, again, I love this pick. I think if Caleb Williams had stayed there in Oklahoma, I think he would have been a high second-round pick. Just, again, the production, obviously getting on TV a little bit more, all those kind of things. I love this for the Broncos. Now, obviously, could mean Sutton's gone. KJ Hamler could be gone. You can't have too many balls going around, but still, I think for the Broncos, he's just such a great fit for what Sean Payton loves in wide receivers.
Yeah, I mean, again, this one you got to be really excited about. And the Broncos are on the clock now. So let's all get a focus here. We obviously, these picks so close together. Eric, what picks have come off the board here while we have this? I saw that, I don't know, I'll give it to you. Who's come off the board?
Well, the Eagles had back-to-back picks, and there's a couple Bulldogs there, Darnell Washington, Keely Ringo, but they didn't go that way. They went and got Tyler Steen, the offensive tackle, viewed as one of the few developmental tackles in this class out of Alabama, and they followed that up with Sidney Brown, the safety out of Illinois. Which a couple really good picks for them. I know that they wanted to, shore up that back end and that defense, primarily at safety a little bit. Broncos here, I mean, even though they kept the pick, maybe they're looking at trading down now.
Pick is in.
Pick is in?
That's what it says. Pick is in.
Well, we'll see.
Washington, Tucker Kraft. We could be maybe Ade here. Maybe it ends up being Hendon Hooker. I mean, God, who knows? Zach Harrison. There's a number. Devon A-Chain could be interesting here. So what do you think? Any thoughts here, Carl? Who's it going to be? Call your shot. Oh, we got the
I'm going to go Ade. Don't call my shot.
Drew Sanders.
Wow. Interesting. A linebacker. Well, our guy, DWI guys is going to be ecstatic. And Kathy Lund is going to be doing jumping jacks here. Drew Sanders was an interesting player, highly rated recruit to Alabama as an edge rusher, transfers to Arkansas and plays the stack linebacker position, much more of a blitzer right now than a true coverage linebacker. If you think, oh, now the Broncos can stop tight ends, finally, you're sadly mistaken. That is not his game. He is a downhill blitzing player that's still kind of figured out deconstructing blocks, but long player, athletic player. I'm curious what his role is early on for the Broncos, given they have Josie Jewell and they brought back Alex Singleton.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious about that as well. That was one of my issues that I had with him during the draft process. I always felt that he was a little bit better as an edge, but he doesn't fit the prototypical mold that you want to see as an edge rusher in terms of his length and his size in general. One thing, though, is that this pick he was the top player left on my board. He was the last first-round grade that I had remaining. Despite the issues of where to play him, I think he's just such a good, versatile player that can do so much for a defense. Got got nothing but praise from everybody that I talked to about how he is on and off the field with his leadership, the football IQ. He picks things up quickly. He had no issues transitioning from edge to linebacker, picked up things at Arkansas pretty quickly. So it's just been nothing but praise. It's a good pick. I think that they'll keep him at linebacker and try to develop him a little bit more. There's a possibility now of maybe one of the names we start hearing in trade rumors is Josie Jewell. Mm-hmm. He's a name that financially it makes sense. And he's a free agent after the season. So maybe you can try to pick up like a 6th or 7th round pick out of him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you worry at all about Vance Joseph not doing well with versatile linebackers?
Yeah, for sure. I do. But, we'll see.
I do, but I think we had our good friend Luke Polglaze on Dove Valley Deep Drivers a few weeks ago, and he and I, we talked at length about Zaven Collins, and a lot of what I saw with Zaven Collins on the Zaven Collins is I think you can see something similar with Drew Sanders out of him. Still going to be growing and developing a little bit, but still have you still have a way to use him. Vance Joseph has that pathway to use him. And Zaven Collins, it was just a matter of still developing because he was learning a new position, kind of.
Yeah, that makes sense. And like I said, I mean, very talented player. I'm not trying to take anything away from that. I think it's a great pick for the Broncos. Like I said, you can use him in multiple ways for this defense. You can find a way to get him on the field and do something. That ability to rush the passer that he already has. And he can do it from the edge. You can do it from off-ball linebacker. You can do it kind of from wherever you want him on the field. And when Vance Joseph is one of those aggressive guys that wants to get after the quarterback, this is the kind of guy that you add to that kind of defense. So I'm excited for it. I like the pick. Like I said, Eric, you had him as your last first-round graded player. To get him here 3rd round, obviously a lot of teams are kind of going, how are we going to use him? That's why he's dropping. But beyond that, you're just getting a talented football player.
Yeah, really interesting player, no doubt. Was Dane Brugler's #1 overall recruit, so will be interesting to see what the Broncos do. And we got interesting news here coming in. Hendon Hooker going to the Lions at 68. Good job by the Lions, kind of playing the patient game with that Broncos pick there. Maybe that'll be one that we can watch there for a bit. I'm going to kick out here for just a second to get some more water, and I'd like to hear Lance. I know Lance has some thoughts on Drew Sanders as well, so I will be back, folks, and let's get much better facial hair going in the game here other than this week thing going on here. So, first though, actually, sorry, Lance, we're about to bring you in, but Deanna Hendry, $50, big time. Somebody get the air horn going. Bow, bow, bow. Deanna holding it in until we could do this, saying it is a good pick. I really wanted a center. Still hoping. Love how you guys are doing the draft podcast. Well, Deanna, we love you. You came in yesterday. You're coming in today. You're killing it. Thank you so much. At least I can say there's one person I really like in Alaska. I'm sorry.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Sorry, I can't help it. I have to razz Eric a bit, but thank you guys so much. We'll bring in Lance now. I'll be back, guys.
So Lance, I mean, you jumped in here, but trying to keep it down to only 3 people on the screen. So both picks, I mean, you're here a little bit for Mims. Drew Sanders, I know you had a comment in the private chat behind the scenes. What's your take?
I think that this is the next version of Zach Bond for Sean Payton, quite honestly, because you look at Zach Bond coming out of the draft at what year it was, 2019, 2017, something like that. 6'2", 238, 32 and a 3/4 inch arms, tested highly athletic, but you just didn't really know what he was. Was he a tweener linebacker? Was he a tweener pass rusher? Just really didn't have a spot for him. Drew Sanders, 6'4", 235, 32 and an 1/8 inch arms. You don't know what this kid is. Is he a linebacker, off-ball plays, with fluidity and coverage, but he also offers you that high-end versatility as a pass rusher. Like, this to me is very much the same archetype of Zach Bond from what the Saints did at the tail end of the first round 5 or so years ago. So I like this pick. It fits the Sean Payton archetype. So very, very intrigued by where this team is going right now. I like it. I like it a lot.
Real quick, just something in here where he's talking about seeing a lot of things that he's not a cover linebacker. That is one thing with Drew Sanders. He is actually really good in coverage. He's got really good range. The athleticism shows. He's got good instincts and awareness. He's not a bad coverage guy. That's not the case. Is he a guy you want matching up with running backs consistently? Not really, but there's very few linebackers in the NFL that you want doing that. But he is a good coverage guy, especially for what Vance Joseph is going to ask of him. And it's going to be a lot. I mean, if he ends up being a starter this year, there's going to be a lot on his plate. And I've got, with everything I've heard about him with the intellect aspect of it, I've got a good feeling that he can be able to handle it.
Yeah. I just wanted to give a few stats from this past season for this guy. Again, just to show some of the uniqueness that he brings. Playing the off-ball linebacker spot, had 9.5 sacks this last season. There's edge players that have been taken in this draft already that had less sacks than what this guy brought as an off-ball linebacker. Now, I know Arkansas moved him around, but still. And then 13.5 tackles for loss. So this is a playmaker. And beyond that, like you said, coverage-wise, he's got the size, he's got the athleticism to really keep with guys going down the seam. You know, he's 6'4", got the long arms. I know a lot of people have always kept talking, like Broncos got to find that linebacker that can stick with tight ends. Well, you might have just found that kind of guy. I understand it wasn't like the biggest position of need. I like what the Broncos have at off-ball linebacker, but still, you go get some great players, and this is one that should have probably gone higher in this draft.
Yeah, guys, make sure you go check up milehighhuddle.com. We have a scouting report up on him. You can go check that out, and it covers some of that stuff. I think for me, Lance, before I pass it off to you here, my biggest concern with him is the inconsistency with his tackling. That is not the cleanest. Mm-hmm. There are times that he doesn't really come to balance consistently and bringing enough force into his tackles. But when he plays with clean technique, it's hard to break free. It's just getting that consistency down with his technique in all phases.
I think another thing that I didn't like when I watched him and doing the scouting report, which again is at milehighhuddle.com. I was the one that wrote that one. There was a lot of inconsistencies with him reading his keys. Like there was some late, reading and reacting to come into the football. So you got to really kind of work around that. He's not very instinctual in terms of run defense. So that's something you're gonna have to work around. But like Eric said, like Carl said, this dude is long, he's fluid, he's very physical, he comes out and he can run sideline to sideline. He has that versatility. And if you want to use him as a blitzer from the second level or even line him up on the line of scrimmage and just use him coming off the edge, he has that versatility as well. I was not looking this way for the Broncos, to tell you the truth. And we had a super chat come in here. I want to grab this really fast. I believe it was from Miguel Santa Stevens saying, so does this mean that Josie Jewell, the outlaw, is out? I like the picks, though. This is a $5 super chat from Miguel, so thank you for the support here on that. Carl, I'm going to pass this one to you really fast.
It very much could be. I mean, he's got a pretty high cap hit this year, and Broncos can actually free up some space, which they're desperately needing. They just spent big in this free agency period, and next year is going to be pretty tight, obviously. So as much as I love the outlaw, this could be the sign that it's his time to go. I mean, one thing with him that has been a struggle, he's kind of struggled in and out of being on the roster, or in the lineup because of injuries. And he's the captain on the field. He's always wearing the green dot, and you love it because he's a smart guy on the field. But again, you got to be on the field. And so this could be the sign where Broncos free up some cap space, maybe get a little bit of draft capital, and kind of works out well for them. Plus now have an athletic freak on the field that you can move around and just have that nice little chess piece that a lot of teams don't have.
Yeah, Eric, what's your thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, one name that wasn't really, flying out there super loud, but has consistently been, going under the radar as a possible trade, depending on what they do at linebacker, was Josie Jewell. There's a lot of the building who, they just reinvested in Alex Singleton. A lot of the new coaching staff, they prefer Alex Singleton over Josie Jewell, and they want more athleticism from the position. And that's not Josie Jewell. He's a smart player, but with the contract that he has, with the time that he's missed, it makes sense for them to want to move on. Do they do it this year? I'm not sure, but trading him is a possibility as they're looking to get more picks.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And quite honestly, coming into the last year of that deal, obviously there's been a lot of issues with Josie Jewell, not being the most consistent as a coverage player, even though he's a lot better than everybody really wants to admit for him. But, getting a little bit older up there, the Broncos are obviously looking for a little bit more versatility in terms of being able to play up on the line of scrimmage and bring some coverage versatility here. So, I agree. It's kind of one of those crappy situations. You don't necessarily want to admit that one of the fan favorites of this defense is potentially moving on from this team following this next season. But that's the way that it is in the NFL. This is a business after all, and eventually you got to get cheaper, you got to get younger, got to get better at the position. So Drew Sanders makes a lot of sense as that potential replacement for Josie Jewell moving forward. Eric, it looks like you got some news really fast.
No, Lance, I'm going to pop you out of here. Your mic is popping pretty bad. I'll let you try to figure that out. Some technical difficulties here. I'll let you try to figure that out, and then you can join back up with us. As for news, there have been a few picks that I've made. I mean, as we've been focusing on the Broncos picks, of course. Obviously, there was the Hendon Hooker pick to Tennessee. That made a lot of sense. That was a thing of if Will Levis wasn't there, they didn't land Will Levis coming into today, then watch for them to take Hendon Hooker. I thought it would have happened a little bit earlier than now. Makes sense. They're still going to roll with Jared Goff for this season. And Hendon Hooker's got a red shirt this year. Then we saw the Houston Texans. They take Tank Dell out of Houston, a smaller receiver, adding yet another weapon for their new quarterback that they have, as they're really trying in a position to somewhat rapidly turn things around in a division that's really up in the air. And the Las Vegas Raiders, they're going to Alabama, Crimson Tide taking defensive tackle Byron Young. Any thoughts on any of those picks, Carl?
Well, I really do love what Houston's doing. I've always said that if you get a young quarterback, obviously a rookie quarterback, you got to build around him. And I hate these teams that, like Sam Darnold when he went to the Jets, they did nothing for that guy. I don't think he was going to be a great quarterback. There was a lot of issues there, but beyond that, just not having anything for him. So I agree. The Scruggs pick, not my favorite for them for at center, but Dell, guy that can get open in a hurry, quick slot guy for him. I think he's a good fit for them. I think he's going to work well with Stroud, but so that one makes a lot of sense. I was trying to think the Hendon Hooker one. Yeah, it makes a ton of sense there for tennis or for Detroit. Sorry, where they've got a quarterback already in place. They can go with it, give him a year to develop, and then maybe he can turn into their starter. And then Kendrick Miller just went to the Saints. Another great running back pick. I really like that one for them. I was kind of hoping maybe the Broncos might be looking that direction a little bit just because he's a very versatile running back, catch out of the backfield, has that speed to really turn something into a big play. But a lot of great picks for a lot of teams right now. Still, again, love that pick for the Broncos with Drew Sanders. I know that's some people are kind of shaking their head going, what? Who is this guy? Linebacker, off-ball linebacker? But I promise you guys, this is a really talented player. It might not have been the biggest need, but if we're talking about big boards and who was left, I think a lot of people would have had him at the near top of big boards left in this draft. Yeah,
I reached out to I reached out to a couple people, and one of them was talking about how he was they didn't think he would be there. Similar situation to Nick Benito last year. As much crap as we gave that pick, he was a guy they didn't think would be there at 64. They didn't expect Drew Sanders to be there. They didn't expect Marvin Mims to be there. They felt the need to get aggressive and go get their explosive receiver, and then took that risk, and Drew Sanders continued to fall. Equalizer comes in saying his mic was fine. LOL, chill, Eric. Maybe it was just on my end, but I was hearing a popping noise out of his. We got situations that we can't have that. So I was just letting him know so he can go and try and figure out what was going on with that. And it was only happening when he was talking. So something that we've had an issue with him before. So just trying to make sure the quality is good. That's all.
Yep.
And we'll definitely get him back in here in a little bit. And then with Kendrick Miller, I wasn't as high on him. For me this year, one big thing that I factored into my running back evaluations was fumble rate. And Kendrick Miller's fumble rate was absolutely terrible. It was 1 in almost 60. and just so it was a little bit rough for me. And I know a lot of people were talking about another running back that wanted Tyjae Spears. One concern that he has, there's a lot of concerns about the knee injury. Just to get that out there. But we have Michaela Parker coming in, $9.99 donations. Thank you, Michaela. We appreciate that. The Duchess, if I am remembering correctly as to what Chad and Zach referred to you as. So I love the pick of Sanders. We historically had issues covering linebackers and running backs, and Sanders can call to fame as covering tight end and running backs. Go Broncos. I mean, in that note, I mean, Nick mentioned it out on Twitter, and if you guys are following him, he's not a Travis Kelce eraser in coverage. Those guys are extremely rare, but he's a quality cover guy. He's not a guy that you want matched up consistently with running backs, but in the zones that you're going to be handling the middle of the field, he can do that, and he can do that well.
Yeah. And with that size, I mean, 6'4", like I said, has long arms. He takes up a lot of space in zone coverage. You know, a lot of times you're not having your linebackers one-on-one man coverage down the field. You're not asking them to do that very often. A lot of times you're saying, hey, we need you in this spot. And so again, having that kind of size right there in the middle, it's going to make some teams really have to think about what they're doing. And, I think of like Josh McDaniels with the Raiders. One area he loves to attack, middle of the field, quick hits. That's why I love those slot wide receivers there with the Patriots. And so having, again, this kind of guy that eliminates a lot of that space, you got to hold on to the football a little bit longer. You got to get it out quicker. One of those kind of things. It just makes life a lot easier for a defense and how you're going to call a play. And, the other big thing is he's still developing. Like this guy, he's only had one real year at off-ball linebacker. So the sky's the limit of what he could become for the Broncos. Again, he's got the athleticism. He's got the profile. He could turn into something even better than what we've seen so far.
And he'll be 22 years old for most of his rookie year. He doesn't turn 31 until New Year's Eve, or 23 until New Year's Eve this year. So there's still a lot to work with. And he's, again, athletic tools and traits. And Nick mentioned it earlier, and has mentioned it to us both privately a lot, is a lot of when it comes to coverage is above the neck. Everybody gets intrigued by the athleticism. But it's becoming a thing where if you have both, then it increases your potential with what you can do in coverage with them. And Drew Sanders, he's got the athleticism, he's got good range, he's got the awareness and the instincts that he can still develop and improve his play and coverage. Nick, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me. I've been getting in on that tea game. Shout out to Patrick. He sent me a bunch of Hawaiian teas, and I've heard that it's helpful for the throat. So drinking some Maui mango. Shout out to Patrick out there, hooking me up with the coffee and the tea these days. But yeah, thinking about this Drew Sanders pick, I see there's a lot of super chats coming in. You guys are killing it. Broncos have had two fun players here. Two guys that a lot of pets in this class. Obviously, the Broncos, when you're talking about the late or early third round, you're not going to always be leaning into positions of value, but getting Mims and getting Drew Sanders, maybe not guys that I personally, adored with those selections, but ones that I really liked. I'm surprised that I guess I haven't been paying attention to every single pick at this point since I've been up there, talk to the wife for a little bit, but I like both these picks. And Drew Sanders, somebody who can offer you some physicality, a really good player as well. I'm curious, given this draft class and everything, both of these players were real crazy standout players in Texas high schools. Didn't Sean Payton coach when he was out for a bit, coach high school Texas football when he was in Bounty Gate? I don't know what year that was, but I'm curious if there's any connections back to his high school Texas coaching days as the offensive coordinator wherever he was with these really crazy, highly Texas recruits coming out there.
Well, his year of suspended, if we're going by the movie, it was his son's team, and I think they were middle school maybe. So I don't think that was high school, but
okay.
I don't know if it was. Again, that's a movie. I don't know if that was the reality. But yeah, that was Kevin James. So somebody can correct me if I'm completely wrong on that. But yeah, obviously he lives down, or his family's been down there in Texas. He's been down there in New Orleans, close to Texas. So I'm sure he's had a lot of connections there with a lot of Texas coaches because football is king down there. But yeah, both these guys, again, maybe not the biggest need for the Broncos, but two talented players that you can find a role for them on this team. And a lot of times you see teams reach for a need. I'm just glad the Broncos didn't do that because, we were talking about center, huge need. I know Thomas was talking about that earlier. I'm glad the Broncos didn't say, all right, our top 3 guys are off. We still got to go get somebody, even if we have a 5th round grade on them kind of thing. So, you got to keep that in mind that they're taking talented players, even if it's not you hope that need and value can line up, but that doesn't always happen in the draft. And I'd rather see them take best player available than go after a guy that you're just kind of going, it's okay, but I don't think he's going to be a long-term guy. Like Drew Sanders, again, ceilings, the sky's the limit for this guy. He's still learning the position, got everything that you like, a leader on the field. The guy could really turn into something. Marvin Mims, great fit for what the Broncos want to do on offense. Got enough speed to really burn a defense. Can help where they've been lacking with KJ Hamler injured all the time. That's something you need on this offense. And we've seen it when KJ Hamler was healthy. That offense had some juice and had teams worried about what are we going to do if they beat us over the top. Well, now you got a guy again that can actually do that for you. So again, love both players, maybe just not the biggest needs.
Yeah. I mean, you're picking 3rd round, needs schmeeds, right? That's why they spend as much as they could in the draft as possible. We all don't love Lloyd Cushenberry. I mean, there's a few chatters out there that do love Lloyd Cushenberry. For the most part, we're a little bit concerned about Lloyd Cushenberry. Questions about cornerback depth, edge long-term, but going out there and getting good players. And did you guys already get 999 from Michaela Parker?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Shout out to Michaela. You're awesome. Thanks again. I think that's like your 3rd or 4th super chat tonight. So God bless you. We got Kevin 7 coming in, 499 saying Sanders played a lot of outside linebacker at Arkansas. I feel like he might be on the Baron Browning trajectory. Interesting thought there from Kevin. Another linebacker turned edge, not mad at the pick. Well, he was recruited to Alabama as, I believe, the number 1 overall athlete in that recruiting class that year and played mostly edge and then was transitioned to more of a hybrid player in terms of off-ball, edge, blitzing, physical downhill player at Arkansas this last season. So again, I talked about it a lot yesterday. Positionless football, we're kind of getting that way, and he's one of those homogenous positionless guys. Do again worry a little bit about Vance Joseph maximizing him to the best of his ability, but I think that as far as him just being a knifing kind of player coming downhill makes a lot of sense. I don't know what his day one impact is unless they get rid of somebody. But again, somebody out there and also a good athlete. I mean, another Ross high score guy should be a special teams contributor. Hard to be too upset about that.
Well, some of what was there, I can shed some light on. After reaching out to a few people, they definitely project him as, in Vance Joseph's scheme. I mentioned him earlier, Zaven Collins. That's what they're projecting him as. Not a guy that they're going to use at edge, but they're going to use him, to kind of pressure the A gaps and offer some ability in zone. Going to put a lot of pressure on him. And depends on what happens with Josie Jewell, but even if they keep him, from few comments that I got, it sounds like they believe in this guy that he can start right away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think he's starting right away. He's starting to get on out of here right away. Carl, you going to hit the old dusty road, as they like to say? What's going on?
Yeah. I'm going to go check in on the family real quick. I think they were having a movie night with my mother-in-law. And but anyway, good to hang out with you guys a little bit more. Just really mostly wanted to get my thoughts on Mims because I was so excited about that.
Well, let's do it.
But then Drew Sanders coming in again. Love the player. We'll see how he fits with the Broncos. It's kind of like when the Broncos drafted Von Miller. Broncos were running a 4-3 defense. And a lot of people are going, "Oh, they can't take this guy. You can't put him at outside linebacker and have him off the edge. You just take talent, and then you find a way to get them on the field and use them." And I think this is one of those kind of guys that gives the Broncos just a really nice chess piece that they can move around and figure out where he fits best. So anyway, good to see everybody, and we'll hopefully catch you later in the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And just kind of running through some of these picks. Carl, God bless you. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. We had Hendon Hooker go off the board at 68 to the Lions right after that Drew Sanders pick. Tank Dell, really small diminutive receiver, but twitchy, to Houston at 69. Byron Young, the Alabama Byron Young, defensive tackle, to the Raiders. Kendra Miller, running back from TCU. Kind of funny to see Kendra Miller go off the board here before Zach Evans, because Kendra Miller was the backup to Zach Evans. Zach Evans transfers to Ole Miss, and now you have Kendra Miller there at 71 overall. Garrett Williams, interesting, to Syracuse, somebody who had a very concerning ACL injury. I thought it was pretty serious, but the Cardinals must not be too concerned with that. And then back-to-back wide receivers off the board for two teams that were ones that I was curious if they might be targets for the Broncos or targeting the Broncos for a trade. You have Jalen Hyatt, Tennessee, going to the Giants at 73, and Cedric Tillman, Tennessee as well. Back-to-back Vols going in there. Pick 74. Also, I think 75 overall ends up being Zach Harrison. I don't know if it's updated yet on here, but I think it does end up being Zach Harrison to the Atlanta Falcons. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but somebody maybe mentioned it.
I haven't actually seen it yet. Yeah, it's kind of lagging behind for me anyways. Seems like that there are a few picks in because I'm seeing Marte Mapu, the Sacramento State versatile defender for New England. So maybe it is Zach Harrison there at Atlanta. I just haven't seen it. But yeah, I mean, the New York Giants, they've been looking at wide receivers for a while. They were one of the teams last night that I talked about of Quentin Johnston was a guy that they were really looking at. They got a speed guy. They're still a team to keep an ear out for with the potential Cortland Sutton move. There was interest in there earlier in the offseason. I'll be curious to see what happens now. Jalen Hyatt is a very different type of receiver from Cortland Sutton. But yeah, there's still stuff there. And I think with both moves that the Broncos have made, there's talking about it, they've opened up the ability even more to move players on the roster for some additional draft picks. You know, got that replacement receiver, got that replacement linebacker.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. John Lenardini coming in here saying, I hope I'm wrong, but I hate the pick. We need edge cornerback, and these spots are higher cost than linebacker. Sometimes hard to get those positions this late in the draft, unfortunately, and when you don't have premium assets like the Broncos do, I think it's more important to hit on a potential starter anywhere you can get here and get talent. And I'm as positional value as it gets, but you're talking pick 67, pick 64, get good players, and also your third wide receiver is a starter in my book. So if you think if both of these guys starts, that's a hit this late in the draft at this point. So hopefully that ends up being the case. But yeah, Broncos still have some needs, unfortunately. We have David Kilgore coming in, $4.99. David, always good to see him rocking the MHH gear, saying, where do you guys see Deuce Vaughn, the Kansas State running back, coming in? It's Vaughn, VAUGNH. Or it's not Vaughn like Von Miller. But Deuce Vaughn, I think he's probably about a 6th-round pick. Personally, the size is it's a no-go for me, just too small. He's a fun player without a doubt, but because of that size, I don't think he's you have to be ungodly explosive, like Tariq Cohen, jittery explosiveness, and I don't see that from Vaughn. And I think he's probably a 6th-round pick, which is still fine for him, but I'm not over the moon with him as an overall back, especially in this class. There's still so many good running backs left.
Yeah, I mean, he's tough because the play is there. He is a good player, but with his size, it's such a tough projection. You don't have running backs his size. Everybody likes to mention Darren Sproles, and I talked about this a while ago on a Friday night with Lance when we were doing a mock draft. Darren Sproles was thicker and then Vaughn is, so it's tough because he is such a, I don't want to say explosive guy, but he can complement your game on offense extremely well with his ability to run it and receive, and he can be a contributor on special teams as well as a returner. It's just that size. It's such an outlier with the size, and he just, as Nick said, it just doesn't have that explosive ability, that excellent athleticism that you really gotta, have to really spark that interest for me.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. I'm really enjoying the Atlanta Falcons picks today. They had going trenches after Bijan Robinson yesterday, maybe the best player in the entire draft, according to some people. Running back value, still a little bit. We can debate that. But going Matthew Bergeron, and then we know how much the Saints defense have loved those tank-sized edge rushers. They go get Zach Harrison, who's got 35-inch arm length, 275 pounds to play there in Atlanta. I'm really liking that pick as well. Fun pick for them in Atlanta. They're doing a good job of fortifying the trenches today, getting more physical up there. And they have they took Arnold Ebiketie last year. I think they still have Lorenzo Carter. They have Malone, who they drafted last year from Western Kentucky. Go get his back. Yep, D'Angelo Malone, totally different player than Zach Harrison. I really like how they're rounding out the skill set there in Atlanta. It's going to be a fun year for the Falcons in the AFC South, so I'm happy for Scott. And also, we did not mock Zach Harrison to the Falcons today in the 3rd round. Guess who we did mock? We mocked, Marvin Mims to the Falcons there at that spot, who ends up going to the Broncos. So a lot of fun there, a little bit of an overlap there. Thank you so much for the comment, David. We got Dennis Woods coming in here saying, Eric, do you know anything about Darnell Washington? Why is he dropping so much? What's going on with the big monster tight end from Georgia?
I haven't heard anything on it. I've asked around. I've been looking, trying to search it, see if there's anything on Twitter that I've missed. Asked a few people. I haven't seen anything on it. One thing I will say, going back to the picks that were made, Marte Mapu, one thing I like to do every year is who's that first non-combine invite that gets drafted. Well, Marte Mapu is it, and he was my guy from the moment that they announced to the combine invites. I saw him on there, and I was like, that's the biggest snub. He's going to be the first one to go, and at the very least, he's going to be a top 125 pick.
Yeah.
Bang my chest a little bit.
I thought maybe Chandler Zavala would be that first non-combine guy added because he's pretty highly rated cornerback or guard prospect. Sorry, I saw a Darius Rush comment there. But yeah, interesting spot there. We got Cody coming in saying injury concerns for Darnell Washington. Does seem like there's got to be some injury concerns. And Corey also coming in here. Cody and Corey coming in saying Sanders seems like a great 3-4 outside linebacker who can blitz and cover, but in the nickel he seems slightly out of place unless you're using him downhill. I mean, you still got to have some run thumping there and sideline to sideline there. It's not always the pure coverage, especially man coverage in nickel. So he looks like a good athlete out there and somebody who can come downhill. And with how the NFL has become much more, again, I keep saying positionless football, but those simulated pressures, God, I'm glad Scott's not here. He'll be throwing something at me through the TV. But with simulated pressures, you have somebody like Drew Sanders who can line up over an A gap, and he can come, he can drop, he can go. Very, very physical, can deconstruct blocks pretty well for that position. Still raw for the position as well, but I mean, supreme athlete. And you know how anti-linebacker I am overall, I guess, for as the value, right? Like Eric probably tell you as much as anybody. I'm like, linebackers, they're essentially the running backs, the defense. Third round, to get a guy that talented, I have no issue with it. Draft good football players. We're not talking top 10. It's a different conversation. The odds of hitting this low are this late in the draft. Getting good players is not good. Drew Sanders has Pro Bowl potential. Yeah, I'm not even exaggerating. He does have Pro Bowl potential. So I think it's a fine pick here. And you got, the Packers, back-to-back tight ends that we're loving here. They got Luke Musgrave. Now the Packers go with Tucker Kraft out of San Diego State. So the Packers really leaning in to the tight ends here, 12, 21 personnel, maybe even some 13 personnel out there in Green Bay. The Packers also going with Tucker Kraft. I like it. I like what they're doing a lot there.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to do the best they can to help Jordan Love succeed. And if he doesn't, well, you got some good places already for him.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. I was doing something about it real quick.
I mean, coming in, Naj, 1999. Hey, brothers, appreciate you. Good to see you, Naj. I don't know if we saw that one already, but I did not want to leave Naj hanging with that big super chat. Naj is a superstar in my book, so shout out to Naj. Sorry, go ahead. Eric, you there?
Yeah, sorry. So going around talking about it with the Packers real quick. I mean, I like this pick. They wanted to go 12 personnel. Aaron Rodgers was against it. So they kind of, still kept a little bit of a hybrid there. So they're going heavy into that aspect of it. The other Byron Young, the edge rusher out of Tennessee, he went to the Rams. Josh Downs goes to the Colts. And I saw a couple people mention in the chat, it is a knee issue with Darnell Washington, but he was also had some red flags pop up with his foot that caused him to miss some time in 2021.
Wow. Well, that's a big time bummer. We also have Big Kid Rook coming in saying, someone welcome Marvin Mims to the best franchise with the most amount of injuries. Oh, don't say that, Big Kid Rook. We're going to fix that this year. Marvin Mims has been overall pretty healthy, at least to my knowledge. He has a couple like muff punts, so we're talking about the concerns there, but vertical player, explosive player, a pretty darn good player as well. Will be a lot of fun. I don't know if anybody's being racist in the chat, then let's not get into that. I don't know what the comment was there, but Carol, yeah, I agree. No spot for any comments like that. If there's anything like that, that's BS. Point him out. We'll kick him out. But we got Zach Powers coming in saying the simulated pressures equals flake blitz. You have to actually blitz at times to make it effective, so it should work well. If you're curious about simulated pressures, sometimes it's not even the fake blitz. Sometimes it is a real blitz, but it's kind of a fake blitz, more of a coaching term there. If you're really curious about it, there is a really good coaching, what do you call it? Conference? Not a conference, like a presentation from Kirby Smart did about an hour-long conversation there. So it will be a lot of fun if you want to check that out. Coaching clinic. That's what I'm looking for. So a lot of fun. We'll see what happens here with the Broncos with their usage of Drew Sanders. We got another trade coming in here. Steelers trade the pick to the Panthers. So the Panthers are now on the clock. Panthers have taken Bryce Young. They've taken Jonathan Mingo. Is this a spot where they take a running back? Do we see Devon Achane here? Any news? I mean, are they going to continue to add any sort of weaponry around Byron Young? Do you have any thoughts here, Eric?
Sorry, I was looking through the chat trying to see what that comment was referencing, see if I could find it and take care of it. But so what was your question?
Anything with the we have the Carolina Panthers now on the clock. Any direction they could go. They've gone obviously Bryce Young, and they also took Mingo. They have the pick is in. Could it be running back here? Are they going to go with another wide receiver? Well, offensive line again? I mean, they need some help.
I mean, they're a team that just in a position that they're just adding talent. They have a lot that they need to do. Trying to think here, like maybe Trenton Simpson. I know that the one linebacker that they have, there has been talk about them moving on from him. Maybe they go and take Tomi Adebawore at this point, adding a versatile piece on their defensive line. They can just go. I mean, they can go so many different places. They're a roster that's not good. So when that's the case, like anything's available.
Yeah, absolutely. And real quick message from the boss man here saying that he's going to disconnect stream from Facebook because he's got to get some stuff up on Facebook. So if you guys haven't done so yet, hopefully we'll be back up there in a bit. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but he's got to post some stuff from Facebook. So join us on the YouTube side of things. I'm sure Chad could also put blast a message in there as well. So that way he could give you guys a link or point you in the right direction if he's in the background right now. But yeah, so really interesting. Overall, we've had a little bit of time to marinate on the Broncos picks. How are you feeling about the overall draft haul? I mean, these are probably the picks for the Broncos. Round 4, maybe we'll get a running back, or maybe it'll be a center there that can compete that people really want. Maybe a defensive back, like a safety. There's a lot of good safeties in that range. But these are probably the main guys who are going to make an impact on the Broncos this year for the rookie class.
I mean, at this point, you're looking at some people who you can provide depth, provide special teams, because the special teams unit was god-awful last year. I mean, if you're trying to find another starter, I'm not overly sold on Riley Dixon. Maybe they do get a punter for added competition. Maybe they get a kicker for Brandon McManus, somebody that's been rumored that they want to try to move on from if they can find somebody to replace him. But no, I mean, you're looking for depth in special teams at this point. They still have 3 picks left. Maybe they make some movement with players. That's always a possibility that they have, especially with Sean Payton and George Payton even. I mean, I think both of the last 2 drafts he's traded a player for a pick somewhere day 3. So it's definitely a possibility that can happen. Plenty of names that are available. I like what they've done. They let the board fall to them. They saw a guy that they wanted. There was a lot of love out of Denver for Marvin Mims. It was one of those things that I don't want to say it was the worst kept secret, because getting down that low, never know how they're going to fall. But it was a terribly kept secret how much they liked him and were intrigued by him. Drew Sanders, again, it was a little, from what I've gathered, they have a clear view of how to fit him in the defense. They didn't think he'd be that close, and they just wanted to see is he going to continue to fall to us? They didn't feel like they didn't feel like they were in a position to have to trade up and get him because of who they have already. So they just let the board fall to them, and that's something that I really like to see. They didn't panic a little bit. I like what they've done, and it's a good draft for Sean Payton for his first one this year.
Yeah, it's I'm excited about the Drew Sanders pick. I'm shouting out to, again, the DWI guys has been a big time out there in the UK. So he's a morning guy, but he's been screaming for linebacker for years. In 3rd round, I'm fine with it here. Dane Brugler has him as his number 28th overall prospect. Interesting stat here. He was so productive last season. He became the 3rd player in the last 20 years to have, let me see what it is here. No, excuse me, the 2nd FBS player since 2000. So even 23 years. With 95 plus tackles, 12 plus tackles for loss, 8 plus sacks, 3 forced fumbles, a fumble recovery, and an interception in the same season. I mean, that's just across the board impacting the game. And the other thing here is that he has been a absolute dynamic or a special teamer. I think Alabama tried really hard to keep him, but he's looking for another opportunity out there, another staff. They were pretty happy with Henry Toa, however his name is pronounced. But Sanders is a very fun pick. The Broncos killed it in the value on that one. Marvin Mims, I think, was about the expected value for him, late second to early third. They went up and got him, but I think Drew Sanders was one of the better value picks we've seen so far in day two. Even if it is not a position of value, even if it's not an immediate need for the Broncos, long term, it should help this team a lot.
I think last year, I mean, we saw the issue. Nakobe Dean fell, and a lot of fans were upset that Denver passed on him again and again, and he fell to the third round. And he had a whole separate different issues. His were medicals, his were size. So I'm not trying to compare the player here, but what little bit he saw the field this last year, he looked like a good player, and I think we're going to see the same thing out of Sanders. There's been a lot of talk. The Baron Browning comparison is there. But Baron Browning is, I mean, he's shown himself his worth as an edge rusher. Again, Drew Sanders, they'll use him as an A-gap blitzer, those simulated pressures, try to put pressure on them using his high football IQ that's been consistently talked about is throughout this process, and just provide that reliable interior zone coverage that they need, because Josie Jewell's fine in coverage. He's not great there. Alex Singleton is rough in coverage. He's very much more of a run defender who's moving downhill. So you got good range, you got good athleticism, and just so tools and traits, man. So much to work with. And with linebacker, again, a lot of it above the neck, and he checks those boxes.
One thing also, and I was last year I did a hour-long segment covering the Ravens, and they asked, a lot of teams have been spying Lamar Jackson and then, sending a linebacker after him, keeping an eye on him, and who the Broncos would use in that role. I'm like, nobody. They don't have anybody who makes sense to cover the ground there. If they're going to be sending a linebacker, they need to send them to begin with. It made no sense. You had no actual pursuit athleticism up there, and now you have somebody who, in a spy role, it makes some sense. He can cover some damn ground. He can play sideline to sideline, instinctive, still working on the technical aspects of linebacker. I mean, this is a guy who's pretty raw. He's going to make some mistakes early on, but still a lot of tools out there. Get a front seven player. Should be a lot of fun for that defense. And again, projects as a starter. Maybe he's not a starter this upcoming season. If somebody blows you away, you want to clear that $5 million by trading Josie Jewell, who, God, do I have to take off my Hawkeye for saying that? But maybe a possibility. But I think it's one where he's probably a little bit rotational early on, especially with Josie Jewell's injury history. I'd keep them both. And then he's somebody, now you have a landing spot, somebody who should take over for Josie Jewell after the season, assuming that the Broncos go that direction. So a lot of fun. Deanna Hendry coming in, $20 again. I don't know if I got this one already, but this is your second big super today. So goddamn, I'll read it again. You guys are doing awesome. Very insightful. Have a great evening, everyone. Well, heck, maybe the Broncos will trade up again. We still got 20 picks to go, and they pick early in the fourth. Maybe that center everybody wants will end up being a pick for the Broncos. So any thoughts? I mean, I kind of waxed poetic there for the pick there for Drew Sanders, but didn't have a chance to talk too much about him. So hopefully somebody that the Broncos can utilize this season. But what do you think? Drew Sanders, any other thoughts, any other news going on?
No, I mean, there's some picks that we can get to, but I mean, we're a Broncos channel. We're going to talk about the Broncos a little bit. And one thing I want to clear, I saw a couple people talk about it. Oh, the Broncos aren't going to trade Cortland Sutton. They're not going to trade Josie Jewell, Jerry Jeudy, whoever. Maybe not. And that's the thing. That's the thing about trade rumors and speculation and conversations. The amount of trades that get discussed that don't even make it out to public is a little bit mind-blowing. There's every year, there's quite a few of them that just don't break because not a lot advances there. When you start hearing their names, that means there's movement on that front, that maybe something could happen, but it's still, it's still 50-50. Either at that point the trade happens or the trade doesn't. I know from people that I've talked to, and I think it's things that you've been able to confirm as well, is the Broncos have interest in moving multiple players. There's a lot of, let's see here, I guess the best way to put it is a lack of faith in a lot of the additions last season with the previous coaching staff and with the new coaching staff coming in. I don't think they'll clean house and just get rid of all of them, but there could be some potential movement on that front as well. And just, overhaul this roster that was put together under the last coaching staff.
Yeah, they obviously did not like it very much. I mean, I know it's the last coaching staff's roster, but you kind of wish George Paton maybe would have made a little bit more picks that he wanted. Or maybe he did. Maybe be Vic Fangio more credit for that 2021 draft class than the heap and praise that George Paton was getting. We'll see. But so far, the early returns on 2022, not so good. Not so good at all, unfortunately. We got Aaron coming in here saying, "Oh, I tried to click it and it didn't go." There we go. Darnell Washington is basically like having an athletic offensive line that can catch, and he's a no-brainer. Apparently, there's multiple injuries out there that are a little bit concerning for him. That's causing him to fall. And here comes a guy that Scott and I adored coming off the board here. So let's run through some of these picks here. We had Josh Downs going to the Colts there, probably purely a slot receiver at the NFL, but had a lot of good tape out there, catching balls from Sam Howell last year and also catching this last season from probably future first-round pick Drake May. After that, you have DJ Johnson coming off the board from Oregon. Was DJ Johnson the guy who punched the fan after that Oregon game? Am I mixing that up? Is that the...
I think so. Hold on, I can check real quick.
Okay,
I think that is.
I remember, I thought it was a DJ Johnson name and a player from Oregon, but that's not ideal. And wait a second, do we have the Broncos trading up here? It says Broncos 83. Seattle traded the pick. We got another Bronco
traded
pick.
up again, yeah.
Broncos traded up again. Everybody. Bow, 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 bow. Everybody, we traded up. Here we go. Check, check, check. Broncos on the board. Man, I am curious to see the pick is in. Man, where are we going? Yeah, Lance jumping on. Here's Lance coming in. Is this Devon Achane? Is this a running back? Is this a safety cornerback? Pick is in. Shocking. We knew the Broncos would trade up. They traded up a little bit from Marvin Mims, but trading back up into pick 83. Three day two picks. Walking away with another one. We kept saying, I said multiple times, oh, these are the big two picks for the Broncos. Well, now we got another one. Is it Luke Weipler? Is it a center? What's going on? Eric, who is it? Tell me. I need to know.
It is a player that is available in this draft.
Okay, so it's going to be, God, I don't know. Who would be great for us here?
I'm curious to see what was given up.
Could this be Darnell Washington here? Could this be Keely Ringo? Adi still available. Maybe another player on the defensive front. Corey Trice would be really interesting here. We mocked him round 3 to the Broncos last time. I mean, you mentioned how great of a fit he was in the scheme, and we can bring in Lance too for this excitement of this pick coming through. What's Steve Harvey doing on my screen? Get out of here, Steve Harvey. See what's happening here with this pick. Todd Ostendorf is saying, Zach Harrison, please. Todd, unfortunately, Zach Harrison's already been picked by the Falcons, but Denver's on the clock, and we got the pick.
No, they traded 83 for 108 and a third-round pick next year.
So now Denver has one less third next season. I don't know how I feel about trading a future top 100 pick. Wait a second, they traded 108 as well?
Yep.
Well, guys, we're not having a show tomorrow.
Nick,
okay.
Too many damn Hawkeyes, man.
Riley Moss? Wow, okay.
I'm levitating. Go Hawks, baby. Oh, man. Riley Moss, we got a Caucasian cornerback. That is pretty incredible. And, a lot of people are like, oh, you play safety. Watch the tape, man. He is an incredible athlete. He's a really good cornerback out there for Iowa the last couple of years. He is somebody who had, I think it was 3 pick sixes in 2021. Iowa plays a lot of match quarters defense out there, and he was really good at attacking the football. He started as a 2-star freshman, and he got absolutely destroyed versus Purdue. His freshman season, came back, learned a lot, and got a lot better out there. And man, just a really good player, physical player too, great athlete. He's a track star. He was a hurdler in high school, ran incredibly well as a hurdler, and somebody who I think could probably, I know it's the cliche, but could end up being a safety in the future. But I think he got a chance now, and this is a Damari Mathis competition player here. So I'm excited to see what this can be for the Broncos. And Riley Moss, a shocking pick here. Broncos end up getting much needed cornerback depth here with this pick. And yes, he is a ball hawk. Ask Keith Holmes. So Lance, what do you think off the cuff here?
I like it. Like you said, competition for Damari Mathis on the boundary, man. You're talking Riley Moss, 6'1", 193 with 30-inch arms, a little bit shorter than I prefer for boundary cornerbacks, but incredible athlete, man. 4.45 40-yard dash at the combine, 1.48 40 or 10-yard split, excuse me. Physical. I like this kid. He's very physical in terms of a tackler, is physical at the catch point, very competitive, showed very well at the Senior Bowl from everything that I remember. So very intriguing here that they would trade up to go for a cornerback in this one. Not that I don't like Riley Moss. I wish that they would have gone Corey Trice, who I think is a better scheme fit overall. But at the same time, man, I like this pick a lot for the Broncos. They're getting in guys. Like I said before I took off this last time, they're bringing in guys that have that gritty lunch pail mentality, the guys that are very physical, just that great demeanor. They want to go out and be physical at the point of attack. And from all accounts, Riley Moss is a great locker room guy. So this is a good pick for the Broncos, fitting exactly what Sean Payton wants to bring.
Yeah, 11 interceptions, plays on the ball. Oh, my God. ESPN lists him as safety. We'll see if he ends up playing safety. I'm sure Eric will get a little bit more info on that as well. But I think he's got the athleticism and ability to play corner. I really do. I mean, he tested great out there. I thought he looked really in place out there at the Senior Bowl as well. So really fun player. I think this is an interesting get. I had mocked him to the Broncos a few times in the 4th round, but people that I talked with kept saying that he was going to be a top 100 pick. You can bet on it. The athleticism, the tackling as well. He's got good size overall. I'm curious to see what his role will be in this team. But an athletic guy, physical, great. Again, he's a ball hawk. He takes the ball away. He sits on those routes, and he's got crazy click and close. I will say it's kind of there goes Devon A-Chain to the to Miami. God, can't talk. But I do like Riley Moss a lot. The ball skills, kind of funny. He's a white cornerback. Obviously, I can't talk about him without talking about that. But he was only the second best white cornerback on Iowa's roster last year. Iowa has a cornerback coming out next year who's going to be probably a top 20 pick named Cooper DeJean, who is different. Probably one of the best defensive players I've watched from Iowa in a bit. Crazy. But yeah, Riley Moss ran plenty fast. Is he going to be a safety? He's going to be a cornerback. I think they'll try him at cornerback first, but he's going to find an avenue to this team. And the Broncos must have loved him because they gave up a future 3rd and pick 108 to go get him.
You clicked on excuse me, I cannot speak now. You touched on something just a second ago in terms of Riley Moss and the click and close ability that he brings to the defense. Just that ability to put his foot in the ground and drive vertically back to the football with those ball skills. I think he has some enough fluidity in the lower half if you want to play him in space off the ball where he can excel as a safety. But I think that this is a cornerback pick, quite honestly. With Damari Mathis, the questions there, the depth concerns at the cornerback, especially on the boundary. The only guy that you have on the inside right now is K'Wan Williams, and I think Damari Mathis can play on the inside. I think, quite honestly, that's his best fit is playing on the inside as a nickel defender. But with Moss, you might have that versatility. I'm not sure yet. I haven't seen enough of that at Iowa to really speak on that. And I also like Caden Stearns. I think that there's some love in the building there for Caden Stearns, and maybe they do go and address that safety position. But Riley Moss is a very interesting pick here for the Broncos for sure.
Yeah, and just plays on the football, making plays on the football. He had 2 forced fumbles last year in 13 starts. He had 12 passes defended last year, only 1 interception, but the year before, 9 passes defended with 4 interceptions, 2 of them returned back for a pick 6. The year before that, 2 interceptions, another one returned back for a pick 6. And in 2020, he led the team in pass defenses, even though it was the lowest he saw in 3 years. So a player who's does a pretty good job of competing at the catch point, turning around, finding the ball, the athleticism to go make plays on the football. I wish he had a little bit more length, maybe a little bit more on his frame, just a little bit thicker out there, but a really unique player. Again, the click and close, the ball skills, the instincts, and shout out to Iowa's defensive coordinator, Phil Parker. He does a great job of finding these guys, developing these guys. Iowa never gets a lot of, 4 or 5-star athletes out there, but they put a lot of 3-star athletes, develop them, and then put them into NFL players. And Riley Moss, his only other offer, Iowa's his only Power 5 offer. He was going to go to South Dakota State, I believe, and then Iowa offers him, ends up going there. North Dakota State, then Iowa offers him. So interesting player. I thought he did well at the Senior Bowl. I'm curious to see what his role is going to be.
He will be given a shot at corner before safety. They drafted him to compete at corner. Depending on what he does there, is if they move him back or not. But they do one thing that I heard Lance talk about was Caden Stearns. There is a lot of love for him in the building. They do want to add competition for him. I think they look at the veteran route that way. This is not a good safety class. And off the top of my head, I think one pure safety has been drafted. Trying to think here.
Jatavius Martin and
two pure safeties with Sidney Brown as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a pretty good pick for the Broncos overall. I'd give it a solid B. I don't know if I love giving up all that future draft capital with some cornerbacks also still available, just with how what you're dealing with at a limitation next season already now. Again, the second to third, now only 1/3. I'm curious if it'll be the Saints. Do we know if it's the Saints 3rd round pick or the Broncos 3rd round pick? Probably not.
I haven't seen anything clarifying which one yet, but I may have missed it when I stepped away for a minute. So I'll go back and I'll quickly check.
All right. Well, let's take the chat's temperature on this as well. We have where's that Hawkeye gloating Nick at? Riley Moss, what? Yeah, excited for that. Kind of funny because we were like talking about, maybe, Josie Jewell's on his way out. And then you bring in another Hawkeye. So there always has to be a couple in there. So excited about that. Not to use all those things. He's not sneaky fast. He is straight up fast. He really is. He's an explosive player. But he was a team captain last year. I don't think he was the first guy in, last guy out, because he played on the same team as Jack Campbell, and it'd be pretty damn hard to beat Jack Campbell, who lived there in the facilities. But definitely a player that they loved out there at Iowa. A very tough player. Again, I wish he was a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit more physical. It's not from a want to. I think it's from more of a physical profile perspective. But Broncos traded up and got him, and they brought in some competition for Damari Mathis. So very good. The cornerback position was one injury away from abject disaster this season. I mean, guy won't even breathe air into one of our cornerbacks getting hurt. But let's say Damari Mathis gets a hamstring and is out for 6 weeks. Who the hell is starting? I don't know. Scary. So now at least you have another option out there with an athlete who can profile to that boundary corner spot and not have to change the entire structure of your defense by moving like Quan Williams out there or something like that. So Eric, what are your thoughts? You stepped out. How do we feel about Riley Moss?
I like him. I mean, this for me, I had a bunch of corners that I liked a little bit more. I really like Riley Moss. It was just with how strong this corner class, he was one of the guys that I just pushed down a little bit. I think it's a good pick. I like it. He's got plenty of speed. He's a good athlete. I mean, he's got that track background. But another thing to know is the same thing with, other guys, with Drew Sanders and Marvin Mims. Nothing but praise for this dude and his football character and his IQ and everything. With what the Broncos have gone with over the last couple of years, it's definitely a slight shift as they're focusing on that football IQ. Last year, there was a lot of questions about, are these guys football smart? So I like it. And I think one thing is definitely clear. Sean Payton is the one making the decisions. That is abundantly clear.
What makes you say that? Tell me why.
How many? They're now down to 4 picks this year. They have one more pick. No,
they still have a 5th rounder and a 6th rounder. Because they flipped down when they traded.
Oh yeah. So they still have 2 more picks, but their aggressiveness moving up. Sean Payton or George Payton. I mean, he's shown it before, a little bit more so day 3 though, with moving up the board. Day 2, round 3, first year, what does he do? He moves down a couple times. He ends up starting with an earlier third, and ends up getting Quinn Miners and Baron Browning towards the end of it. Last year, has that high pick, moved down twice before taking Greg Dulcich, or was it just once?
I think it was just once.
But again, he moves down a little bit. And then the type of players too. I mean, there's definitely a blend a little bit because George Payton likes the athletes, but there's always been questions about the football IQ with his guys when it comes to the athletes. Sean Payton, it's like they're athletes, but they've got that football IQ.
Yeah. I mean, Brian Moss will be a fun one. He should be a special teams contributor as well. And again, just the plays on the football out there. So hopefully this isn't another 3rd round Iowa cornerback Michael Ojemudia special. But Brian Moss, had a good career. Played a lot of games too. It's not just somebody like a flash in the pan. God, let me just pull it up here. He started because he started his freshman year. He's tossed in the fire. Was injured in 2019, but started 5 games in 2018. Started 8 games in 2020. So 38 starts over his career in the Big Ten. Now, Big Ten West, I know, but that's still pretty good. So I think this is a pretty good pick. Maybe it's a little bit earlier than I would have taken him, but I kept hearing people say, no, he's going to the top 100. He's a very good athlete, and he showed quite well in the Senior Bowl in a format that doesn't typically lend itself to the cornerbacks being in the best situation. So the Broncos must have liked him. The other thing here that I really like with this pick is that if there's any coach on this team that I trust, even maybe more than Sean Payton, it's Christian Parker. And you're not making a pick like this without Christian Parker giving the thumbs up to it. Christian Parker, he's probably out after this year. He's probably going to go be a defensive coordinator somewhere. So I'm going to be really excited to see what he can do with Christian Parker. We saw what the Broncos did last year, bringing in Damari Mathis. That pick hit really well. I'm hoping for similar with Riley Moss hitting well above the draft slot at a value position. So you have to trust Christian Parker at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he was a guy that I was hoping that they kept last year, hoping they kept him this year. He and Marcus Dixon are 2 guys that every conversation I have when talking about the Broncos coaches, those are the 2 that have been consistently named of. They've got coordinator in their future. They're going to be a defensive coordinator at some point in the next few years. Last year, I mean, they took some shots on a couple of defensive linemen for Marcus Dixon. This year, I mean, some defensive backs as well, but this year, Riley Moss, definitely a pick for him for Christian Parker, as Riley Moss still has to improve the technique aspect of a little bit, which is something that is specifically what Christian Parker excels at, is teaching the technique of it. And one thing that when talking about position coaches, not all position coaches are good at teaching everything. Some of them have their specialty. Some of them do more on the cerebral side of things. And, you typically balance it out with an assistant coach who focuses more on the technique. From what I understand, Christian Parker is the technique guy, and one of their assistants is more of that, the cerebral guy. So they got that pairing to, help them all around. But yeah, I'm in agreement with you. This is a pick for Christian Parker, and it's kind of saying, show us what you can do with him.
And thanks for calling this out, David. Sorry I missed this one. 1999. Any chance the Broncos go after Malik Willis since they just drafted Levis? I don't think they'll go after Malik Willis unless it's like a future seventh round pick kind of thing. The fact that he fell out of favor so quickly in Tennessee, he's older. He's a little bit smaller too. He's thick, but he's really short. I mean, the late pick is essentially a flyer. Sure, what do you have to lose for a 7th round pick? But I can't imagine the Broncos prioritizing him in any sort of trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because last year during the draft, one thing we talked about is that he'd make sense as a guy to back up Russell Wilson. Yeah. But I think with just where he's at, there's been a lot that's coming out about him behind the scenes that's no bueno. But I think that could be an issue for the Broncos to keep away. They're very happy with Jarrett Stidham as their backup quarterback. I do think that they'll look at adding another quarterback to compete for that 3rd spot with Goran Tornaro, or however you say his name, the former quarterback at Tennessee.
Gira Matano.
Yeah. So I do think that they're still looking at a guy, but this is like, I'm not sure. I don't know. Malik Willis, he's interesting, but again, just the value of what you'll have to give up to get him, it's just not worth it.
Yeah. And we got Dirty Boy 6789 saying, are you guys happy with the pick so far? Overall, I am pretty happy about it. I think they traded up for a wide receiver who should bring some explosive element to this team, somebody who can play the what is the Brandon Cooks role for them? Looking for somebody vertically a little bit physical, can not just a pure speed guy, has a little bit of a dog in him as well, can go up and get after it. And then also you have the Broncos get, I think, a great value in Drew Sanders and a great pick and a boundary cornerback, one of the positions that I continually bang the table, and a lot of people have, as one of the biggest concerns of this roster. I mean, that was a Dutch boy with a finger in the dam concern with the boundary cornerback position, because you were one injury away from folding up shop. I mean, the season, like, you have so many questions at that position. It could be like one injury and the season is over at the cornerback position. So pretty happy with it. I don't love the Broncos giving up a 2024 third to go up and get Moss, honestly. But if he's your guy, and Christian Parker says he's your guy as well, then who am I to fight Christian Parker? I mean, that guy is going to be a star, I think.
Yeah, that's my only issue with this pick, is you're essentially saying Riley Moss is worth 2 third-round picks. and I don't really see it, but I have faith in Christian Parker on this one.
Is he worth 2 third-round picks? I mean, because you used one on him, you gave it up, but you didn't have that one before, right? So you still are. It's not like you gave up a third this year as well at the same time to get him.
No. But you did use because you used that 3rd-round pick, even though you moved up to get it. It's still you're losing that 3rd-round pick in the future, and then the 3rd-round pick this year. So it's like the value of a 3rd-round pick next year and a third. Right? It's kind of how it comes out to.
The 4th. So that 4th, early 4th too. But Fozzie 499 saying it looks like pretty much Kush is starting center. Can you name some positives that he brings? He loses slowly, and he's still considered an intelligent. I mean, losing slowly sometimes matters for the center position, and they're going to have a lot more beef around him. Quinn Miners will be another year better, and Ben Powers should be significantly better than Dalton Reisner, especially not getting pushed back. So he should be in a better situation out there, and he's still he was considered an intelligent player coming out. Hopefully we'll see that this season. I know that a lot of people like the overall intelligence, just not the overall physical nature you want, not the overall anchor, but it would be hard to turn over the entire center position in 1 year. And the Broncos still have 2 picks. Maybe you'll see some competition. Also, the Broncos, there'll be maybe a center out there that's cut, or maybe they'll make a move after the draft or closer to the final 53.
And one thing on that note that you kind of touched on is some teams, they'll hold off on signing a veteran because they want to see how the draft goes. And then when things don't fall their way, they go out and they sign a veteran that they've been in communication with. That it could very well be the case here at center. And even if they don't bring in a center, I'm not entirely sure that Lloyd Cushenberry is the starting center. He's got to compete for it. And there is a lot of love for Kyle Fuller, the center that they brought in, and his ability that they believe that he can come in and start if he's able to beat out Lloyd Cushenberry. So it's very much competition already, and they're still looking. They looked heavily into center position in the draft. John Michael Schmitz was one of the guys. He didn't fall far enough, clearly. So they're definitely still looking.
Yeah, Ben Jones is still out there. We'll see if he play again. I think he suffered 2 concussions pretty concurrently. But center, running back, tight end, all still spots looking for defensive line. But we'll see. We got Tom coming in saying, stop making bad trades with the Seahawks. That's rule number 1. Did we just trade with the Seahawks? Was that the one that we just...
That was a trade up, for Moss.
Well, hopefully Moss is a hit. So it won't look like a bad trade. If he ends up being a starting cornerback, that's a pretty damn good trade. But there's always risk. But every pick, uncertainty and risk. Zach Powers coming in here. I was clicking on this one. Early bets for next year's 1st-round pick. Quarterback, edge, offensive tackle. I think you put it in this order. That's probably exactly right. I don't know enough about the quarterback position next year. And now that the Broncos are sitting here with limited draft capital, without that extra 3, without 2, I think quarterback's a little farther off. But edge and offensive tackle make a heck of a lot of sense. We've already talked about Randy Gregory potentially moving on. Garrett Bowles is another one. I mean, there was talk earlier in the offseason, hey, he could be traded. Well, guess what? He's even more tradable next season. So continue to reshape that offensive line. I think offensive tackle, I would put it edge and then offensive tackle and then quarterback.
Yeah, it all depends on Russell Wilson. If Russell Wilson is bad enough, and they're in a position of a quarterback, it's going to be a quarterback.
Yeah.
But if he's just on that mark, it's like you said, they don't have that. If he's just good enough to keep you out of the top 5, you don't have that extra ammo currently to move up and get a quarterback. At that point, I think it would definitely be edge or offensive tackle. As you said, Garrett Bowles, he's been linked with trade rumors. I know next year it's a lot more likely they move on from him. And then Randy Gregory, it depends on if he can stay on the field. From what I've gathered, they kind of have a hard set on how many games they want to see him out there on the field. And if he doesn't reach it, then they'll probably move on, and they set up his contract for that. So definitely both of it. I know quarterback next year is projected to be pretty strong. I haven't done enough on edge or offensive tackle to know how they kind of project for next year.
Yeah, it's definitely a question for the Broncos without a doubt. So we have a few picks that we want to go through here. Now that the Broncos have done some things, and we have Deion Henley coming into Washington State. He's a player that pretty good there at Washington State. I think he moved to linebacker pretty recently. Some people thought he was one of the better coverage linebackers in the class. You got Trenton Simpson coming off the board from Clemson linebacker to the Ravens at 86 overall. You got Jair Brown, safety, going to San Francisco. Interesting. Penn State coming in there. Penn State had some fun players, Rose Bowl winners this year. You got running back Tank Bigsby. There's a running back coming off the board there to Jacksonville, Auburn running back, 88 overall. got a guy that Eric and I have, kind of weird body type guy, Kobe Turner, Wake Forest defensive tackle, coming off the board here, 89 overall to the Los Angeles Rams. And you got somebody that the Broncos brought in for a visit, linebacker DeMarvion Overshone. Maybe you should have known that the Broncos were. I mean, everything was on the table for the Broncos. We said it many times, and the Cowboys continue to add players to help out. Dan Quinn, one of the best defensive coordinators in football. We are down to 11 picks left, 12 picks left. Bills on the clock. Not too much longer left, and going to be hanging out. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're hitting that long mark now. I mean, exhaustion is starting to come over me. My donuts and energy drinks that I've had today are starting to wear thin, but we're almost done with the day. We're going to be here for the marathon tomorrow. As we say every year, draft coverage, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm curious to see if the Broncos do make any player trades. Again, something that I've consistently mentioned. That's something that George Payton likes to do. That's something that Sean Payton has a history of doing as well. Moving a couple guys at the bottom of the depth chart and, bringing in I can't remember the amount, but it's like the average size of the undrafted free agent class for the Saints under Sean Payton was like 17 players. And so they like to move some guys. Maybe it was just overall rookies. The average number of rookies was 17 guys. It was something like that. So they like to bring in a lot of rookies and just churn that bottom of the roster. That's something that I talk about year in, year out, is like always, bringing guys for workouts during the season consistently, just churn the bottom of the roster, because you never know. Maybe one of those guys turns out to be something.
Yeah, without a doubt. So I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, and it'll be a second. Lance, tag in. Thank you so much. I'll be right back.
Not a problem, man. Thanks for having me back on. My heart's broken just a little bit here, Eric, man. Watching DeMarvion Overshone just get taken by the Dallas Cowboys, man. I really liked him. Former safety, moved to linebacker, smooth coverage versatility. Another one of those players that you just kind of have some questions in the running game, man. I guess I got to come back into here, and I know we don't want to do, any whiplash and whatnot, but just your overall thoughts so far of this Broncos draft class, bouncing back and forth and in and out, how do you think the Broncos are doing right now?
I think they're doing good. I would probably give their overall draft a B+. Giving up that future third does hurt, and that drops it down. If they didn't have to give up that future third, even if it was a future fourth, I would probably be a solid A-. That just really hurts. Have a couple questions here that I want to grab real quick. Harold Jean, what picks do we have tomorrow? We have picks 183 and 195 currently at the moment. Those are, if I'm off the top of my head, either late 6th or early 7th round picks. I believe they're late 6th, but I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Yeah, both 6th round picks.
And then Equalizer comes in. Any news on Javonte Williams' injury? He is my favorite player. Broncos are optimistic. He'll probably miss the first few weeks. They're optimistic he can make the season, but with all the damage that was done, that's extremely optimistic. I don't think it happens. I think it's more likely he misses the entire season than be ready by season opener. But I think we're looking about somewhere, week 6 to 10, somewhere in that range is when we get him back.
I don't disagree with you, and it really hurts my heart to hear you say that it's more likely for him to miss the entire season than it does for him to be back at seasons open. And I agree with you on that. I do think it's more likely that he does miss more time than the opening of the season. With that being said, though, we talked a little bit earlier when I was on, about the early 3rd round picks. Tyjae Spears, a player like that. Devon A. Chain just went right after the Broncos picked Riley Moss, I believe. What other running backs are available that really fit this system and what you want to bring? I know Israel Abanikanda from Pittsburgh is still out there, but what other players do you have on your board that fit what the Broncos need to have that they could possibly get around the 6th round area? I know that's putting you on the spot. I'm sorry about that.
Well, it's not only putting me on the spot. I haven't updated my board in the last few picks because they've been flying pretty quickly. So real quick, just taking a quick look. Shane, Tank Bigsby, those are the only running backs that I still have on there. Rashawn Johnson, I don't really like him for the Broncos with what he is. Israel Abanikanda, he's a guy who really interests me. But the name that has always intrigued me throughout this whole process, Evan Hull out of Northwestern. The Broncos brought in the Northwestern running backs coach. I know there's, mutual interest there because of that relationship. They've been linked heavily with Sean Tucker, the Syracuse running back. A few running backs that I would avoid. I know you disagree with this one, but I would avoid Kenny McIntosh. His fumble history is just too concerning for me. Zach Evans out of Ole Miss, again, high fumble rate. Dwayne McBride, another guy with a high fumble rate. For me, like NFL teams, from what I've gathered, their fumble rate limit is 1 in 100. That's the minimum. For me, I'm a little bit more lenient, actually. It's like 1 out of 90 is about the lowest I'd be willing to go. And both those guys, and all three of those guys, they fall under that mark. I think the highest one is like 1 out of 78 touches. And that's just a little bit too much, especially after what we dealt with. But Evan Hall, he stands out a lot for a guy who just can bring what the Broncos are looking for.
So what about Keaton Mitchell, the running back out of Eastern Carolina? I know there's a diminutive size factor there. It brings some receiving versatility out of the backfield. Jitterbug out in open space can take the ball to the house from anywhere on the field if you want him to. But is that a potential player for the Broncos here to kind of fit that dynamic of the Thunder and Lightning with Javonte Williams, should he be able to come back? Or are you looking for somebody that can handle the load while Javonte comes back?
You're not looking for somebody to handle the load. That's Perrine's job. He's gonna be the main guy. You're looking for somebody to complement him. They have plenty of power guys behind him. They have a couple of guys who could possibly be that change of pace guy, but they still need a little bit of competition there. Keaton Mitchell is interesting to me. He is so light. It's not that he's got bad size. He's just light. He's thin. He's a guy, if I'm bringing him in, I'm sitting him on the practice squad for a year and having him work in the weight room. And seeing if he can develop his body type there. He's got the explosive ability, but again, he's just thin as paper, man. And then Todd Ossendorf comes in with the question, can we bring Moody back? I don't think it would. I don't think it'd happen. I think he's still actually under contract with the Raiders too. But Equalizer, he has actually the point I had. Even if he is a free agent, that was a soured relationship. It wasn't a good parting there. The Broncos tried to keep him, and he said no, and went to the Raiders just because of issues there with Butch Berry. There's been some accusations coming out from his side about how the Broncos on the offensive line chose who played and who didn't, and just bad taste in his mouth. If he is a free agent, I don't think he is. I don't see him wanting to come back, even with the new coaching staff.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It would be a really good fit for what Sean Payton wants to do, though, especially with the power profile that Netanya Moody has up in front, like winning in a phone booth and whatnot. Let's get a couple of these picks that just came in. We've got, obviously, after DeMarvion Overshown went to the Dallas Cowboys, Dorian Williams, the linebacker from Tulane, went to the Buffalo Bills. The Kansas City Chiefs get another offensive tackle, a guy that I liked a lot moving inside, Wanya Morris from Oklahoma. And it sounds like the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers is Darnell Washington, the tight end from Georgia. His fall ends up coming to an end here at pick number 93 overall. Everybody knows that, big super freak of an athlete, gigantic body, absolute mauler in the running game. This is a big fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I want to go to Wanya Morris really fast here, Eric, and just get some thoughts for you on what he brings to the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line. Obviously, they went out and got Juwan Taylor from the Jacksonville Jaguars to fill the void left by Orlando Brown at the left tackle position. They're looking for a right tackle, though, and Wanya Morris started a lot of games for the Oklahoma Sooners at right tackle. What does he bring to this team, and does he fit well enough to be a starter for them moving forward?
Well, one thing with him is that he's got versatility. I think there's enough there that he can work in any kind of running concept that you want to throw. Or want to use. Obviously, I think there are some that he might be a little bit better suited for. But you're looking at him. He's probably going to compete for that right tackle spot. They're solid on the interior, which is where a lot of people focused or figured he would move inside. But he's got enough length. There's enough there to work at tackle, and that's what they needed. They needed somebody there to take over, because I believe that the plan is Juwan Taylor's moving over to the left tackle. I believe that they made that clear.
Yep. They paid him to be left tackle.
Yeah.
So
sorry. I was going to say, hi, Nick. Thanks for joining us back in really fast. Thoughts on Dorian Williams, if you got him really fast, and then I'll let you take over the stream again here. Dorian Williams, linebacker from Tulane, goes to the Buffalo Bills at number 91 overall, right in front of Wanya Morris. And then Darnell Washington just went off the board to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So thoughts on the last couple of picks while you jump back in here?
I really like Dorian Williams. He was one of my favorite linebackers in the entire class. Actually thought there was a good chance he'd end up being the first Tulane player off the board instead of Tajay Spears, but Tajay Spears comes off the board there. So I guess the medicals weren't as concerning with Tajay Spears. I'm curious who the running back that Dan and Jeremiah was talking about would plummet because of the medicals. So we'll see. Maybe it's going to be somebody like Sean Tucker there, but or Dwayne McBride. But I digress. I really like Dorian Williams, a little bit smaller in terms of the overall mass of the position, but really long, good at sifting through. The length is awesome. He's a very good blitzer. I think he's pretty instinctive. Wish he carried a little bit more mass for the frame. I think if somebody gets offensive lineman gets square on him, he can get driven back and get driven off the ball. But most of the time, I think he's pretty slippery out there. I think he'll end up being a starting linebacker in the league for a number of years and an overall good player. I really enjoyed watching him. Tulane had a incredible turnaround this last season. I think the single greatest year turnaround in college football history. I think they went from 2 wins to like 11 wins or something over one season. And Dorian Williams was a big part of that on the defensive side of the ball. So really good player. Yep. And then also Wanya Morris, former 5-star player, had a really good career at Tennessee, has the prototype body, did never really put it all together at Oklahoma or Tennessee, but a very highly recruited guy. They're just tackles with these body types. Even if their tape isn't very good or if it's erratic, they're going to go high because there's not enough people walking the earth that have the height, the mass, the athleticism, the length to play the position. So if you have that, you're going to go somewhere and the NFL team is going to hope that they can develop you. So we got Darnell Washington coming off the board here. Finally, Pittsburgh Steelers pick 93 overall. Najee Harris got to be pretty happy about that. You get Broderick Jones and now Darnell Washington out there along with Keanu Benton. I think the Steelers probably got as big as anybody out there in this draft class. So pretty interesting to see that. Pretty shocking. Ade is still out there. I think on the board still. Is there a medical? Have you heard anything about that, Eric? A lot of people thought after his combine that he'd be going pretty high. I know he's short, but the tape was pretty good. The 3-technique tape was pretty solid. To see Kalijah Cansey go first round, but not Ade. I don't understand the disconnect there.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things is that, as Lance kind of touched on a little bit earlier, is there's a view of him being a little bit overly patient and a little bit overly what's the right word here?
Passive.
Yeah, passive. Thank you. A little bit more passive in his attack. And there was one thing that I noticed with him is that there was a lot of times where that would lead to tackles getting their hands on him a little bit early, especially in the running game, and it led to issues at the point of attack. Super explosive, can be moved around, but it's just, if you're explosive, you got to have that quick reaction, and that isn't always there. And I think that is one huge difference between Kalijah Cansey and him. Is just the reaction speed is significantly lower.
Well, interesting to see him fall, especially with the athletic testing and the length. I mean, he's small, but not like crazy small. So, Lance, Darnell Washington come off the board. How are you feeling about the Steelers draft class so far? Traded for Broderick Jones, end up getting Keanu Benton, end up getting Joey Porter Jr., and now Darnell Washington. I think a lot of people are going to come out of this draft saying that the Steelers were one of the top 3 teams to walk out in this class.
Well, especially after you move up and get in front of the New York Jets, get Broderick Jones. You don't have to give up a whole lot to do that. And that's something I noted earlier on a quick tangent is just the value of trades that we've seen so far. Teams are not getting a whole lot of high-end capital to move up and go and get players like that. Obviously, the Houston Texans had to give up a future first-round pick to go up to number 3. But for the most part, every trade we've seen moving up has been lacking value for the team that's trading down there. So that was a big thing for me. But to get Joey Porter Jr., a guy that everybody was, speculating that he was going to go to the Steelers at number 17 overall, get Keanu Benton to help up along and take over that role for Cameron Hayward, and now you get Darnell Washington to add to that offensive line and the physicality up front. He's a prototypical Steeler player in terms of what he brings to the fold. So I like what they've done so far. One quick question before I pass it off to you guys. DeJuan Jones, the offensive tackle from Ohio State, is still on the board here. What gives with this one? Another player that I had as a high second round pick still on the board here coming to close the end of the third round. Is this a size and athleticism concern here, or what gives with DeJuan Jones?
I'm not sure. I thought the Steelers might be a team that would take a shot on him, but then Nick Farabaugh, who I talked with, covers the Steelers out there, said that they did not enjoy their interview process with him. So maybe there's some character issues with him. Erick's shaking his head yes. Also, he killed it at the Senior Bowl, but his big issue at the Senior Bowl, and not at the Senior Bowl, excuse me, but on tape, is that he sometimes had issues with recovering blockers across his face with counters. And at the Senior Bowl, almost every single guy he went against, he just had to wall off the outside. There's never really a chance to get beat back across his face. And everybody was killing, oh my God, this guy's unbelievable. He's unbelievable. Well, his biggest question mark was not tested, I think, but once. I think by Will McDonald out there. And he had him a few times, actually. But I think it's probably mostly character, just given the body type. Again, there's not many humans walking the earth with that. You think at this point, given the overall ability and whatnot, this is where you'd see him come off the board. But I digress. He still hasn't been picked. Be funny to see the Bengals take him here. We'll see. But Lance, thank you so much for hopping back in there while I use the restroom real quick. And we are at the pick 95 right now. Erick, you're shaking your head. What was going on with DeJuan Jones?
It is interviews. A lot of teams, they just it was so we talk about the S2 test with quarterbacks. Well, teams have their own version of things that they do with different positions, and his was just consistently bad from the few teams that use it. When they would do whiteboard work, it just because they do it with all positions, it wasn't good, and he was just very defensive. Like when they would come up with some constructive criticism, he was very defensive of it. When they would ask him, "Hey," or be like, "Hey, this is an issue with your game. How do you think we can help you fix it?" Again, he'd just be very defensive about it. You hear about that off-putting thing, and then coachability. That was the word that was just consistently thrown around. Is he coachable? Talked to a couple people at Ohio State, and they didn't flat out say it, but reading between lines there, that was an issue that they had there at Ohio State as well.
Interesting. So crazy to see Paris Johnson Jr. all the way, pick 6 overall, all the great character stuff out there, started his own foundation, broadcasting career, I guess put on hold for now, but that kind of stuff. And then you have DeJuan Jones, who they're really drawing out this Bengals pick. Maybe it's already been announced, but they haven't put it through just yet on the screen. But will be interesting to see what they do here for these picks. Looks like it's a veteran thing, so I guess forgive me for that one. I didn't know what's going on. But yeah, the Bengals are going to pick here. Just jumping on this real quick, Erick, who are your top players left on the board? Broncos don't pick again until the top of the 5th round, and you're laughing here. Is it DeJuan Jones to the Bengals here? Or?
No, I was laughing. Come back to me in a minute about the big board. I kind of slacked off a little bit and wasn't keeping it updated for the last few picks, so working on updating it now. I haven't seen who the pick is going to be. There it is. Jordan Battle, the safety out of Alabama.
Yep. So there's another pure safety coming in. Jordan Battle. A lot of people entering this year thought Jordan Battle had a chance to be a first-round player. Now, granted, it's probably the Alabama hype machine there. Let's name the starting player at Alabama. You have a good chance for him to end up being a great player. But coming in here, 3rd round, God, how many safeties is that in defensive backs for the Bengals now? They are just unbelievably pick after pick. Didn't they take like 2 defensive? They took Cam Taylor-Britt last year. They took Daxton Hill last year. They have taken DJ Turner this year. And now they're taking Jordan Battle this year. I mean, they are loading up in the secondary with premium picks. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess they're viewing, hey, if we're going to beat Kansas City, it's going to have to be through players in the secondary. What do you think, Lance? What's going on here? Another secondary pick for the Bengals.
Well, it makes a lot of sense considering they lost Von Bell and Jesse Bates to free agency. They got to bring in safety depth. So you've got a player in Dax Hill this last season that they took high up in the board. I believe he's a 1st-round pick for them. They could play the safety position, play that nickel position. Cam Taylor-Britt, that inside-outside versatility is as far as playing the safety and cornerback position. Then you go out and you get DJ Turner, and now you get Jordan Battle. You're creating a very versatile defense in the secondary where you can line up a whole bunch of guys all over the defensive front on the back end and just create a super hybrid defensive front and the backside and just create a lot of athleticism back there. So when you move on from high quality players, you got to fill them back with high quality players, and Jordan Battle's a high quality player in my position. So
Yeah, without a doubt. Good analysis there. Good call. I forgot they also lost Von Bell. I knew about Jesse Bates over to the Falcons, obviously covering the Falcons with Scott, but Von Bell as well. So they just keep re-adding it, get younger there, and getting young and deep in the secondary before you pay somebody like a Joe Burrow makes a lot of sense. So, guys, we've reached the point in the draft. Typically, it doesn't happen until the 4th round, but we had a player pick that I had watched zero tape on this season with this last selection coming to the probably the oddballs of the draft class this year. Broderick Martin at Western Kentucky. I'm sure one of you two watched some Broderick Martin. We have Eric shaking his head. Yes, he did. Tell me a little bit about Broderick Martin from the Hilltoppers.
He offers you nothing, like next to nothing as a pass rusher, but this dude is so ridiculously strong. He can eat up double teams. He can drop an anchor. He's got enough there to do a little bit of one gapping, but he's a 0-1 technique. I mean, you're going to plug him in the middle. You can plug him in right away. Smart kid, strong, physical, solid technique. He could be a day one starter as a nose tackle in the NFL. Like I really like him. I didn't get around to watching him until after I watched and caught up on stuff from the Shrine Week and the Shrine game, where he just absolutely killed it and stood out. I went and watched him then, and like he was one. If Denver was taking a nose tackle, he was one of 2 guys that I had pegged for. Like that's the guy that I would like.
Wow. So tell me a little bit more about him. You said you offer 0 to pass rusher. What does this mean for wasn't it Aleem McNeil? Didn't the Lions take him not too long ago? Now, granted, is there such a thing as having too much defensive line talent? I don't know about that, but a very interesting player here to get taken at this point from Western Kentucky.
Yeah, so one thing that I picked up with the Detroit Lions and their philosophy with the defensive line is the guys in the middle, Aleem McNeil, Broderick Martin. Now, if he does end up being the starter right away, they want to be able to stop the run and just provide enough push up the middle to allow, to keep the quarterback from stepping up. They would like to find that, that interior pass rusher, but you can't have that. And they don't love his ability as a pass rusher, but I know they like what Aleem McNeil can bring and help contribute there as a pass rusher and passing downs. So I think it's just a compliment of that, and then just trying to focus on the run defense, which, if I recall, was terrible last year.
It was terrible, but probably, in my opinion, better players on the board here for them to take. But I don't know. So, Lance, what do you think about that pick? Maybe Aleem McNeil is available for cheap. Broncos can get him. I liked him a lot coming out of North Carolina State. I know that. What was it? Wasn't that the player that there's that classic Howie Roseman war room moment where he was going around fist bumping and high fiving everybody, and then there was the player in the corner the personnel guy in the corner who was just crossing his arms and refused to shake his hand because he was so butthurt that Aleem McNeil went, and that they ended up taking Milton Williams. You guys go check it out. It's a funny video. I'm 95% sure I got the details right there, but thoughts on that pick there? Pretty shocking.
I never actually got an opportunity to watch Broderick Martin, so this is a new name to me. So Eric's little overview there is one that is going to kind of hang up with me. I kind of agree with what you're saying though, there, Nick. That this is one of those guys where you've got a scout that's pounding the table for him or something like that. So I'm not going to speak to Broderick Martin and what he brings to the tape. I mean that defense and what the Lions are trying to do to rebuild that front. I can't go against what Dan Campbell has really done here. This dude must bring that same Dan Campbell versatility, that grit, that determination, that fire, the high football IQ. So I guess I can go to that particular point, speculating here because I don't know the exact player, but yeah, I mean, interesting pick. Obviously, here's a new pick coming in. The Washington Commanders just took Ricky Stromberg. Yeah, Ricky Stromberg just went to the Washington Commanders at 97. So with that, guys, I'm going to bow out and let you guys enjoy the rest of the stream here. If you guys have any questions for me, I can jump back in. I'm going to hang out in the back end. You guys enjoy the rest of the night, though. Thanks for having me, guys. We appreciate it, man.
Yeah, have a good night.
Have a good night, Lance. Good job. You killed it today. I really appreciate you jumping in and helping us out and providing great analysis. Make sure you guys are following Lance on Twitter's at what's the new handle there? Sanders MHH, Sanders underscore MHH. There you go. Lance S.
Lance S underscore MHH. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, so no, it's all good, but make sure you're following him, hit him up on Twitter, providing great analysis. And we got Ricky Stromberg coming off the board here to Washington at 97 overall. I feel pretty vindicated here. I don't know if you remember obviously you listeners, I don't know if you remember the live chat where we had a lot of Luke Weipler talk going on there. And I was like, I might like Ricky Stromberg more than Luke Weipler. But Eric has something to say here.
Well, actually, just talking about this, Carl, he posted this in our group chat on Facebook. A little factoid here. In his last 13 drafts, Peyton and the Saints made 22 draft day trades, and they did not trade back once. Peyton has traded down just 3 times, and all 3 of them came in his first 2 years on the job. In 2 of those trade downs, Peyton's team also received a veteran player as part of the deal. And New Orleans moves up the board. They included picks from future years in 10 of the 23 trades.
Interesting. I mean, you do see some trade downs in terms of the value in some of these, right? You're trading up to trade down and just changing the formulation of the draft picks, not to be too pedantic on it, but it's certainly an interesting one. You got another nose tackle coming off the board here in Siaki Ika from rolling your eyes there. Very massive nose tackle. Had some flash plays there from Baylor. Obviously a mountain of a man. Had some flashes there at LSU and then goes to Baylor and is now a player for the Browns, 6'3", 340 pounds. Eric, I don't think you're a fan, I guess.
Looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane.
I mean, there are flashes of Tarzan.
Like he's solid. He's a weird one. He does better as a pass rusher, but against the run, it's almost like he's a liability. No. Consistently, I mean, even holding on, not even double teams, just a single block, a down block. He just struggled to drop his anchor and hold up in the middle, just time and time again. He's got decent quickness. And that's what helps him win so much as a pass rusher. And I mean, if you want a nose tackle, like they're probably looking at him as like, hey, he's a nose tackle that we know can get after the quarterback. We'll just try to work on defending the run or improving the run defense there. I mean, that's not at this point. That's not a bad shot to take.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. A lot of fun. We're gonna see what happens here. We got Jake, first kicker off the board here. To the 49ers, Jake Moody from Michigan. Michigan is, maybe one of the most drafted teams today. Also, a fun factoid, since we're doing factoids, Iowa had 4 players drafted before Georgia did in this draft, which is go Hawks. They're the same team as Georgia, just as talented, just as good. Imagine if they could score 10 points a game. It'd be amazing. But you got something to say to me? You got something to say? Okay. But no, we got Jake Moody coming off here, first specialist. He was incredible at Michigan, one of the best kickers I've watched in the Big Ten for a number of years. I don't know. Did they lose Robbie Gould? Did he sign elsewhere? I know he was with Robbie Gould with the 49ers for a number of years, but I liked Jake Moody a lot. He's a good kicker, good prospect, a bigger guy as well. So definitely has that leverage. I think 6'3", 6'4". Looks like he has an excellent mustache as well. So Thomas better watch out here. We got Vegas on the clock now with pick 100. They don't have too much time left, which is great. We can keep flying here. And one pick I did want to get into, we didn't talk about it too much. Michael Wilson, Stanford wide receiver. A lot of people loved him coming out of the Senior Bowl. Obviously, Stanford plummeted over the last few years. Yeah. But what do you think about Michael Wilson?
Well, first of all, you left me speechless, and I think that's a first. So hats off to you, I guess.
Hats off today.
But Robbie Gould, he is no longer with the 49ers. Their kicker is Zane Gonzalez. Jake Moody, if I remember right, like I can't remember, there was one kicker here who anything beyond 30 yards was like almost an automatic miss. I don't think it was him. I think his mark was 40. Anything below 40, he's pretty solid. Beyond that, you just may as well go for it. But drawing a blank here. What was it you asked?
Just why I was so great. No, Michael Wilson. Talking about Michael Wilson. Yeah. He
was one of the guys that that I was one of those guys that after the Senior Bowl I really came in around to him and liking him. The issue was never if he could play football. He's one of those guys. The issue was, can he stay on the field? I was a little bit surprised that he went this early. I heard that there was some questions about the long-term effects of the injuries that he's had in the past, some medical red flags. But this is about the range I had him going. I had him on my big board, obviously, and I don't have access to medicals, so I like him. He's a good route runner. He uses his size well, and just a very reliable receiver, as long as he can stay out there on the field.
Yeah, interesting player going off the board there. And now we got the Raiders pick is in. Not too many more picks left. Raiders have added 2 players to that defensive line. So, I mean, I can't hate them for that. They all flash in Vegas. They're all flash last year, Chandler Jones and Devontae Adams. But adding some mass and athleticism and just, meat on that defensive line. We'll see what the Raiders continue to do here. We don't have many picks tomorrow. Eric, what are you thinking about the Broncos overall draft haul? We have a 5th round pick, early 5th round pick, luckily. And I think they still have that 6th round pick that was the Steelers' 6th round pick. Is it the Malik Reed selection?
183 and 195. I can't remember where they're at. That's the 2 picks that they have.
Okay, so 2 6th round picks then for the Broncos. I mean, it's hard to even say we should go with this position in the 6th round. But are you curious about any way they could go? I think it's probably God, I have no idea who's pick. I'm not even going to try to guess. A 183, and that are there areas that you're looking, or are we just going to pretty much punt on day 3 this year?
Day 3, it's always special teams. Not that doesn't mean just kickers or punters. It means who can come in and who can improve your special teams unit right away, no matter what position it is. And I would expect more of the same. Broncos special teams unit was not good last year. Maybe they do go for a punter to bring additional competition for Riley Dixon. Maybe they do go get a kicker and bring competition for Brandon McManus. Maybe they go, waste a pick on a long snapper, bring in competition for Bob and Moyer. I'd be frustrated at that, but what I'm getting at is that day 3 picks, that's for special teams units. More so round 5, 6, 7, round 4, as you grab those last few guys that are falling. But Denver doesn't have that round 4 pick. They don't have that chance of who do they have in the round 3 that fell to that, clear up the board a little bit. So with those 6th round picks, special teams, that's what you're going to be looking at no matter what position they do, and hopefully see if they can bring a little bit depth on to whatever position they do play.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, you mentioned the special teams positions, but I feel like the Broncos already hit the special teams positions in the draft so far. I mean, where are those guys coming from? Secondary, cornerbacks, okay, you have one there. Linebacker, Drew Sanders, you have one there. Wide receiver, okay, you already have one there. So I guess maybe tight end and running back. Those are 2 positions that stand out. I don't know if you're going to be able to find great offensive line talent that far down the draft. I mean, you might be able to get a guy who's developmental, but you have to remember the Broncos traded up mid-5th round last year and took Wattenberg. So that's the kind of caliber of player you're typically talking about that far down the board. So it's going to be interesting to follow, without a doubt. And the Raiders pick is in. We don't have too many more picks left, with the Raiders soon to be making this selection, then followed by San Francisco and then Minnesota. Took San Francisco a while to get in there. And we have, kind of a shock here. Raiders going wide receiver Trey Tucker, taken off the board before Tyler Scott, the other Cincinnati wide receiver. So Trey Tucker, very small, but a explosive player out there at Cincinnati Bearcats. See him, a lot of highlights with him with Desmond Ridder 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think it's a little bit of shock that he's going before Tyler Scott. I think both of them have similar issues. Both of them have issues keeping the ball secured or securing the ball. Both of them are smaller guys. I think Tyler Scott just brings a little bit more explosive ability, both down the field and more bursty and shifty as a guy. Trey Tucker, I mean, it's just... It's an interesting pick. I do think that you can find a way to use him despite how small he is. But to me, Tyler Scott was more receiver. Trey Tucker's more gadget. Mm-hmm. So it's just, I'm curious, talking about players falling, I'm curious why Tyler Scott has fallen. He was a guy that a lot of people were saying, okay, he's right there with Josh Downs behind Zay Flowers as those slot receiver types.
Yeah. Nah, he's an interesting player, definitely gadgety. I mean, this far down the draft, I'm curious about that for them. And tight ends continue to come off the board here. Maybe a little bit early on this one. I don't know, but Cameron Latu, a little bit of a tight end / H-back here, coming off the board to the 49ers. Had some good stuff there. Kind of a move tight end, a little bit more squat. Reminds me a good bit of, not to scout the helmet and compare him, but that similar type to Irv Smith out there. He was fine at San Francisco. I guess I put him in the Brendan Strange range, and he went, or Strang, whatever, went a whole round earlier. But Cameron Latu did okay this last year, 12 receiving touchdowns. Obviously somebody that you saw Bryce Young kind of dump up the ball off to in some spaces, made himself a target, kind of had some ideas. And if Brock Purdy, a little bit, the chaos as well, if he ends up being the starting quarterback there, Latu is somebody that they can get the ball to and he can do a little bit after the catch.
Yeah, I mean, he's an interesting tight end. He was one that interests me somewhere day 3. This is a bit early for him, in my opinion. And it's just with how tight ends have flown off the board, though. I mean, it makes sense. He's another one of the guys. There's a lot of upside to work with him. You just got to find the right role for him. He's not the best blocker, but he's decent enough. So it's just one of those guys of like with you. I'm a little surprised he went early, but Brenton Strange went early. The difference for me is with Latu, he doesn't have the athleticism to work with that Strange does, and the upside's just not there. And Strange, I take Strange as a blocker. And granted, we're talking about a whole round later, basically. But it's still a bit of a reach for me. But it's not bad. And it looks like the final pick of the night is in. Yeah. Before we get out, so we can get out of here pretty soon. While we wait for that, I do want to have a question for you. Do you think the Broncos trade any players for an extra pick or two?
I think you likely to see the Broncos trade players for picks, but they're going to be 2024 picks. You gave up draft capital for next year. You have no day 2 picks now, or you have only one day 2 pick now for next season. I think you're hopefully starting to recoup that board for next year. So if you do see any, I'm thinking maybe it's leading up to the year or the trade deadline. Maybe you see some guys traded at the back end of the roster, kind of talking about adding that 6 with the player to move up into the 5th and get a guy that you like, that you valued as a 4th kind of thing. But if you're talking about those bigger players, then I think it's probably more aiming for future draft capital now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that there's a couple guys. I think there's still a slight possibility with Cortland Sutton, because everything I've heard has been his value is day 3 picks, like a pair of them. That may be the way they go, try to get like a 4th and a 6th or a 7th with him. That has been where, from what I've understood, where the offers have been is in that range. I mean, Josie Jewell, his name's around there, but I think that my gut feeling is he's going to be a guy that they want to hold on to, kind of like you talked about earlier. Somebody like Albert Okwue-Benam, like maybe you can dish him out for a 7th round pick, or you can do what you said. You're pairing 195 or 183 with Albert Okwue-Benam to move up about 10 spots. I
mean, maybe 5 spots.
Just a handful of spots, anyways. Yeah. A handful or 2. Yep. Maybe they do that. But my bold prediction of making at least 6 picks this year is kind of going out the window a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bummed. I thought they'd end up with at least one more than 5. Obviously, I didn't think they would just stick at 5.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking that they're at this point. They still have 5. I'm still trying to get over the trade that they made to go get Riley Moss. I like Riley Moss a lot, but giving up a future 3rd and pick 108 is a heck of a lot. To go up into the middle of the 3rd this season. I think the Seahawks did pretty good on that trade, unfortunately. But that just doesn't take away that I like Moss as a player in that range. So overall, I think it's a pretty good day overall. That trade is probably the worst move they made. Not the pick, but the trade itself, the value of that trade. I was fine with the trade to go up and get Marvin Mims. I think they did a good job on that one. And probably the best value was Drew Sanders, maybe even one of the better values of the entire draft so far. So overall, if I had to grade today, I'd probably give him a B-. Really weighing down that grade is that trade to go get Moss. That's a lot. That's 2 top 120 picks, right? For sure, 2 top 120 picks for a team that you're not sure about the future of the quarterback. And I guess it's 2 top 108 picks. And those could be cost control guys. Moss essentially has to become a starting caliber quarterback for it to be worth that. Yeah,
I mean, I'm with you. I mean, Lance, when he was on here, he asked me earlier about what I thought, what I would give him a grade of, and I said B+. Okay. But if that, my thing was, if that 2024 pick was even a 4th rounder, I would probably bump him up. It'd probably be B+ A-. Just it being another top 100 pick for a guy I like.
108 is valuable. Like
108 is valuable, but I'm kind of viewing it that it cancels out with the pick that you actually used on him.
Yeah.
But that future pick, I mean, especially again, I like Riley Moss. It's absolutely nothing to do with him as a player. It's just such a deep corner class too. Is the value of him there with that pick greater than someone like Cameron Mitchell or Corey Trice there at 108? I don't think it is. So that for me weighs down the grade.
Yeah. And again, that's nothing to do with Riley Moss. I think that's the pick there at that slot. Fine. It's the trade to go get him that I don't love so much. So overall, I think they did fine today. You got some players that have some immediate roles on this team as well. All of them special teams players. So it should be exciting. I would give them an overall B-. I think we should wrap it on up here because we have a long day tomorrow, unless we have any supers coming in, like this one from Troy coming in saying, thank you guys for making a sparse draft interesting and fun to share. Have a good night. Well, Troy, thank you so much.
And real quick, one matter of business. We will be here, start at the morning, early, 12 Eastern. But finally saw what the third round pick is, the future one. It is whichever pick is lower.
That's
so
good.
It's the lower of it. So that helps redeem it a little bit. That we have some certainty that it's going to be the lower pick.
So we know it won't be like pick 66 if like one of the teams totally flubs. So that's nice. Well, let's just go win the Super Bowl next year. How about that? Then we give them the worst third, I guess, non-compensatory third at all. But guys, I think it's going to have to wrap it up for us. Pretty awesome. Draft today, a lot of fun. Fun when the Broncos add in some new players. We're going to have to go to sleep and digest some of these ones. Before we totally wrap it up, year one impact for each of these players, year one role. What do you see? We'll just break it down one by one. Give me your, elevator pitch. Marvin Mims, what's his year one role for this Denver Broncos team?
Good thing he's going to have a heavy role on special teams, and I think he's going to be wide receiver 4 if they don't move Sutton, wide receiver 3 if they do.
For sure. I mean, brings a vertical element that they don't have right now. Somebody that can play in the slot, somebody that can play out wide, somebody that, those go balls that Russell Wilson loves to throw can go up there and make some plays down the field. Sometimes some drops out there, but he can still make that pretty awesome catch out there. Out there, make some 50-51s, doesn't just get totally overpowered at the top from what I've gathered. Next pick. This is the most interesting one to me. Drew Sanders. What's the year one role? What's the impact?
I think he's going to have a decent sized role, if not starter. Again, it depends on what happens with Josie Jewell on the defensive front. Definitely his versatility is a huge factor there. Everything I've heard has been a similar role to what Vance Joseph used with Zaven Collins. And he's gonna be a core special teamer. Like, there's no doubt about that. Unless he even starting linebackers have a large role on special teams. So as a rookie, like, he's going to be, again, core special teamer. Like, that's just simple and easy.
Yeah, I definitely a core special teamer, somebody who's going to have a niche role. I mean, if you're going to rotate pass rushers, there'll be times that he lines up at edge. There'll be times that he lines up mugging the A-gap. We've seen the Broncos linebackers get hurt. I wonder what this means long-term for Jonas Griffith. If they don't think much of him, I mean, you need to have those guys for special teams anyway. That was the original reason the Broncos traded for Jonas Griffith. But will be interesting. They definitely added some special teams ability with that pick. Probably that's the biggest impact special teams one. And then Riley Moss, most interesting pick here. Broncos, what is his year one role for this team?
So digging in a little bit more about it, he's going to be a Swiss Army knife for them. He'll play safety. He'll play on the boundary. He'll play in the slot. It just depends. They want to go very much matchup heavy, putting Patrick Surtain on their top receiver, or Damari Mathis on this guy, and just find the favorable matchups for them and just lock him in, which Riley Moss with his versatility helps you do. And then again, special teams, he's going to be probably going to be a gunner on special teams right away, and just that versatility. Maybe you can call him a starter with the role that he's going to have, but he won't be a starter. But he's going to see a lot of snaps on defense.
Well, cool. I'm curious to see about the versatility, because I think it's obviously watching a lot of Iowa football. It's more in practice than it is or more in projection than it is in practice right now, because he pretty much played the exact same side of the field every single play the entire time he played at Iowa. They didn't really rotate guys back and forth and play matchup football. They have like your side of the field, and that's what you do. So playing a lot of different techniques, a lot of different roles will be a transition for him. But again, talks about him being a very hard worker. So overall, Broncos got 3 new fun players, 2 on defense and 1 on offense. They did not add to the offensive line at all. It's still have not gotten a running back, tight end as well, positions that we had been going into the draft saying, hey, they should go this way. But I digress, and hey, we'll see what happens tomorrow. So a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. I'm going to get Lance back in here one more time because he did a good job today. And we want to give him a shout out. I forgot that my mouse is not plugged in because I don't have enough outlets with my new camera. So why is that not moving? It's because the mouse is not working. But thank you guys so much. You guys killed it today. Everybody, thank you so much in the chat. Overall, did a really good job. Obviously, differing opinions. Some of the picks you love, some of the picks you hate. That's always going to be the draft, right? Unless you're the team, the person making the picks, it's going to happen. But final thoughts, Lance. I'm going to give it to you as well before we totally wrap this up.
I guess the one only thought that I have after you guys broke down everything so nicely is how is Riley Moss in press coverage? Because I didn't see a whole lot of that at Iowa. And Vance Joseph likes to play a lot of press coverage and press man. So that's the one question I have for that fit. But I like Riley Moss as a player. I think he can do it. He plays pretty well physically. So that kind of eases my concerns. But at the same time, that's the biggest question I have is how well of a fit is he in this scheme playing press man and cover 3?
I don't think they pressed that much, but they did. I'm getting my vernacular mixed up here. It was like a press and bail technique. It wasn't the full-on jamming at the line of scrimmage. It was make contact and then get depth because you're not getting beat over the top. They played much more of a canopy style of defense on the back end. So if you're asking him to press and then keep contact on guys, not a lot of that out there. They still did man coverage in the end, a lot of match quarters defense, cover 4 stuff on the back end. But it was make contact, jar them at the point of attack so they're not getting a clean release, and then get depth. So again, a little bit of a question there. The press and the jam is a little bit deep. We're getting really into the weeds here as we close out the show in hour 4. But the overall versatility and the skill set it's a projection. I do trust Moss the person. I trust Christian Parker as well. So hope for the best on that one. But that's a good question. So any other final thoughts?
Other than that, I think we killed it again tonight. Good job, guys. Thanks for having me on as much as you did. I know that trying to keep it short and concise, and I don't necessarily do the best at that, but thank you for having me.
No, you killed it today. You did great. Everybody agreed. Eric too, in the chat. Real stars, those folks over there. Thank you so much. We got one final super chat coming in from Broncos. Oh, well, they moved there. From Broncos Sunrise saying, thanks for the great day. Broncos Sunrise and everybody else who joined us today. Thank you guys for the great day. Love the draft, but I mean, we'd just be 3 nerds talking if it wasn't for you guys. We're still just 3 nerds talking. But you guys have a great rest of your day. Again, make sure you're following Lance, Eric, and myself on Twitter. Lance is at LanceS_MHH. Eric's at Erick Trickel. Follow Carl Dumler at Carl Dumler MHH on Twitter, and myself at Nick Kendell MHH. No other thoughts. We got to get going. We got to get some rest. We got to kind of start to think about this stuff as well. Everybody's got all these other things. Continue to choose kindness and compassion. As I always say, I guess the camera's up here now. And as I always like to close out with, go Broncos.